I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory and forever and ever. Amen. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1. Social Security Administration Amendment, repeal of cashless debit card and other measures Bill 2022. Second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll call the clerk. Oh, you've done that? Oh, I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. block the doors. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 53. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
I received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. All those with opinions say aye. Against, noes. I think the ayes have it. No, noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. block the doors. The question is that the bill will now be read a third time. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Yes, I'll call the member. I'll ask the member to resume his seat. Yes. And cover your head at the same time.
Cover your head, Andrew.
Yes.
Member for Fisher.
Yes, I just note that there was no leave sought from the House. And if you look at
Order. I just remind the member of the new standing order 85,
no, I appreciate that,
which
Speaker.
leave is not required.
well, 155A. I refer you to Rule 1, Standing Order 155A. And if I can refer you all, if I can refer the Speaker...
Order.
If I can refer the Speaker also to the amendments for proceedings on urgent bills, Standing Order 85B 4, Roman numeral 4. Any further questions necessary to complete the remaining stages of the bill to be put without delay? Does that negate the requirement for leave to be sought? I'm just seeking a clarification, that's all.
It does. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 56. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I'm going to give the call to the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
I present report number 1 of the Selection Committee relating order. consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, the 5th of September 2022. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determination will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I ask members to either resume their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has returned the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022 to the House for further consideration. I present a certified copy of the bill. In accordance with resolution agreed to on the 1st of August 2022, the House will consider the bill immediately. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the legislative powers of territories and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. The member for Solomon.
That the bill be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll put the question that this bill be now read a third time. All of those. Oh, call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Yeah, just seek the Speaker's advice. That process was brought on very quickly.
Order. 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 I'll hear the Manager of Opposition Business in silence.
And we are concerned on this side that there may be some in the parliament who regard this as a very important matter and want to have the chance to vote on this. There may be people who want to call for a division. That's a matter for them, because this will be a free vote, a conscience vote. And so I'd suggest to you, Mr Speaker, that I think it would be in accordance with the traditions of this parliament, particularly considering the nature of this piece of legislation, that we recommit this so that there is a clear opportunity to put the second reading so that it's clear to all what is in fact before the chamber.
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much. Just to the point of order and to suggest a way forward. The standing order that's just been referred to recommit is based on misadventure. I think it's really hard to argue that a misadventure just occurred, in that lots of notification was given as soon as we knew that the debate had finished in the Federation Chamber that this would be happening this morning, including to the Manager of Opposition Business. That said, people will get their chance, if they want to participate in a conscience vote, to divide. If they want to do that at the third reading, the opportunity is about to be there. But I really don't think we can get in the habit of claiming recommittal on the basis that people just weren't paying attention. There are different views across the parliament on this particular bill, but I really think it'd be a big step for us to use the recommittal principle where indeed there was no misadventure. But the third reading will provide the opportunity that the Manager of Opposition Business referred to.
I'll call the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr Speaker, if I can just, on indulgence, add to the wise counsel from both the previous speakers. I think some of the confusion, if I might say, was created in that on the screens there wasn't a reference to this particular bill. It was a message from the Federation Chamber, and I think that's where the confusion has arisen, if that provides assistance to you in your deliberation.
Well, I thank the Leader, the Manager and the Leader of the House. The resolution stated before the House was clear and it was listed in the notice paper. I was deliberate with my calling of the second reading. There was no division called. I did allow some time. There was no voices heard, so I have moved to the third reading. As the manager has indicated, there will be time there for division as well. Is leave granted to proceed to the third reading immediately?
Mr Speaker, a leave is granted, but I ask that you alert all members to the opportunity for those who may have strong feelings on this to call for a division should they be minded to.
I thank the manager. Order. The House will hear the question, and it will be up to members to make their determination if whether a division is required. So, order. The question is now that order. The member for Solomon has put a question before the House that the bill be now read a third time. I will put that question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Noes? No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, well, hang on. Yeah. block the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Fraser as tellers for the noes. To assist the House, if I could ask members not to move around, just for the purposes to assist the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 99, noes 37. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the legislative powers of territories and for related purposes.
Order. I remind members if they could leave the House quickly and quietly. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2021.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The government is committed to continuously improving and adapting to the needs of currently serving defence personnel, veterans and families. Families play a pivotal role in supporting our current serving ADF personnel and veterans. The nature of military life is unique, and families can also be deeply affected by military service. For most veteran families, military service is a largely positive experience. However, some may need support to manage challenging life circumstances, such as mental or physical health episodes or sudden significant events, such as loss of employment. The Australian community has a clear expectation that veterans and families will be well looked after. This is an important task and responsibility of government and a solemn commitment. That's why it's disappointing that the former Liberal National Government did not deliver on its incarnation of this commitment, failing to get such legislation passed during the 46th Parliament. This legislation, though, goes further than what was previously proposed. It will enhance the existing program by expanding services available to families in times of crisis and allowing families greater choice in how they use those services. It will better equip working-age families to adjust to new or challenging life circumstances when they occur and also into the future. This legislation will better improve support for families who are bereaved and those who are in crisis, no matter the nature of that crisis. We want to ensure supports are wrapped around families when they need it and quickly. I am pleased to be introducing this legislation today as it demonstrates the new Australian Labor government commitment to addressing the veterans' crisis, providing greater support to defence and veteran families and delivering a better future for veterans and families. This bill implements an initiative to expand the existing program that provides support for families of those who have provided service to our nation, their husbands, wives, partners, fathers, mothers and children. It is support like gardening to take pressure off when families have bigger things to think about. It's childcare, so families dealing with the loss of a family member have some backup. Or indeed to support parents with their caring responsibilities when one gets sick and can't care for the kids. It's counselling to expand access to support for family members when they need it. Importantly, this support will not be dictated to families. Every crisis is different and every family circumstance is unique. We know that families deserve more than a cookie-cutter approach. They deserve services personalised to their needs. That's what this legislation does. 49 widowed partners and their families and 120 veterans and their families have been assisted by the existing package over the program's lifetime. Approximately 430 families and 450 widowed partners are expected to benefit from the acute support package now in the first year. Families make a significant contribution to the health and well-being of our Australian Defence Force members throughout their careers, their transition from service and their lives beyond the military. The role of family can be especially important in the treatment and recovery of ill or injured individuals throughout their life. Families are also impacted by the unique nature of military service. This bill responds to Recommendation 19 of the final report of the Senate inquiry into suicide by veterans and ex-service personnel, the constant battle, suicide by veterans. It also responds to Recommendation 19.2 of the Productivity Commission report, A Better Way to Support Veterans, going further than the recommendation to ensure that veterans and their families are well supported. This initiative enhances support for families by expanding the services available and allowing families greater choice in how they use the services provided. If a family lives in a townhouse or apartment, they don't need gardening, but they may need support for their child experiencing mental health concerns. These supports will be tailored for families with different needs and special circumstances. A young veteran living with his parents, experiencing mental health episodes that mean his mother has moved to part-time work to provide more care for the veteran, can nominate his mother to receive support such as counselling or help around the home to help her cope with her caring role. The partner of a veteran who has left the relationship recently because of domestic violence will be eligible for support direct from the Department of Veterans Affairs, without the veteran being notified or required to do anything, protecting her safety and supporting her to establish a new life. The partner of a veteran who separated 3 years ago, whose children are now experiencing mental health issues, will be eligible to get support for counselling, psychology and other wellbeing support for the children. The partner of a 45-year-old veteran who needs to return to full-time work as the veteran's health has worsened and is now unable to work can access childcare support so she can increase her hours or attend a course to increase her skills. A single-parent veteran whose child is struggling at school academically and socially due to mental health concerns can access tutoring support for the child and other counselling and wellbeing supports for the child and themselves to help them support their child. A recently widowed partner of a veteran can access cleaning, gardening and meal preparation to assist them at a time when doing the day-to-day things seem impossible and they need to focus on themselves and their children. This initiative demonstrates the commitment that this government has to families and recognises the crucial role that they play in supporting our veterans. The Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package will also be available to more veteran families than before through its expanded eligibility criteria. While it is not a crisis service, it will allow families who have experienced crisis to access intensive support to adjust to new or challenging life circumstances, complementing other Department of Veterans Affairs or government services. This initiative will provide at-risk veteran families with access to a range of services that meet their health and wellbeing needs up to a cap of $12,500 over 2 years. Families will be able to access services to the value of $7,500 in the first year and $5,000 in the second year. In addition, families with children can access additional support services to the value of $10,000 a year for each child under school age and $5,000 a year for each primary school and aged child until the child reaches high school. Also under this initiative, widowed partners can access support services to the value of $27,835 each year for 2 years for services such as cleaning, gardening and other help around the home, to provide counselling for them and their children and skills-based support such as mental health first aid and other practical support for the family's well-being. They will also have access to the additional support for children under high school age. The bill will achieve this by amending the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986 and the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988 to establish the Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package. This bill also includes new review rights for decisions made under this program, something not previously proposed. This government is committed to supporting veterans and families. We want our service personnel, veterans and veteran families to know that Australia is proud of them and that our country will always be there for them. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Deputy Speaker, I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk. Oh, sorry. I call the Honourable Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment 2022, Measures No. 2, Bill of 2022 and explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The bill will make amendments to reduce the regulatory burden and the cost for taxpayers and improve compliance with tax laws. The bill also delivers on the government's election commitment to provide greater flexibility for downsizers aged 55 years and over to make contributions into their superannuation. Schedule 1 of the bill makes it easier for small businesses to comply with their record-keeping obligations. If a business is genuinely struggling to keep appropriate tax records, the Commissioner of Taxation will be allowed to offer the business a choice to undertake a record-keeping course rather than paying financial penalties. The education course will be free, take approximately 2 hours to complete and is expected to be delivered online. Schedule 2 of the bill extends existing third-party reporting requirements to operators of electronic platforms in the sharing economy. Platform operators will be required to report to the Australian Tax Office information regarding certain transactions that occur on their platforms, such as seller identification and payment details. This information will assist the Tax Office in its administration of the tax system and ensure that sellers on these platforms are meeting their tax obligations. As Australia's sharing economy continues to grow, a transparency gap has emerged as existing tax reporting requirements do not adequately capture information about transactions in this part of the economy. Extending existing third-party reporting requirements to operators of electronic platforms will address this transparency gap, helping to level the tax compliance playing field with other businesses and operators in the economy. Schedule 3 to the bill amends the Income Tax Assessment Act of 1936 and makes consequential amendments to the Fringe Benefits Tax Act of 1986 to remove the exclusion as deductible expenses of the first $250 of expenses for prescribed education courses. It's expected that these amendments will reduce compliance costs for individuals claiming self-education expense deductions. The changes will apply to assessments for the 2022-23 income year and later income years following royal assent. Schedule 4 to the bill allows small businesses to seek orders from the Administrative Appeal Tribunal that stay or otherwise affect the ATO debt recovery actions while a small business is disputing the underlying tax assessment in the Small Business Taxation Division of the AAT. These amendments will implement the 2021-22 budget measure, increase powers for the Administrative Appeals Tribunal in relation to small business taxation decisions. Small businesses will save in court and legal fees and as much as 60 days waiting for a decision, compared with the current process of applying to a state or federal court order for a stay on debt recovery. These orders will be subject to integrity checks intended to prevent aggressive taxpayers without genuine disputes from receiving stay orders sought with the intention of frustrating the recovery of genuine tax debts. Finally, Schedule 5 to the bill expands eligibility for those aged 55 and over to make downsizer contributions into superannuation. This will allow more Australians to make a one-off post-tax contribution of up to $300,000 per person when they sell their family home. This modest change in eligibility age for the downsizer program complements the government's comprehensive plan on housing to improve access and affordability. This measure will increase the availability of suitable housing for growing Australian families by encouraging more older Australians to downsize to homes that better meet their needs. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Amendment Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Act 2016 and for related purposes.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. I'm pleased to introduce the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Amendment Bill 2022. The bill amends the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Act to clarify that the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Regulation may prescribe matters that will be the subject of multiple separate charges, which may be incurred by a licence holder during a particular charging period, and to enable a simpler method for working out the amount of charge prescribed. The Narcotic Drugs Act provides, among other things, a licensing and permit scheme for regulating medicinal cannabis cultivation, production and manufacture in accordance with Australia's obligations under certain international drug conventions. The Medicinal Cannabis Regulatory Scheme is cost-covered in accordance with the Australian Government charging framework through fees prescribed in the Narcotic Drugs Regulation. Charges are prescribed in the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Regulation pursuant to the Narcotic Drugs Licence Charges Act. The Narcotic Drugs Act was amended in 2021 to simplify the medicinal cannabis licensing and permits framework, so the existing charges are intended to be revised to align with the new framework. The bill enables the regulations to prescribe matters that will be the subject of multiple separate charges, which may be invoiced at multiple times during a particular charging period. It also enables the regulations to prescribe a charge by reference to a method for working out the amount of the charge. These changes support the regulations being able to prescribe charges that more accurately reflect the particular matter to which the charge relates. The amendments in the bill are intended to provide sufficient flexibility for the regulations to appropriately prescribe charges, supporting the effective recovery of the costs associated with the administering of the Narcotic Drugs Act. Thank you.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Be adjourned.
The question is that resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to be members of the Select Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services. I call the Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to appoint members to the Select Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services.
Is leave granted?
Sorry, leave is granted.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I move that Dr Charlton, Mr Hill, Ms Miller-Frost and Dr Molino be appointed members of the Select Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from the Senate. A, informing the House that Senator Bragg has been appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services. Senators Payne and Waters have been appointed as members of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, and Senators Babet and Van have been appointed as members of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. And B, informing the House of a resolution agreed to by the Senate referring a matter to the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs. Given the length of the resolution, I do not intend to read the terms of it, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings and incorporated into Hansard. I call the Clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the proceedings on the Climate Change Bill 2022 and Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022.
I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the suspension of standing and sessional orders for the consideration of the Climate Change Bill 2022 and the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. First of all, if I can explain that in consultation there has been a request that we use a slightly different procedure this evening to what is in the standing orders when a bill is declared urgent. And I'll explain what the differences are. Or first of all, I'll explain the reason that that's been requested. First reason it's been requested is with respect to the second reading debate, that on this particular issue we have an unusually large number of people on all different opinions on these bills who would regard these particular bills and the issues within them as critical to how they sought election to be in this place. And people have asked for a higher level of flexibility to make sure that people get to speak on the second reading. And the second thing that's been raised is in trying to minimise the number of amendments. Some people have suggested that rather, particularly with respect to the crossbench, rather than people moving separate amendments in order for each of them to be able to make a speech in the amendment stage, that if we had a limited time where there could be some discussion on each amendment, then for this particular bill that would be a more appropriate mechanism. So the changes, if this is carried, go as follows. First thing is that the bills I referred to become the only bills that we debate for the rest of the day once we hit the end of the MPI. That's when this is activated. The second thing is speaking times from the end of the MPI get knocked back to 10 minutes. After 9 p.m, and we'll have a look at the speaking list, if it looks like we're still going to finish within a reasonable period, and at the moment it doesn't, but if it looks like we'd finish within a reasonable period, we'd let it run at 10-minute speeches. If not, a minister can inform the House that the speaking time's going down to 5 minutes to try to maximise the number of people who speak. Then, instead of 10 p.m. being a hard cut-off, the minister would be allowed to effectively make a decision as to whether it's becoming an absurdly late night or whether we're actually close to the end and just letting a few more people speak to go a little bit beyond 10 o'clock is a reasonable call. And so both the judgment on the reduction in speaking times and the judgment on finishing times would be made by the minister at the table, which I suspect will either be the Minister for Climate Change or myself. But they'd be made on that basis. And once again, I give the undertaking to the House that I gave yesterday that the capacity of this to be changed by a motion moved by a minister is something that is there, has always been there in debate management motions, and has only ever been used in a cooperative manner, and there would be no intention to do anything other than that. Tomorrow morning, we would then, when this bill is brought on, we'd immediately have the second reading vote, and we would then go through the amendments. For each amendment, rather than it being only the mover, there would be a minimum time of 10 minutes for each amendment. And this effectively allows each amendment to be able to be put with both the mover and, if someone else wants to be able to speak or a couple of others want to be able to speak, we'd be able to do that and do that in a sensible fashion. It does mean that these bills will have been dealt with in the House through all stages tomorrow, effectively well before we hit question time tomorrow. So that's what it means. Now, in anticipation of being told that this is a terrible exercise in democracy and is involving the total disruption of debate, I just wanted to give an example of what happened last night, because I think it speaks to what we're looking at now. Last night, every time I turned up the volume, and I'll accept I had moments of the evening on mute, but every time I turned up the volume last night, I would hear people open their speech by explaining that they had been silenced, and they would then continue to go for 10 minutes about how they had been silenced. I remember what it was like to be silenced. The microphone gets turned off on you and no one else gets to speak. But last night we had speaker after speaker tell us how bad it was that they weren't allowed to be heard. Then we had one member last night, the member for Flynn. The member for Flynn opens the speech by saying how outrageous it is that it's now only 10 minutes and not allowed to speak for 15. The member for Flynn finished after 8 minutes. And then, after all the conversation that we had yesterday from those opposite, saying that the 10 p.m.'s finish time was exactly the same as a gag, that it made no difference at all, they ran out of speakers at 9:45. Everybody who wanted to speak was able to. Every single person who wanted to put their views on the record was able to. So in anticipation, and with the procedures we've got on these bills, there's actually a greater opportunity to speak than there was last night, because we've got the option of reducing the speaking time further if required. We're effectively going down to 10 minutes immediately after the MPI, whereas last night we did it shortly before 6 p.m. And sensible decisions can be made in terms of the 10 p.m. cut-off if there's only a few speakers left beyond that. Compare that to a minister just coming in without notice and moving that the question be put, and everybody on the speaking list suddenly gets to say nothing, where we then spend in here, as we used to, where you would spend sometimes an hour and a half voting on whether or not people would get to talk. And you would lose an hour and a half that could in fact have been used as parliamentary debating. So I have no doubt that there will be many speeches that happen tonight that I don't like what they say. Good. That's what this room's meant to allow. That's what this room has not allowed for 9 years. I want to thank the different members, both across the aisle and in the crossbench, who have engaged with this. I won't pretend that when you're trying to get bills dealt with that you end up with a perfect situation, but I will say that what is in front of us now is better as a result of that consultation, and so I thank those who've been involved with it. But I'll also say what is happening now is a world away from what this parliament has been like for nearly a decade. So I commend the motion to the House, and I will listen with bemusement with the speeches that follow as I get told that somehow allowing people to spend their time explaining why no one is allowed to be heard is identical to a situation where no one got to say a word. We've been there. We've got the majority in the House now to behave exactly the same way. We choose not to for a really simple reason. We believe in the parliament, and we're not afraid of hearing opposing voices. We think that's a healthy thing to do, and I only wish it had been this way for a longer period of time.
I'll call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The opposition does oppose this motion that has been put by the Leader of the House to manage this debate. That's the code for reducing speaking time and materially, in particular, reducing the operation of the consideration in detail process. And again, I say to the House, as I issued a warning last week, when the Leader of the House is using his reasonable voice, it's important to scrutinise very carefully what, in fact, he is putting to the House, because substantively this is yet another use of the gag procedures that the government has adopted, notwithstanding its the rhetoric from the Leader of the House in his previous role, the rhetoric from the Prime Minister in his previous role over the past few years. What we're now seeing is the use of procedures where the executive government determines a much compressed speaking time. And we heard from the Leader of the House about the generous way in which he's provided for everybody who might possibly want to speak. Of course, what he didn't highlight so much and what he had to say was that, of course, the normal speaking times of 15 minutes will be compressed to 10, and then they can be further compressed to 5. And that means that people don't have the chance to make out the arguments in the detail that they would ordinarily want. Particularly, of course, I would highlight frankly, the quite disgraceful crunching down of the procedures that would normally apply for consideration in detail. Consideration in detail, of course, is the process that is normally used in this House for amendments to be moved. They can be moved by any member, and also for, during that process, for questions of detail to be put to a minister during the consideration in detail phase. The standing orders provide that any member can speak for 5 minutes to raise a question, make a point, and the standing orders also provide that there's no limit on that. So that's intended to allow an examination of amendments that are proposed either by government, by opposition, by crossbenchers, and a full and detailed back and forth. And the Leader of the House told us that very generously what he was now proposing is to allow a grand total of 10 minutes for each amendment. So that is a very, very substantial compression of what would normally be available under these standing orders. And I say to the crossbench in particular, the changes that were put to you, the new processes in relation to bills being declared urgent, were put to you before most members of the current crossbench had had the opportunity to participate in a parliamentary debate involving the consideration and detail process, and that means that you were essentially being asked to agree to changes at a time when you might not have had the opportunity to experience exactly how that process works when the parliament is doing its work as it should. Now, of course, I make the point also to the crossbench that what's before the House now is not, and I accept and agree that it's not, the use of Standing Order 85, but it is a motion that replicates a great many of the provisions of Standing Order 85, with some changes, as the Leader of the House has informed us. But what that means is there is an opportunity for all of us in this House to consider again on its merits the mechanism that is being proposed and consider whether it is in fact appropriate in view of the fact that there are, as is evident, a large number of people wanting to speak on this and wanting to express views and may very possibly be wanting to move amendments. Now, the Leader of the House has presented this again in terms of the government being extraordinarily reasonable, making every possible effort for people to have the opportunity to speak. The constraint here is an artificial one. The constraint is that this government has come out with a sitting timetable involving 40 sitting days. 40 sitting days. That is a record low number of sitting days, even for an election year, if you go back and look at the record of recent years. So this is a constraint that the government has imposed on itself because it's minimised the number of days of sitting for this parliament. And as a consequence, we are now seeing members constrained in the time that they have to participate in debate. Now, don't look just to my words to assess the veracity of what I'm saying. Let me give you some other observations that have been made on this topic over the years. Quotes, "This is a chamber made up of people's representatives, and it is constituted for the purposes of discussion, scrutiny and debate of legislation and other important matters." Close quotes. Here are some words that might well be appropriate to be used tomorrow morning. Quotes, "I do not think anyone can pretend that a bill that was introduced yesterday and is now going to be rammed through is going to have any of the scrutiny that this parliament is here to provide." Close quotes. Another quote, "The parliament should be given the opportunity to ensure that these bills actually give effect to their intended purpose." Close quotes. Or quotes, "But on the issue of general scrutiny and general governance, it is the interest and responsibility of every single member of this place." Close quotes. And look, I think that is a statement with which I would hope everybody in this House would agree. Now, every one of those observations came from the Leader of the House when he was in another role in this place. And so I say to the House, the role of the parliament is important. The role of the parliament in scrutinising legislation, in holding the government to account, and in putting forward amendments, if it's the judgment of members that amendments are required, is important. And I also say to the House that what's been proposed by the Leader of the House is neither necessary nor desirable. The Parliament, what should happen is the Parliament should consider this bill using its normal procedures, giving all who want to speak the opportunity to do so for the normal speaking time of 15 minutes, giving all who want to the opportunity to move amendments and to have them considered through the consideration in detail process that normally applies in this Parliament. And the fact that that is not being done is very unfortunate. It is, in substantive terms, the second use within the first 2 sitting weeks of this Parliament of this new gag mechanism that the government has used its numbers to give itself the power to do. And I say to the House that that is unfortunate, that is to be regretted, that is not consistent with the high-minded rhetoric we've heard from the Prime Minister and from the Leader of the Opposition. I'm sorry, from the Prime Minister and from the Leader of the House in relation to how they will be bringing a new kind of gentler politics. In fact, what we're seeing is, in substantive terms, a gag being applied that is very much to be regretted, and it's not necessary. There is more than adequate time to debate this bill using the normal processes, and those are the reasons why the opposition will not be supporting this motion.
I put the question. I'll right of reply. Call the Leader of the House.
What's the right of reply on the mover? I get a right of reply. That's the process. Thank you. Just 3 quick responses to issues that were just raised by the Manager of Opposition Business. First of all, he had a quote from me referring to a bill that had only been introduced the day before. Well, I don't know how that's relevant to this debate. I just don't get the connection there to this debate. So I'm sure there are other quotes to pick, but try to pick ones that are vaguely relevant to what's in front of us is my suggestion. Second thing, the example was given about the difference in consideration in detail. What used to happen wasn't that you got 10 minutes to speak on an amendment, wasn't that you got 5 minutes to speak on an amendment. It used to be, when he was sitting on this side, you didn't even get to move the amendment. It wasn't even put to the House. So if we have come up with a mechanism which allows there to be a mover moving amendments, many of which we will not agree with, but they get to move them, they get to explain why, there can be discussion in the House before the vote, and the House gets to make a decision. We make no apology for that. We make no apology for using a democratically elected House for democratic purposes. But the final thing I'll say, for the examples he just gave the game away at the end, where he said we should just keep the normal processes, 15-minute speeches. You know what that means? It means we don't make a decision this month. It means we don't make a decision next month. It means what they are asking for actually has nothing to do with procedure. They have spent 9 years wanting to make sure that we don't make a decision on action on climate change. And right now, the only reason they are opposing the debate management motion that's in front of us is because it says we're going to make a decision on action on climate change this week. That's what this motion decides. And those opposite, go for it. If you want to vote against making a decision this week, just know, I don't know what message you thought those opposite were given during the election campaign, but it's an odd one to listen to the Australian people and say, oh, what they're wanting is for us to continue to delay acting on climate change. It's a strange message to be hearing, a very strange message to be hearing, particularly when you consider the seat that the Manager of Opposition Business represents. But if you want to vote in a moment that we don't take any action on climate change this week, go for it. It's your democratic right, and I will always defend the democratic rights of members of this chamber, even when they are so determined to be wrong.
Order. I put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the member for Griffiths to make a personal explanation.
On indulgence, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to apologise to the House. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the vote to the chamber on the Restoring Territory Rights Bill this morning. I just want to make it very clear that I fully support the bill, and apologies again. Thanks.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Climate Change Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting, the question is that these bills be now read a second time. And I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Almost 8 months ago, on the Friday after the last sitting of 2021, the now Prime Minister and his Minister for Climate Change and Energy stood up to announce the emissions reduction target that the government seeks to legislate today. With great fanfare, the then opposition leader announced, and I quote, "Labor's plan to create jobs, cut power bills and reduce emissions." He lauded not one but 2 targets backed by, and I quote, "the most comprehensive modelling ever done for any policy by any opposition in Australia's history since Federation." There were 2 targets. 2 targets. 1, an emissions reduction target, and 2, a target on prices. Now, they say it was fully costed, but, and again I quote, the now Prime Minister said, "It will see electricity prices fall from the current level by $275 for households by 2025, at the end of our first term." I draw the House's attention to the words "from the current level" and "at the end of our first term." Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's promise to cut power bills appears in the first sentence of Labor's Powering Australia plan, the policy document that they now seek to legislate. The same promise to cut power prices by $275 appeared on the ALP's official website, on social media tiles and Labor's election advertising. Now, the words that Labor had chosen in its policy document and throughout the campaign were very deliberate ones. They always spoke about reducing people's power prices in conjunction with reducing emissions, as if the two would always go hand in hand. Together, they form the promise of this government. Now, of course, we know that Labor won the election, assuring people that they would solve cost-of-living problems, problems that have only compounded enormously since they came to office. When asked how a new government could ease cost-of-living pressures, the Prime Minister, his Deputy Prime Minister, his Treasurer and his Energy Minister, many more in Labor's ranks, responded with that same promise. Labor will reduce emissions while cutting household power bills by $275, they said. It was the most tangible example of cost-of-living relief that the Labor Party offered. But that all changed last week, Deputy Speaker. That all changed last week. In the first question time, on day 1 of business for the 47th Parliament of Australia, the Prime Minister confirmed what many started to suspect. He would no longer stand by his promise to the families of Australia to cut their power bills by $275.
Massive broken promise.
This abandonment of Labor's election commitment, coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, came on the very same day that Labor introduced the legislation that is now before the House. Now remember, Labor's policy consisted of those 2 targets, one for emissions reduction of 43% and one for price reduction of $275. But one of these targets is missing from the bill. Is it the $43 that's 43% that's missing, or the $275? Of course, the $275 target, poof, gone, miraculously disappeared from Labor's commitment. Now, in his second reading speech, the Energy Minister couldn't even bring himself to address the issue of prices, not once, let alone that commitment, that promise of $275 for households. Now, the bills, as the House would know, require the minister to make an annual statement on the progress towards meeting its climate change policies. You might think that the requirement of the minister would be stated in the bill to also refer to prices, the impact that the implementation of its policy will have on prices for households and for businesses. But again, nothing there, Deputy Speaker. Absolutely nothing whatsoever in the requirement for the annual statement that relates to the economy or prices. Now, there is a requirement also for the Climate Change Authority to consider progress towards the climate policies. But is there anything there about the Climate Change Authority looking at prices? Nope, nothing in there either, Deputy Speaker. If the Prime Minister and Minister's abandonment of the promise to reduce prices for Australian households and businesses was not enough for people in the Labor ranks to realise there was a problem, well, last week's release of the ACCC report should have set off the alarm bells. Now, this report tells us, Deputy Speaker, that energy prices are going to stay high for at least 18 months. Based on the feeble response from this Prime Minister and his resources and energy ministers to date, I regret to inform members of this House that those high prices are likely to persist for much, much longer than the ACCC is forecasting. And this is simply because the government is not taking action. The government will not deliver electricity reductions. It will not deliver on its plan to reduce electricity prices. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy won't even get on the phone to the gas companies to safeguard his first election commitment. It should be his #1 KPI, but he refuses to act. And that is because the minister does not believe in gas. That's well on record. Plans to invest in new gas pipelines and supply are, according to the minister, BS and a fraud. He simply won't tell the gas companies to get more gas into the system. And I'll remind those opposite that supply is the answer to high prices. More gas into the East Coast market will disconnect domestic prices from overseas prices. But this legislation surrenders all negotiating levers. And here's the rub. If this government can't get gas prices down, then it has no hope of achieving its electricity price target. And it will be on them, Deputy Speaker. It will be on the government as people and businesses pay more for energy. But this legislation goes further than that. The bills ensure that investment in opening up new gas supply to get prices down and to safeguard our energy security will never come. The Prime Minister, this minister and his government have capitulated to the Greens at the very first opportunity. There are no safeguards in these bills for consumers and energy users, none whatsoever. But wait, says the minister, this legislation will give business certainty. The certainty it will provide is if you are a traditional emissions-intensive industry, then the only certainty you have from this legislation and from this government particularly if, let's say, you're in agriculture, is that Labor's not going to help you. This government will not support you, and they're happy to see your prices go up. Don't go to Export Finance Australia seeking support to tap into new markets overseas. Not if you're an energy-intensive business. Don't approach the Northern Australian Infrastructure Fund for debt financing or equity. Don't approach Infrastructure Australia to seek prioritisation of new infrastructure projects. Why? Because you'll be behind a queue of less emissions-intensive projects, probably in urban areas, because these bills place requirements on these agencies to ensure that the target of the government is taken into account when they are now doing their business. So what does this also mean for households and large businesses? Well, for supermarkets, bakeries, butchers, manufacturers, aluminium smelters, the only certainty they have is that the government has abandoned its promise to cut power prices in the middle of a global energy crisis, no less, just 8 months after adopting very specific targets to deliver price reductions. And this carries to every single small business right across the country that is the lifeblood of so many communities. The government promised to reduce prices. They have reneged. They are introducing climate change legislation despite the fact their own policy states that it should include price reductions. Our traditional energy and resource industries, our agricultural industry, even the development of a new critical minerals industry aren't the priorities for this government. Go elsewhere is the message of this government, and take with you the jobs, the capital and the opportunities that would otherwise come forth. Deputy Speaker, I have very serious concerns about the unintended consequences of this bill, and I will come to those in a moment. But there is something else that honourable members of this House should not be fooled into believing, and that is that these bills are about a 43% emissions reduction target. They are not. They are not. How the Senate or the House of Representatives deal with these bills won't make one iota of difference to this country's 2030 or 2050 targets, because they have already been formally adopted by this government under the Paris Agreement. One of this government's first acts in office was to draw up a new nationally determined contribution, NDC, the formal statement of Australia's commitment to a target. They've already finalised it and communicated it to the United Nations nearly 2 months ago on the 16th of June. Our nation's targets are already now set. It's 43% by 2030, regardless of the views of anyone in this parliament, the media or the community. Now, this explains why the minister has been at pains over recent weeks to be telling the Australian public that this legislation is in fact unnecessary. And that is because, well, 43% is already the target for Australia, and this legislation will have no impact on it whatsoever. So there is something, though, that we need to make clear, Deputy Speaker. If this legislation is not so much about the number 43, then why should we be concerned? We should be concerned because there are problems with the legislation. The issue here is not the number, because that's irrelevant to the debate. The minister's told us that. The issue is with the legislation itself. Now, in their rush to introduce this to the parliament, the Prime Minister and his Minister for Climate Change and Energy haven't thought through the second and third order consequences of the legislation. Experience overseas shows that when you legislate emissions reduction targets, you risk handing control over projects, not targets, to activists, otherwise known in some spheres as green lawfare. But in an effort to do a deal with the Greens, to give the Greens just enough to secure their support, this government has overreached. It has overreached by introducing new restrictions on the exercise of Commonwealth executive power, which is exactly what the Greens like. Restrictions on executive power by way of restricting government's ability of decision-making, prioritisation of Export Finance Australia, Infrastructure Australia and the NAIF. They've done this innocently entitled Consequential Amendments Bill. That is where these changes lie. The bill makes the achievement of Australia's 2030 targets and reducing global emissions an objective or function of 14 different agencies and statutory schemes. We have to remember, Deputy Speaker, that we cannot continue to be reducing the ability of EFA. If EFA does not have the flexibility to invest in infrastructure projects, including, let's say, in the Pacific, such as the new fuel terminal in Fiji, we put at risk our national security objectives. Do you think other Pacific powers would hamstrung themselves, as this government is suggesting Australia would?
I thank the member for Fairfax. His time has expired, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Remember when former Prime Minister Morrison called his own government a Muppet show? You remember that? Seems he was right about one thing, right? Because honestly, the member for Fairfax has just given 15 minutes of inventing his own reality. That was an extraordinary speech which had nothing to do with what we're debating today, the actual legislation and the facts of what is happening in this world and this country to the climate. You know, if you wanted to stand up in this parliament and announce to everyone that you're a muppet, you'd give the speech that we just heard. This legislation puts into place Labor's climate change policy that we took to the last election. I have to admit that for the first, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes of the member for Fairfax's speech, I thought maybe there was a chance he was supporting the legislation, because it did set out the fact that we put before the Australian people the most robust climate change policy that has ever been put to the Australian people, that has been modelled by one of the most respected environmental economic firms in the country, and we put it to the Australian people well before the election with all of the detail so that they could scrutinise it, so that they could understand it, so that it would be clear when we went to the election on the 21st of May that if they were voting for Labor, they were voting for real action on climate change. They were voting for an emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030, for 82% of the energy going into the grid to be from renewable energy by 2030, and for, by 2025, as the member for Fairfax pointed out, energy prices to reduce. Not in the first 9 weeks of this government, the first 9 weeks where, by the way, what did we find out? Oh, that's right, that the government that the member for Fairfax was a member of hid from the Australian people before the election a report about energy prices going up. I mean, it's extraordinary. That's right. Thank you. The member for Patterson reminds me they changed the law so that they could hoodwink the Australian people about the situation about energy prices under their government. And imagine coming into this parliament and railing about the amount of gas that's available in the domestic market and the price of gas, and having a crack at a government that's been in place for 9 weeks when 9 years, member for Fairfax, 9 years. If only you had have been part of a government that had the opportunity to act on these things. If only. You clearly would have solved all the problems. It's just extraordinary that here we have an opportunity in Australia for the first time in almost a decade for people to come into this parliament and say to those school children who are up there watching me speak, we have your future in our minds. We have your future at the forefront of the decisions that we are making about how we deal with emissions, so that you can live in an environment when you're our age that somewhat resembles the environment we got to live in when we were your age. For the first time in a decade, members in this parliament have an opportunity to come into this place and say to the school children who are up there in our electorates, we have your employment future at the forefront of our minds. We are thinking about how to give you the opportunity to have well-paid, interesting, secure jobs in a renewable energy industry in Australia, which makes us a renewable energy superpower and allows you to work in a way that gives back to the community as well as supports you and your family. Imagine, Deputy Speaker, having the opportunity to come in here and talk about these things, to talk about the future of these children, and instead come into this parliament and invent your own reality, pretend the last 9 years where there were 22 energy policies, none of which were implemented, never actually happened, and give a speech for 15 minutes that not once mentions the reality of climate change and the impact of emissions on our environment, on our health, on our jobs and on our future. Imagine squandering that opportunity. I really hope that the last person to do that in this parliament, in this debate, is the member for Fairfax. But I have a sneaky suspicion, he might just be at the head of the cavalcade. The cavalcade of people that apparently did not listen to what the Australian people were telling them on the 21st of May when they turned up to vote. When the Australian people voted for 77 members of this place to be from the Labor Party that took a comprehensive climate change policy, when the people of Australia voted for a crossbench that campaigned on action on climate change and reduced the Muppet Show to a small group of people on the other side of the chamber, maybe you'd sit for at least a moment and think to yourselves, perhaps we're on the wrong side of history here. I mean, maybe they did, and then they thought, oh, I know how we'll fix it, we'll bring in nuclear energy, which blows everyone's mind that has ever thought about it deeply for any period of time. I did come here wanting to give a really positive speech, but obviously the member for Fairfax ruined that for me. This is truly a moment in history. There aren't that many times, if we're all honest, in this parliament when we're debating legislation and issues that can fundamentally change the course of future, not just for our communities, not just for our country, but for our contribution to the region and the world. There are not that many opportunities. Well, there were none in the last 9 years whatsoever. But this is one of those opportunities. This is not about ridiculous things like green lawfare. And it shouldn't be about politics. It should not be about politics, and you can smirk and be smug all you like, but you are sitting on the wrong side of the chamber, and it looks like you're going to be sitting on the wrong side of history, because this is about the future.
Order.
Use the correct titles when referring to members of parliament.
Order. I think that is appropriate that people are given their correct titles. Thank the member for Dunkley. You can continue.
Thank you very much. This is a moment in history. Everyone in this chamber, everyone in the Senate has the privilege of having the opportunity to be on the right side of history. It's a privilege, it's a responsibility, it's an opportunity to listen to what the Australian public have been saying to us and to act in the way they want us to act. I campaigned hard on Labor's climate change policy in my electorate. I talked about the climate emergency and reducing emissions and a cleaner, better future. I talked about the employment opportunities that will come from becoming a renewable energy superpower. I talked about the fact that we can have a modern economy and be part of changing the course of the future for the better. And that's what my community voted for. That's what they voted for. And that's what this legislation will deliver. You know what this legislation also does? It imposes accountability on government and this parliament that we have never seen before. The member for Fairfax raised that the minister has talked about the fact that this legislation isn't necessary to set a target. Well, of course it's not. You know, we had all sorts of vague targets under the last government. You know what this legislation does? It holds the government to account for getting to that target. That's the part of the legislation he didn't talk about. He didn't talk about the part of this legislation that says that there has to be an annual address to the parliament by the climate change minister to ensure that the parliament of the day is required to update the parliament and the country on the progress we are making to meet our climate goals. This legislation includes a mechanism to hold governments to account, including our government, because we believe in accountability and we believe in transparency, and we believe that if you say to the Australian people, we are going to do something, then you get held for account about whether or not you do it. Now, the Climate Change Authority will assess and publish progress against our targets and will advise the government on future targets. A Climate Change Authority that has expertise and responsibility and that will be restored to what it was meant to be after the damage that has been done to it over the last 9 years. Reasonable people can have a debate where they don't agree, and not everyone comes into this place with the same views about what the science says. But you can't anymore stand here and say that the science is wrong about the impact of the changing climate. You cannot live in our country and see the devastation of the bushfires and the floods. You cannot see the weather events that are supposed to be 1 in 100 years happening year after year with an intensity and an impact that is greater than we have ever seen before, and deny that the amount of carbon going into the atmosphere is impacting our climate, unless you invent your own reality. And we weren't sent here to invent our own realities. So I urge every member of this parliament to think about which side of history you want to be on, to think about how you will be viewed in the decades to come when the young people who are sitting up in that gallery watching this debate and the young people in our community are our age, and they are looking back at the decisions that were made that impacted the environment and the jobs and the economy that they inherited from us.
I thank the member for Dunkley. The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Climate Change Bill 2022. I welcome the government's initiative in bringing this bill forward as a priority for this parliament. We need to lock into law Australia's commitment to net zero and a process of accountability on how we will get there. But let's be clear, this is not a comprehensive legislation to address climate change, and certainly not detailed as the climate change bill that was tabled in the last parliament by myself, and that enjoyed the support of so many areas of our community. This is a climate targets bill. It is silent on mechanisms to achieve the targets. It is silent on requirements for the government to conduct climate risk assessments and table adaptation plans to meet those risks. It does not include a ratchet mechanism or consecutive budgets to set a clear roadmap to net zero. It heavily relies on the Paris Agreement, which I would argue can be disrupted by geopolitical conflicts, and so could impact that process to net zero. What this bill does, let's be very clear, it sets into law the government's commitment to achieve 43% emissions reduction by 2030, and I will address the shortcomings of that target in a moment. It sets into law a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. It provides for the minister to report annually to Parliament on progress towards those targets. And it provides for the minister to seek advice from the Climate Change Authority more regularly, with a minimum of once every 5 years, and provides for, and I should say in respect to the Climate Change Authority, it needs an overhaul. What we've seen is a loading of the Climate Change Authority with too many from the fossil fuel industry rather than climate scientists, and we need to make sure that we don't have within that authority vested interests pushing a further reliance on gas rather than scientists focused on global warming. Also, that there is provision that the operations of this bill will be reviewed within 5 years of it passing. The Consequential Amendments Bill implements the need to consider climate change in 14 other pieces of legislation across different portfolios. And this is incredibly important because this is where you start to get down to the detail. And I do have some issue that in some circumstances it's a question of some bills may consider this legislation and the impact of climate, such as the NAIF, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Funding. It also yet fails to include the EPBC Act, our Environment Protection, Biodiversity and Conservation Act. So I think it will be incredibly important to understand where those consequential amendments are and to ensure they are effective. But I welcome the commitment in the explanatory memorandum of the bill that the minister will conduct continuous reviews over the next year to identify and incorporate the implications of the climate change bill into additional associated pieces of legislation. So much has actually been achieved to date. The engagement from the minister with the members, and if I may describe some of my fellow crossbenchers as community metro independents for trying to move away from the media's obsession with Till, it has been very welcome and unprecedented in my experience so far in this parliament. Along with these fellow independents, we've embraced the opportunity to improve this legislation through collaborative efforts with the government and the minister. We've wholeheartedly have we engaged in this process, and we've been able to insert some key language in the bill from the initial draft that the House is now considering prior to the bill being tabled. Elements inserted reflect concerns that have been raised by our communities and those who have voted to put us here, specifically that the objects of the bill should reflect that science is the driver for emissions reduction, and the goal of keeping warming to less than 2 degrees and ideally to 1.5 degrees needs to be based on scientific advice. The government has agreed to insert a note in relation to clause 10 of the bill to reflect that 43% is a floor, not a ceiling, i.e. a minimum ambition, and that the wording in clause 10(6) to clarify that the nationally determined contributions must be more ambitious than the previous NDC. We need to make sure we keep progressing. We cannot slip backwards. The government has agreed to insert greater clarity around ministerial reporting requirements and introduced a new section to the bill which reflects the need for a review of the efficacy of the legislation within 5 years. And I should say, and I welcome, that discussions are continuing with the Minister to continue improving some of the elements some more. And I anticipate that further amendments will be moved at consideration in detail to reflect this. I will keep a close eye on the progress of the review of the Consequential Amendments Bill to ensure that not only are all necessary associated acts and bodies captured, but also that those added and existing acts considered include language strong enough to drive genuine action. May is not good enough. We need must consider climate impacts of projects. So there are some things missing. What I said at the outset, this is not quite the full climate change kind of legislation that I feel should be tabled. Some of the areas that have been missed that could be strengthened include that we have a requirement for national risk assessments and requirement for the government to produce adaptation plans to ensure that we address risks and keep our communities and way of life safe. A requirement for the Minister to set emissions budgets regularly to provide individuals and business and industry with the certainty that is needed to drive investment. A requirement on the Minister to produce detailed plans, sector by sector, on how and where emissions reductions is going to be achieved, in particular from energy, from transport, from industry, from agriculture, from our built and residential world. There are so many sectors that need to be impacted and that need to progress, and we get stuck all too often on the debate around energy. And importantly, and it is missing in this legislation, the need to consider the transition for workers and communities that will be most impacted by the transition. For some traditional industries and jobs will go, and so they need a plan, and that plan needs to be a minimum 5 years out to have a chance at that transition. We also know that communities are incredibly exposed, and they need to adapt as well. Changing and increasing disasters are making those communities unsafe. That way of life, their economies, everything comes to a standstill. Nevertheless, this bill is very important. It is progress towards genuine climate action, which was one of the key drivers for me entering politics in the first place. The major parties did not even recognise in 2019 the need to commit to net zero by 2050, so I welcome the shift that occurred during the course of the last parliament. I would say community voices have been effective in demanding greater action and commitment. Global warming is the greatest challenge of our time. We've been on notice for over 50 years, or 30 years clearly, yet failed to find the political will to implement the solutions. It's in stark contrast to the way the world mobilised around CFCs and the hole in the ozone layer. We've had this warning on global warming, and yet this complete political inability to act. We must not be the generation that had all the facts but failed to act. So many in our communities want to see change. We have an obligation to our planet, to our children, to future generations to do everything within our power to limit global warming. The Prime Minister and the government are settling for 43% emissions reduction by 2030. I would say motivated not by science but by politics. So I urge the government to increase its ambition. I accept that the government has heard in some way our calls, as they in the language of saying that it is a floor, not a ceiling. But more needs to be done. We have constant reminders of the need for action, be it the bushfires of 2019, the multiple flood events this year, the rising sea levels already impacting the islands and the Torres Straits, battering our coastline, in particular the East Coast, bleaching events of the precious coal and coral at the Great Barrier Reef, heat waves and temperature records being broken time and time again. We cannot continue using up global carbon budgets. It's a compounding system, and what we do in this decade is incredibly important. Significant emissions reductions must be achieved this decade. The State of the Environment report released last month found that we are in a rapidly changing climate, with unsustainable development and use of resources. The general outlook for our environment is deteriorating, and the government made much stoke of that report, but now it needs to act on recommendations that actually give effect to the concerns. The environmental decline affects the well-being of Australians. Changes are already baked into our climate. Immediate action with innovative management and collaboration can turn things around, but the government must find the political will to do that. It will have support from communities like mine, like Warringah. We want to see ambition on this. For every 1 degree of warming increases humidity by 7%. It increases the strength and frequency of storms and floods that ravage and devastate our communities. The International Energy Agency, a body founded for fossil fuel extraction, developed a roadmap to net zero by 2050 and released it last year. It said that we need to rapidly transition and that there can be no new coal, oil or gas projects approved if we are to achieve a net zero ambition. I urge the government and the Prime Minister to accept and hear that advice, because the government continues to fall short on this, refusing to stop approving more oil, coal and gas projects. They argue these projects are mostly for export and will not impact Australia's emissions reduction targets. But I would say this is the drug dealer argument, that somehow we're not responsible for damage caused by fossil fuel exports down the road. It ignores that the ultimate purpose of the Paris Agreement is to limit warming. Emissions and impacts do not recognise or stop at borders. Disasters will not discriminate. We will all be impacted by the choices the government makes. The latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report showed that current global policy put the world on a course of at least 2.1 degrees of warming by 2100, and possibly as much as 3.9 degrees. And we know Australia is predicted to warm more than the global average. We should transition rapidly. This shouldn't really be a debate. Our duty has to be to our children and future generations to ensure they have a prosperous economy, business and way of life. Because for all those that worry about the economic impacts, I say, communities ravaged by floods and bushfires are not economically productive. You do not continue operating businesses. Everything comes to a standstill. The cost is huge. Over the last 3 years alone, disasters have cost the budget over $10 billion in direct assistance and immeasurable other impacts. We can't even begin to put a real price and real cost on people's lives, emotions, the stress, the anxiety, the pain caused. The displacement for communities who don't know if it is viable to remain living where they are. The frustrating part is failing also to position Australia as a world leader in the new economic opportunities in the clean energy world. So many in Warringah and around Australia are frustrated that we're being held back from this transition. This bill will go some way to drive confidence and investment. The global capital pool for investment is over $1.7 trillion per annum and growing, and Australia is missing out on that due to policy uncertainty. So the first step of this is to be able to do that. I promised the people of Warringah that I would continue to be a climate leader, to push for greater ambition, to work with the government and encourage them to be more ambitious. There's a 5-step plan that clearly shows a sensible roadmap to net zero. Because when we talk of raising cost of living, which is big at the moment, huge impact on households, we have no hope of reining in costs of living impacts without climate action. Just think, food, fuel, insurance. Climate disasters are the major contributor to cost spikes in all those sectors. In the last 3 years, we've seen that just absolutely blow out. And so it is entirely disingenuous to raise costs of action against the imperative of why we need to do it. So I welcome that and I hope that we are going to legislate these targets in this parliament. I urge the government to focus on transforming energy to 80% renewables by 2030. We need to clean up transport, modernise industry, regenerate Australia. We have to stop cutting down trees. It really is that simple. So I congratulate, and I welcome this legislation, but I urge greater action.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as a little girl at Urambi Primary, myself and my classmates learnt about the need for action on climate change and the fact that it was a human-generated problem that we could address. And I've spoken before in this place about the fact that my classmates and I never would have dreamed that at this point in our history, many, many years later, I would be standing here in a parliament crying out for urgent action on climate change, that we would be in a parliament that was essentially doing nothing. So I'm incredibly proud that today, as part of the new Albanese Labor government, this is one of the first pieces of legislation we're moving in our first sittings to enshrine in legislation our ambitious climate targets. And I'm incredibly proud that I finally get to give a speech in this place that is about actually taking that climate action, actually doing it. It is a great moment, and I do it on behalf of all the constituents in Canberra who have raised this issue with me time and time again. Even this morning, before coming in here to vote, I was out the front meeting with a group of young people from the Australian Youth Climate Coalition who were handing me some letters that they have written about this. And it is very much for future generations and for young people that we need to take this urgent action for our future as a world, as humanity. One of my constituents, something that really stuck with me was when one of my constituents said to me that, and she was a mother of three, said that her children feel and their friends feel that the adults have let them down. And again, I am so proud that today we begin climate action as a government, and it is an incredibly important step. Because we finally have a government that is willing to face up to climate action as one of the most pressing issues and urgent issues we face today. This legislation will create certainty and send the message that the government has a stable and clear policy. It will end 9 years of wasted opportunities and failures by 3 Prime Ministers and 22 abandoned energy policies. And I thank all the members whose hard work and determination in the face of cynical politics over the past decade have brought us here today. Let's hope that this bill marks the death knell of a decade of inaction and the treatment of climate as a political football. Because in the words of United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, we are facing a code red for humanity if we don't act now. An intergovernmental panel on climate change report found that even in its most ambitious scenario, which the world is failing to stick to, global warming would likely hit 1.5 degrees Celsius around 2035. The IPCC report said many of the effects of that warming had particular relevance to Australia. Sea levels around Australia, which have already risen higher than the global average, are set to continue rising. Fires are projected to get worse and more frequent, and fire seasons will last longer. Heavy rainfall and river floods are projected to worsen across Australasia, and droughts will also worsen. The State of the Environment report released by my colleague, the Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek, last week revealed that since the early 20th century, average Australian land temperatures have already increased by 1.4 degrees Celsius. Australia contributes approximately 1.2% of global emissions of greenhouse gases, and this places us among the top 15 total emitters, and we are among the world's largest per-person emitters. Australians know this, and they have made it very clear at the election that they want a government that will tackle this challenge head-on with urgency. My constituents in Canberra have been very vocal in their desire for real climate action, and I'm happy to be delivering on our promise. The need for action has become all the more urgent as we are now living through the effects of climate change. Record-breaking droughts, bushfires, floods, storms or other extreme weather events are becoming more and more common. And in the last 3 years, we've had one of the worst droughts on record. It was so severe that in 2019, the Murray-Darling experienced its lowest water level on record. Then, of course, there were the Black Summer bushfires, and I have spoken about this many times in this place. Canberrans will never forget the choking smoke that blanketed Canberra for weeks. Canberra's air quality was hazardous for 34 days over a 2-month period. We had the worst air quality in the world. It was a genuine health crisis in its own right, which I'm not sure how well known outside of Canberra it was, but our city was essentially shut down for many of those days. And the advice was to stay in your home and use air conditioning if you had it. And of course, many didn't have access to it. And the advice for many was to relocate if you had underlying health conditions or if you were a pregnant woman, and of course many couldn't do that either. People were wearing masks before that became a commonplace thing because of COVID. It was certainly a very difficult time for all in the region, and one that my constituents won't forget. The long-term impacts of that are difficult to measure, but for the mothers who listen to the choking coughs of their infants, that trauma will remain. Nationally, the fires burnt through more than 8 million hectares of native vegetation. It is estimated that 1 to 3 billion animals were killed or displaced. 3,000 homes were destroyed and 33 people lost their lives. Then the fires turned to floods. Thousands of Australians have been forced to flee their homes and more than 24 have been killed as the East Coast Australia recorded record rainfalls and flooding. People are still piecing their lives together. Overseas, we are seeing record-breaking heat waves and fires in Europe and North America. This is the effect of the climate crisis in action. But it isn't just our climate that is hurting Australians. We are also being hit with the economic cost of the policy paralysis that we have seen over the last decade. The community is crying out for the energy policy certainty necessary to move forward from the tailor-made energy crisis currently hitting the hip pockets of Australian families. The proof of the power of renewable energy can be seen outside this House, right here in the national capital, which 2 years ago became the first city outside Europe to run on 100% renewable electricity. In fact, the ACT is the only jurisdiction in the national electricity market where prices will drop. While the rest of the country is bracing for soaring energy prices as a result of the former coalition government's policy vacuum, Canberrans will save an average of $23 a year on their electricity bills. In comparison, across the border in New South Wales, power bills are expected to jump by between 8.5% and 18.3%. Imagine what could be achieved with a little national leadership. And we know because we have modelled it. Our policy is based on the most comprehensive modelling that an opposition has ever done on any policy issue. Upgrading the electricity grid will fix energy transmission and drive down power prices by providing the country with more renewables, more transmission and more storage. Firm renewables are the cheapest form of energy. Getting more renewables into the system will put downwards pressure on power prices while also reducing Australia's emissions. Labor understands that climate action is good for the planet, good for future generations, good for households' budgets and good for Australia's prosperity. The fact that this bill is before the House in our very first sitting fortnight speaks to Labor's commitment to doing our bit globally in the fight for a more habitable planet. Australia is out of the naughty corner and back at the international table. Globally, our reputation has been damaged by the past decade of denial and delay on climate change and the subsequent chaos on renewables and energy. This bill ends that lost decade by giving business, industry, energy investors and the wider community the leadership and certainty so desperately needed. They want certainty so they can invest in Australia, in renewable energy, No longer will they have to worry about a change of policy at the last minute, like we saw time and time again over the last 10 years. This bill enshrines into law our target of 43% emissions reduction on 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. It's important to note that these figures are based on what we modelled with that incredibly comprehensive modelling, what we can achieve. We didn't work back from a target. This is incredibly ambitious. This will be a lot of hard work, and Labor is up for that task, as are Australians. A 2030 target of 43% has received broad support, including from the Australian Industry Group, the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Clean Energy Council, the Australian Conservation Foundation, the Australian Council of Trade Unions and the National Farmers Federation. This support is so important because the issue of climate change has been politically toxic for a decade. It's time to end the climate wars and get on with action. As the Chamber of Commerce and Industry said, the passing of this legislation is essential for delivering energy certainty to Australian businesses. Businesses get it, environmentalists get it, unions get it, farmers get it. It is an ambitious target and charts a credible path to net zero. And it presents Australia with a once-in-a-generation chance because the world's transition to renewable energy is our economic opportunity. Australia can be a renewable energy superpower by harnessing our solar, wind and skilled energy workforces. We can drive clean manufacturing and energy exports in our region, and Labor will put that opportunity within reach. Our Powering Australia policy will deliver 604,000 jobs across the country and get us to 82% renewables by 2030. I really can't understand anyone who doesn't recognise just how ambitious that is. It will spur $76 billion of private investment. While legislation is not essential to deliver our targets in Powering Australia plan, which we'll get on with anyway, legislating the target is international best practice. It's important to give the certainty that I've spoken about, and it's also important to hold governments accountable, including ours, because we believe in accountability. We want Australians to know how serious we are about this. This bill will provide the forward momentum and the institutional support needed for ambitious but achievable climate action. We know climate laws enable mitigation action by signalling the direction of national policy, enhancing regulatory certainty, creating focal points for social mobilisation and attracting international finance. We know this because the IPCC's 2022 Mitigation of Climate Change report recently confirmed that. And further, legislating our emissions reductions targets into domestic law keeps the promise we made to the Australian people to take action on climate change. It will bring Australia into line with countries such as France, Denmark and Spain that have legislated net zero targets for 2050. Countries such as Canada have also legislated their 2030 target. Our 43% 2030 target restores our international credibility and is comparable with other international partners such as Japan, South Korea and Canada. The 43% reduction is ambitious, and most importantly, we have the plan to get there. Our Powering Australia plan makes the targets achievable. Importantly, it also gives us the chance to overachieve. This is a floor, not a ceiling, and we have said that from when we first announced this policy. If we can do better, we will. But we need to recognise just how ambitious this is. We are really catching up on a decade of lost time. And as I say, as one of the world's greatest emitters per person, this is no small task, but is one that we are absolutely and deeply committed to. My hope and Labor's is that this bill will spark the momentum that we need to work with industry, states and territories and the Australian people to achieve even greater emissions targets in the coming decade. This is a crucial decade. We are running out of time. This bill will embed the 2030 and 2050 targets in the objects and functions of key clean energy entities such as ARENA and the CEFC, and of agencies that help shape Australia's future such as Infrastructure Australia, Export Finance Australia, the CSIRO and the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. This will focus those key agencies to help them contribute to achieving net zero. Importantly, after a decade of deceit and dishonesty, this bill will help rebuild trust in government by restoring transparency and accountability in government action on climate change, and confirms the important role of independent expert advice. Transparency and accountability will be returned by requiring the Minister to report to Parliament each year on Australia's progress towards meeting the targets set in this bill. Deputy Speaker, I urge every member of this House to get behind this bill and support this. It is well past time that Australia put in our legislation our deep commitment to achieving these targets, and I think that's something that every member of this House would want to be a part of. Thank you.
I thank the member for Canberra. The question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As many in this place are aware, I've long advocated for legislative reform that adequately accommodates our international and moral obligations to address climate change. In the last parliament, I was pleased to second the private member's bill by the member for Warringah. But like many attempts to constructively address climate change, that bill was not debated. To the dismay of Australians, successive governments have consistently failed to act. Put simply, we've been living in a political wasteland with respect to climate change the entire time that I've had the privilege of being the member for Mayo. And it's been incredibly frustrating, and I would also say heartbreaking, when we lost a very good Prime Minister 4 years ago, a casualty of the climate wars. We've known for several years of the need to act decisively to make sure Australia is in the best position to transition and embrace the plethora of opportunities that a green future presents. We need to set up ambitious targets to drive investment and take up clean technologies. The Australian community want us to act, and I know that from personal experience, from the countless emails I receive and from the community events I've hosted in my electorate. The business community of Australia also wants and needs long-awaited certainty. They want a framework that enables them to plan and invest for the future. Mr Speaker, this bill is not perfect, but it is a responsible step in the right direction. This bill limits emissions reductions to 43% by 2030. Such a target is less than the 50% that I and many others in this place were seeking. We were seeking a little more ambition, but despite these limitations, the bill provides Australia with the first real opportunity to meet its international obligations and contribute to the global effort currently tackling climate change. It restores our reputation among our neighbours and those across the globe. Importantly, this bill provides us with the comfort that finally, after years of political indecision and argument, we will now have legislative targets and mechanisms to enable Australia to meet its moral and international obligations. At the last election, the people of Australia made a very loud and clear statement. They want their lawmakers to act, and they want them to act without delay. And there is a reason for this. Everyday Australians are experiencing the impact of climate change. Everyone can remember the horrific summer bushfires of the 1920 summer. My community experienced this firsthand, the devastation of intense and fast-moving fires across the Adelaide Hills and Kangaroo Island. Fires on Kangaroo Island were the largest in the island's recorded history and burnt more vegetation than any other fire on the island. After starting on the 20th of December 2019, the fires were finally declared under control over a month later, on the 21st of January 2020. The carnage from this event was significant. 2 people lost their lives, 56 homes were destroyed and hundreds of other buildings, including a large ecotourism facility, were damaged. 23 firefighters were injured and 2 CFS fire trucks were damaged. The fires burnt over 211,000 hectares, almost half of the island, and through one of South Australia's most important ecological sites, the Flinders Chase National Park. The park is home to the endangered Kangaroo Island dunnart and the glossy-backed cockatoo. The fires killed an estimated 25,000 koalas and destroyed the habitat of numerous other animals. In the Adelaide Hills, also on the 20th of December, we experienced a major fire at Cuddly Creek. The fire spread rapidly, threatening the townships of Mount Pleasant, Springton, Palmer, Mount Torrens, Harrogate, Inglewood, Gumaracka, Lobethorn, Woodside. The fire went on to burn 23,000 hectares and resulted in the death of an elderly man and the destruction of 84 homes and more than 400 outbuildings and 292 vehicles. In the lead-up to these fires, South Australia had experienced dangerous fire weather conditions with strong winds, low humidity and higher temperatures for several days. Nearly the entire state recorded its highest ever accumulated forest fire danger index for December. On the 20th of December, the conditions were horrendous. The state had already sweltered through 4 days of extreme heat, 49.9 degrees Celsius in the west of our state and 43.9 degrees in Adelaide. More than 200 bushfires started that day and required more than 1,500 firefighters to respond. 31 firefighters and 2 police officers were injured. We were not alone in this. New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria all experienced significant fires, such that the Insurance Council of Australia declared the fires a catastrophe, enabling related insurance claims to be processed more quickly. The national value of the catastrophe was $2.32 billion from over 38,000 claimants. Experts advise that climate change is increasing and frequency and intensity of bushfires will continue to happen. So we can expect that what we experienced in South Australia and around the country in 2019 and 2020 will continue unless we collectively act and all recognise that this is an urgent issue. Our country is lurching from one natural disaster to another, often with barely enough recovery time between disasters. Unnatural oscillations between fire and flood are now in overdrive. Floods on the east coast this year resulted in tens of thousands of residents evacuated from their homes and 22 lives lost. Brisbane received its largest 3- and 7-day total rainfalls recordings, and Mount Glorious received in excess of 1,170 millimetres of rain in a week. 30 locations across the southeast recorded more than 1,000 millimetres of rain. As of July 2022, the Insurance Council of Australia reported claims in excess of $5 billion, comprising of more than 230,000 claims. And on the 29th of October 2021, severe storms swept through South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania, causing again $839 million in damage and more than 100,000 claims. In the last 3 years alone, the cost of damage caused by fire, flood and storms has exceeded $8 billion. We often hear the argument that we cannot afford a reduction of emissions. What I would say is that we cannot afford to go through that again. We need to transition to renewable energy. We need to transition to electric vehicles. There is such opportunity here, and it's the opportunity cost from the failure of action for so long. Doing nothing has been reckless of this parliament, and it's incumbent on us, every single one of us, to do so much more, to be ambitious for our community. I look up in the gallery here today, and earlier when I was sitting here and up now, we have young people. They're coming in here to watch us, the decisions we make, expecting us to be considering their future. The decisions we make today will have an impact on their future long after we are no longer in this place. So I would urge everyone in this parliament to support this bill. It is not perfect, but let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. This bill is vitally important for our nation and for our kids' future. For the last decade, Australia has had a government that has used the issue of climate change as a political weapon rather than an issue that we need to come together to solve. The former government internally was divided and still is divided over this issue, with some espousing views representative of people who don't even believe that climate change is real. The former government spread fear and misinformation to deceive the Australian people about the state of environmental degradation relating to climate change. And the former government, their policies stifled investment in renewable energy, and they embarrassed our nation in an international context with policies that represented Australia not doing its fair share to combat climate change and to put in place policies to ensure that we reduce emissions in a domestic context. Well, Speaker, at the election, the Australian people said enough is enough. The Australian people know that climate change is real. They still feel the sting in their throat from the horrific bushfires in 2019-2020. Some of them are still dealing with the mould and the damp in their homes from the inundation in rain that we've had over the last couple of years. Climate change is having a direct effect on Australians and their livelihoods now. It is affecting Australian communities, and Australians see that their children's future looks rather bleak unless they have a government that will take climate change seriously and take stronger action. They want a government that takes this existential threat seriously and has the mettle to tell the truth to the Australian people about the real threat of climate change and, more importantly, to develop policies to reduce that risk into the future. Quite simply, the Australian people want stronger action on climate change, and that is exactly what this bill delivers. This bill is being legislated to ensure that we have a target for emissions reductions in the medium and longer terms here in the future. But the bill goes further than that. It also ensures that there is accountability to this parliament and to the Australian people for those commitments that are made in the legislation and by the government in the future. The bill also enhances accountability through an annual statement to Parliament on the progress made during the year towards achieving reductions targets, international developments, climate change policy and the effectiveness of the Commonwealth's climate change policies in contributing to the achievement of the targets. The bill also boosts transparency by requiring independent expert advice from the Climate Change Authority on the annual statements and future targets. The bill requires the Climate Change Authority to advise, for their advice to be public, and obliges the Minister to both take it into account and advice and formally respond to that advice. And it provides for regular independent review of the Act. And the bill also ensures that Australia keeps setting future targets that meet the requirements of the Paris Agreement to be a progression on our current commitments. So this bill represents the will of the Australian people for stronger action on climate change. And when it's coupled with the other policies that the Albanese Labor government took to the election, most notably rewiring the nation, ensuring that we adopt the principles of the Australian Energy Market Operator Blueprint for the infrastructure upgrades that need to occur to our transmission network to ensure that they can cater for additional renewables into the system, future-proofing that transmission network to cater for those renewables, investing in solar banks so that people who have typically been priced out of the market when it comes to access to solar energy, most notably renters and low-income households, get that access to renewable energy for their households into the future. We all know that batteries are the technology that are revolutionising the ability to store power generated from solar, particularly during the day and into the evening. But we know that they are expensive, and this government is acting to ensure that we invest in and community batteries into the future so that 10,000 households will have access to that storage capacity into the future. We're investing in energy apprenticeships. We want to make sure that Australians have the skills into the future to do the jobs of the future. And we all know that international investment markets, companies are now moving into the renewable energy space at the rate of knots. But we need to make sure that we have the skills capacity to deliver that revolution into the future. And our new energy skills program does just that. The previous government thought that electric vehicles were a political tool that they could weaponise and use against the Labor Party in election campaigns. We all remember the former Prime Minister Morrison saying that the electric vehicle will destroy the weekend. It will be the end of the day for tradies. We know that that's rubbish. The Australian people know that that's rubbish. And they know that car manufacturers are now moving to manufacture electric vehicles and are phasing out internal combustion engines for their fleets in the future. But the Australian people also knew that they weren't getting access to those electric vehicles under the former government because they were too expensive, because the former government never had a commitment to putting in place policies to promote the uptake of electric vehicles in Australia. Well, the Albanese Labor government is acting to ensure that we put in place the policies to reduce the cost of electric vehicles by removing some of the taxes that are associated with electric vehicles, but more importantly, sending a signal to international markets and to car manufacturers that the Australian government and the Australian people are serious about investment in electric vehicles into the future, and we see this as the future when it comes to vehicle transport in this country, and we want access to more brands of electric vehicles in Australia, and that is what our policies will do. We're also implementing a safeguard mechanism for the 200-odd biggest polluting companies in Australia that produce more than 100,000 tonnes of emissions each year to ensure that there's a mechanism in place for them to reduce those emissions into the future. Now, all of these policies, Speaker, will spur investment in renewable energy in Australia and provide us with the opportunity to realise the potential, the comparative advantage that Australia has that other nations don't when it comes to access to sunlight and wind to spur a renewable energy revolution in our country. Australia has one of the best environments for the use and the uptake of renewable energy of any nation throughout the world because of our long summer days and our windy coastlines. It's a comparative advantage that we should be taking advantage of, but we're not. We haven't been under the previous government. Well, these policies represent the new government and the Australian people taking advantage of that comparative edge that we have when it comes to our natural environment. This will also boost research in renewable energy and new technologies throughout this country. I'm very proud to have the University of New South Wales and the Advanced Centre for Photovoltaics based in my electorate. Now, UNSW, the technology and the research that is undertaken there is mind-blowing. Of all of the solar panels that are produced throughout the world, 90% of them have technology that is Australian technology and was invented, produced and commercialised at the University of New South Wales. Now, that is something that we should be enormously proud of as a nation. The solar panel and the technology in it was basically invented here in Australia. Yet the previous government didn't do much to promote that and to provide those opportunities for growth in that area. Well, that is changing, Speaker. Recently, the new minister, Chris Bowen, and I visited the University of New South Wales to announce $45 million of ARENA funding for the Advanced Centre for Photovoltaics to continue the important research that they are doing around improving the efficiency of solar panels throughout the world. And it is groundbreaking research. On several occasions they have broken the world record for conversion of sunlight into energy at the University of New South Wales. We want to make sure that a research institute like that, with such a proud record of delivering, can continue to innovate and deliver new technology into the future, and more importantly, that is backed by the Australian people and that is something that we can be proud of and promote, not only domestically but internationally as well. And finally, these new policies will create jobs. They will ensure that we are investing in the jobs of the future for Australians. Now, I want to also point out, Speaker, that these policies have rather large implications for restoring our international credibility and playing a constructive leadership role, particularly in the Pacific. For Pacific Island nations, climate change is viewed as the single greatest threat to the livelihoods of people living there. And climate change is a threat from which no one and no country is immune. The security implications of climate change are clear and cannot be ignored. That's why climate change cooperation is now a hallmark of the Australia-United States alliance. When the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence met with their US counterparts in July, both acknowledged the critical importance of enhancing diplomatic, economic and security investments in the Indo-Pacific, including addressing the threat of climate change. And that was reinforced during the Indo-Pacific Chiefs of Defence Conference co-hosted by the United States Indo-Pacific Command in Sydney last month and attended by military leaders from 27 countries. Discussions there centred on the security implications of climate change, as well as conflicts in the Indo-Pacific and Ukraine. And I was fortunate to address the closing dinner to that conference, and I highlighted the new era we're now entering of collaboration with our regional partners and neighbours, and in particular that the Albanese Labor government will ensure our relationships are underpinned by respect and a genuine partnership. And that goes to ensuring that we are partnering and working together, particularly within our region of the Pacific, on combating the effects of climate change. And it's important that we highlight that because it has deep ramifications for Australia's standing within the Pacific and in other international fora. And that is why this government is taking this issue so seriously. That is why we are legislating these medium-term targets and longer-term targets that are contained in this bill, but more importantly, putting in place the mechanisms to ensure accountability to this parliament and to the Australian people for the delivery of those commitments. And as I said at the outset, Speaker, this is all about ensuring that we take stronger action on climate change as a nation and that we are true to our kids' future and that we deliver them a cleaner, safer environment.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with joy that I stand in the House to debate the Climate Change Bill in 2022. This is a historic moment, and it is a pleasure that this is the first bill I will speak on as a member for the 47th Parliament. The issue of climate change is the reason I stood for Parliament, and it was expressed as the top issue of concern when I listened to the people of McKellar around their kitchen tables and at the polling booths. I feel a deep responsibility to push for the strongest laws possible. We have a responsibility to all current and future Australians to pass a bill which delivers strong action on climate change into the future. There has been a long record of failed attempts to get climate policy right. It has been a lost decade, lost to partisan division and the politicisation of an issue that should be a simple matter of science. But today is an opportunity to start moving our country forward again, to build a bright future rather than hanging on to the fossil fuel past that is killing us and our ecosystems slowly. We owe a debt to the future generations to pass this bill. What else are we here for? This bill is but one step, and we have many more steps to take, but this is progress. This remarkable moment would not have happened without the trailblazing of the member for Warringah. The bill we are debating today originated in 2020 when the Climate Act Adaptation and Mitigation Bill was introduced to Parliament. The member for Warringah's bill took inspiration from the UK Climate Change Act passed in 2008, which itself was inspired by a private member's bill that was moved by a UK crossbencher in the House of Commons. In the decades since the UK Climate Act passed, emissions have decreased by 29%, and they have put their debilitating debate behind them. In the UK, there is a multi-partisan consensus on the need for action. Their climate legislation sent ripples around the world. Now many countries have their own Climate Change Act. Australia is finally about to follow. For over 2.5 years, the member for Warringah persevered and prosecuted the argument for an Australian Climate Change Act. We are finally here. The government's bill enshrines Australia's greenhouse gas emission targets, 43% on the 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. It provides for annual climate change statements to be made by the Climate Change Minister to the Parliament and will confer new advisory functions on the Climate Change Authority, the government's independent advisor on climate policy. This bill will improve accountability, integrity and transparency in climate policy that has been sorely missed under the last government. It will ensure climate policy is best practice. I applaud the Minister for taking a collaborative and consultative approach to the development of this bill. It has set the direction and tone of Parliament. The government invited amendment suggestions from the crossbench, and I'm pleased that several of these proposed amendments have made their way into this bill. This is a new way of doing politics. It is what our communities have sent us here for, setting aside division to work together in the national interest. Experience has shown us that to make climate policy enduring, there needs to be multi-partisan consensus. The people of Australia sent a clear message at the recent election that they want concrete action on climate change now. Renewable energy is the cheapest form of electricity and the energy of the future. A transition to renewable energy and storage will lead to lower electricity prices for businesses and families across the country, and being generated here in Australia for Australians will lead to greater energy security. This bill will unlock private investment in the high-tech, clean energy and clean manufacturing sectors that have been inhibited by the uncertainty of the last 10 years. These industries will be the backbone of Australia's prosperity into the future. This bill has the backing of the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group and many others. Last week, the CSIRO released a report detailing the impacts of inaction on climate. We will see higher insurance premiums and food costs. And we are already feeling the effects of previously mismanaged energy policy, with Australian businesses folding under the pressure of skyrocketing gas prices. We must build accountability measures into this legislation to ensure future governments keep Australia on the right track for a strong future. I'm pleased to say that the crossbench, working with the government, has ensured that there are now some safeguard provisions built in. The crossbench has successfully prosecuted the argument for strong objects, a statutory review 5 years after 5 years and 10 years thereafter. A guarantee that the 2030 target will be a floor, not a ceiling. Clearer reporting and advice by the Climate Change Authority. But I told the people of Mackellar that I would fight for strong action on climate change, so the work is not yet done. The independent body tasked with providing advice and recommendations under this bill is the Climate Change Authority. Established under the Climate Change Authority Act in 2014, it was designed to be an impartial advisor to government. The UK Climate Committee, on which it is based, has been a circuit breaker, cutting through their divisive debates which risked stalling action. The Climate Change Authority was successful until the Abbott government cut staff, limited its mandate and never sought its advice. Over 10 years of coalition governments, it was stacked with friends of the party and vested interests. If we are to trust the advice of our authority, it needs to be unbiased. Those members with long histories working for fossil fuel companies should be moved on. The climate debates will not be over until our 2030 and 2050 targets are in line with the science and it's clear what we must do. The bill also lacks a target review mechanism that would allow for an increase in the ambition in line with the science if required. A review mechanism would ensure that the 2030 target is reviewed by the authority after 3 years and the 2050 target reviewed every time a nationally determined contribution is communicated. A target review mechanism would allow the minister to ratchet up the target in line with the advice via a non-disallowable instrument. There is also a lack of consequences in this bill for failure to meet the targets. Whilst the Coalition claims that this bill will open the way for litigation, that is not true. I would recommend a requirement similar to the one in the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act that if targets are not met, the government would be obliged to outline to the House the emergency steps they would take to overcome the shortfall. The bill also does not establish a legislative process for the effective policy-making on climate adaptation. We know that our economy and nature will be hit. We need to prepare now. Finally, the consequential bill extends the targets to the operations and functions designated under several other acts. This is welcome, but there are a few very large gaps. For one, it does not extend to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. This means the minister does not have to consider climate targets when assessing major fossil fuel projects. The government's 2030 target avoids 366 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. If all new gas and coal mines are approved and start running, they will cause 1,030 million tonnes of emissions domestically and over 11 billion tonnes overseas when the fuels are burned. Secondly, the targets do not extend to the Industry Research and Development Act. You may know that this Act, as one of the former energy ministers used to use to establish programs like the subsidies for fracking in the Beetaloo Basin and underwriting the New Generation Investment Program. Both had serious integrity issues and were not in line with our climate goals. And thirdly, the consequential bill does not compel agencies to act in accordance with the targets, only to take them into consideration. We can't forget that there are many local heroes from Mackellar who, through their consistent advocacy for climate action, have contributed to realising this moment of the bill. Greg Mullins, former fire chief and founding member of Emergency Leaders for Climate Action. Tim Silverwood, co-founder of Ocean Impact Organisation and created Take 3 for the Sea. Kat Kamali, who now works for Boundless, Mike Cannon-Brookes' philanthropic organisation. Oliver Hartley, commercial director of Everty, a provider of electric vehicle chargers. Sam Elsom, who established Sea Forest Australia, Doug McNamee, founder of Jolt, a provider of electric vehicle chargers, and Nigel Howard, who established the company Edge Consulting, which helps ASX 200 companies decarbonise. Deputy Speaker, the work is not finished. This bill is just the first step and will need amendments and refinements over the coming years. But to all the members of Parliament, as the former President Barack Obama said, and we've heard it before in the chamber, we are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. We need to look back on our time here and see that it was more than just time wasted. What will you tell your loved ones you did when the climate crisis began to dawn on us? Let's use this bill as a launching pad for more action. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for McKellar for her contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a big day. In this job, we stand up here to speak a lot. Most of the time you feel, or at least you hope, that what you're saying is being heard and that it matters. Not all of the time, but most. On Monday, I spoke about what a privilege it was to be able to represent the people of Cooper in this House. And I said that when your term comes to an end, especially even at the end of your life, you want to look back and say that you spent your time here with pride, that you made a difference, a genuine, meaningful contribution. Today, being part of the government legislating the Climate Change Bill feels like a moment I will remember. The Climate Change Bill 2022 and the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 are the circuit-breaker pieces of legislation which will kick-start our government's actions in tackling the climate emergency. These bills legislate Australia's emissions targets, 43% reduction by 2030 and a net zero by 2050. As my colleagues and the Minister and the Prime Minister have said, these targets are a floor. They are not a ceiling. They set the floor of our ambition in stone. For so long, when I've spoken to the experts, scientists, economists, researchers about what is holding Australia back from the rapid transition we've seen overseas, they've told me it's about providing certainty, sending a clear message to industry, to investors, to the public and to the world that we have a government that is serious about climate action, that has genuine ambition and that will put in place the policy settings necessary to enable such a transition. And as we carry out this work, we won't be engaging in policy on the run, policy by thought bubble of the previous government. We will be informed by the experts. The legislation will bring them back to the table by requiring independent expert advice from the Climate Change Authority when it comes to future emissions reduction targets and the actions we take to reach them. This advice will be public, and the Minister will be obliged to both formally respond to it and take it into account in decision-making. This has been sorely missing over the last decade. We saw a deliberate hollowing out of expertise from our public service under successive coalition governments. They chose to bury the evidence, ignore the experts and turn their backs not only on the dangers of climate change and the emissions that were happening on their watch, but also to the opportunities that come from good climate action. Our government is committed to returning transparency and accountability to this area. By requiring the Minister to make an annual statement to Parliament on the progress the government is making on climate change, governments can no longer avoid scrutiny. They will be directly accountable to the Parliament and to the people, and will have to explain the results of their action with reference to independent expert advice. These measures contained in the Climate Change Bill lay the foundations for Australia's climate action in the years and decades to come. Rock-solid foundations. They enable action and they bring certainty. They commit our government to emissions reductions and hold us accountable to get the work done. There have been conversations in the media as to whether it's necessary to legislate. What I say in response to that is, we want to get this right. We want to be beyond reproach, completely transparent, laying our cards on the table and committing future governments to doing the same. This bill achieves that, and I'm incredibly proud to speak in support of it today. The second bill, the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill, starts the work of rolling out climate action across the whole of government. We know in order to do the real work of tackling emissions and addressing the climate emergency, we cannot look at industries, sectors and emitters in silos. We need to take the whole of economy into account with a whole of government approach, embedding climate action and our climate targets in everything we do. As an Assistant Minister in the Health and Aged Care portfolio, I know this includes our health system. I was a founding member of CAHA, the Climate and Health Alliance, and have campaigned to reduce the emissions and waste from our health system for years, but also to raise awareness of the serious health impacts of climate change. So I'm pleased to be an Assistant Minister in a government committed to making climate change a national health priority and developing Australia's first national framework on climate change and health. This bill ensures we embed similar action in a number of other Commonwealth agencies and schemes. This includes the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, two agencies we fought tooth and nail to defend against years of coalition attacks. It just makes sense that these agencies should have the emission reduction targets at the core of what they do. It's madness that it's taken up till now to make it happen. Export Finance Australia, Infrastructure Australia, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility all have the targets inserted into the work by this bill. And importantly, it inserts work towards the Paris Agreement into the functions of the CSIRO, the Climate Change Authority and our climate laws. The previous government turned their backs on their obligations under the Paris Agreement. Under their complete lack of leadership, Australia was put squarely in the naughty corner by the rest of the world. I think we've all seen the reactions of world leaders to our Prime Minister since the election. Simply put, they are relieved. And what this legislation says to the world is Australia now has a government that takes climate change seriously, that knows the important role Australia has to play in climate action. And I think for all of us, for Australians, we now have a government we can be proud of. That's taking action. The swift action from the Minister and Prime Minister in updating our nationally determined contribution to the United Nations sent a strong message in our first days of government. This bill, which we're hoping to pass through Parliament prior to the next conference of the parties meeting in November, will be the next clear signal to the world that the grown-ups are back. I call on every member of this Parliament to work with us to make sure that happens. If you believe in climate action, you should vote for these bills. If you believe in ending the climate wars, you should vote for these bills. If you want Australia to return as a global leader in climate action, you should vote for these bills. I don't think I'm alone. In fact, I know that my electorate and communities around the country are behind me when I say that I want the division in this place and beyond to end when it comes to climate action. We need to start coming together. I'd like to commend the Minister for his work in bringing people together on climate action. This is no small task, but through careful consultation, he's done an incredible job, bringing unions, environmental groups and business groups, and hopefully our crossbench groups together to come behind these bills. He's done the legwork out in the community to put an end to the climate wars. I'd advise all members in this place from across the political spectrum to pause and reflect on the amazing amount of work that's been done in this place and on the opportunity we are presented with by this legislation. As I've said, it sets out very firm foundations from which we can leap, from which our government's climate action can move beyond. These bills deserve the Parliament's support, and I hope to see them passed with multi-partisan support. In passing these bills, we can confidently get moving on the massive task ahead. We find ourselves in an incredibly transformative period, particularly now that our country has a government with the will to tackle climate change head-on and to grasp the opportunity that climate action brings with us. By sending signals to Australia and investors that our government will back in renewables, will back in future technologies, low-emission technologies, we know we will be spurring investments in new projects. And that, of course, means jobs, new jobs, more jobs, good jobs. We know Labor's Powering Australia plan, which we took to the election, the most comprehensive climate policy of any party, will deliver 604,000 jobs. It's a huge and wonderful undertaking. Powerful Australia means massive investment in renewable energy generation, in transmission, and in projects that will reduce emissions from the industries that today contribute significantly. And it will empower individuals and families to adopt the low-emissions technologies of the future, like electric vehicles. The former government failed Australians by turning their back on these opportunities. Through their refusal to act, and for some of their members, the refusal to even acknowledge that climate change is real, they scared off investment, they squandered opportunities for the massive job creation we will see from Powering Australia. I've spoken to the companies who will deliver this technology. It's projects like the Star of the South, which were put on hold while the previous minister let the approvals collect dust on his desk. That's a project that is anticipated to deliver 2,000 jobs and around 20% of the energy needed to power the entire state of Victoria. And for pure political reasons, in order to continue stoking the tensions of the climate wars, the minister did nothing to get that project moving and to deliver those jobs for workers in Gippsland and across Victoria. I've also spoken to companies with solar farms that would have loved to expand, but they were already producing more power than the grid could handle. That is absurd. These are projects that were ready to go. They had the investment ready, they'd done the work, they had jobs lined up for communities. And yet the inaction of the former government squandered them. Today is a step forward for those jobs. Jobs for the communities that have powered Australia for so long, the communities who have the most to gain from the climate action we desperately need to take. In concluding, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to reflect on the campaigners who have worked so hard over the decades to get us here. I've said many times, both personally as well in this place, that the activists in my electorate provide a mountain of advice, expertise and strength to me in pushing for greater climate action. I cannot thank you enough. You all know who you are. From the members of my Climate and Environment Reference Group, to the Darebin Climate Action Now people, to the Tomorrow Movement activists, the school strikers, the Parents for Climate Action, our forest activists, our creek groups, the list goes on. And if I name individuals, I know I will forget someone and I'll never forgive myself. But thank you. The level of expertise and passion in my electorate for climate action, I think, is almost second to none. These bills and our party's strong commitment is a credit to each and every one of you. I know we are living in a climate emergency. I know how urgent it is that we take action, and so does this government. I've told you since I was elected that I would stand up for real change. Well, I stand here today as a member of the government supporting these climate bills that will begin to deliver that change. I've got to tell you, I'm just a little bit proud, and I can't wait to continue the work alongside all of you back home. Thank you.
I thank the member for her contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Speaker, I rise today to speak to the Climate Change Bill 2022 and the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022 on behalf of the people of the federal seat of North Sydney. Let's be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill does the following. It enshrines in legislation Australia's commitment to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and 43% by 2030 as Australia's nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. It also provides an annual statement to the Parliament on progress towards achieving those targets. In preparing this statement, the minister is required to consider advice provided by the Climate Change Authority and may take advice from other sources. If the election result of this past May, Mr Deputy Speaker, told us anything, it was that the people want faster action on climate change. It's been incredibly heartening to see the new government prioritise the development of this first piece of legislation. And having consulted with the North Sydney community, I believe these bills are an important, symbolic first step in what will be an exciting time of transformation for our country. As a constituent in Crow's Nest said to me, it is heartening for climate change to be acknowledged and accepted instead of being ignored and avoided. But to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a community we continue to want faster action on climate change, led by facts, not politics. This is the critical decade for climate action, and the decisions made in the next 3 years will fundamentally affect our children's and their children's future. We need a clear and actionable plan to reduce national emissions, guided by experts to achieve at least 60% by 2030. As an electorate with one of the highest concentrations of rooftop solar in the country, North Sydney is uniquely placed to both benefit from and inspire others to achieve a faster transition to 100% renewable and sustainable energy. As a community, we are already pushing for active collaboration between local councils and state government to make the federal seat of North Sydney one of the first net-zero urban energy zones in Australia, as we transition to a fully electrified community as quickly as possible. North Sydney will also fight to protect and enhance our green corridors, as these are fundamental to the nature of our community. We will do this by ensuring any infrastructure projects undertaken in our electorate provide solutions for the next century. Climate change and biodiversity loss are closely interconnected and share common drivers through human activities. Both have predominantly negative impacts on human well-being and quality of life. We must address both issues with urgency and recognise impacts happen simultaneously, and that projects must therefore be reviewed in light of their cumulative impact. Over the past week, I've actually consulted with the North Sydney community on these bills, and I have heard from households, health professionals, small businesses, company directors, parents and emergency service volunteers. And on balance, over 96% of my constituents who engaged in that conversation think we should support this legislation to get things started. To quote my constituents, this seems like a good start and a base for further improvements in the future. Or, we need to aim higher, but this legislation is a fundamental first step. And one of my favourites, it is the best we have had for years. It gives me hope. I've heard this message loud and clear from North Sydney to not miss the current opportunity to move forward, but I've also heard the message that we must keep pressure on to develop policies and a comprehensive plan to exceed the 43% target. In the space of the past few weeks, we've seen the Minister work constructively and in good faith with members of the crossbench to improve these bills. And what we will hopefully see pass in this place this week is a springboard for greater action and greater ambition to meet the size of the challenge ahead of us. I entered conversations with the Minister informed by principles of recognising the importance of scientific targets and ensuring that the current emissions reduction target of 43% is a floor, not a ceiling. I was guided by the principle that we must be able to ratchet up ambition in a sustainable way so that we meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement to pursue a limit on warming of 1.5 degrees. I was also driven by the principles of doing politics differently and taking politics out of the climate policy. I advocated for a multi-partisan approach, for example through the establishment of a joint parliamentary committee which reflected the new balance of power across the parliament, and for increased integrity and independence for the Climate Change Authority. The initial draft that was shared with me as a member of the crossbench some weeks ago relied heavily on putting parliamentary and public trust in the Climate Change Minister to do the right thing. The truth is, while that's admirable, it's not good enough when it comes to legislating positive change. And so I've worked with members of the crossbench and the Minister to increase the role of Parliament, all members of Parliament, to increase transparency and enable greater insight into what advice is being received from where and when. The amendments that I've fought for will help ensure parliamentary responsibility and accountability over the Minister's response to scientific advice that comes forward from the Climate Change Authority. This is how we will keep climate policy on track, regardless of which of the major parties may be in government. There remain several aspects of the bill and the government's broader climate policies which still urgently require action, which I'd like to briefly outline. Whilst the bill is an important symbolic first step, climate action must be enhanced by grounding longer-term carbon emissions reduction targets in science-based principles. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned countries that the current 2030 targets will ensure we hit 3.2 degrees Celsius of warming this century. This will devastate our economy and our environment, which is already reeling from the impacts of fires and floods. Australia, thanks to the action taken by the states, and despite the laggards in the last parliament, is currently already on track for a 37 to 42% emissions reduction by 2030. I do not want to see this government, this parliament, rely on that progress as an excuse to do nothing. We know that to align with the science and Australia's commitment to the Paris Agreement, the government must meet the long-term target of net zero by 2050 and urgently present a whole-of-government plan to decarbonise the Australian economy. A whole-of-government plan must include national adaptation plan in response to a national climate change risk assessment, the phasing out of subsidies for coal and gas, with no new coal and gas extraction projects, and ruling out biomass energy from burning native forest wood products as renewable energy. We must see detailed sector-by-sector emissions reduction plans for all sectors of the Australian economy, not just those covered by the government's pre-election policies of electricity, industry and carbon farming. We must have a plan for reducing transport emissions, which have been increasing up until recently. Australian cars currently run on some of the dirtiest and most emissions-intensive fuels in the world. Dirty fuel is particularly problematic for our North Sydney community, with some of the highest levels of traffic passing through our electorate every day. I will push this government to deliver legislated vehicle and fuel efficiency standards in Australia. The government must also address various fossil fuel legacies left behind by the previous government, including the composition of the Climate Change Authority Board, to ensure that it can provide independent, scientific advice and not be held hostage to the interests of the fossil fuel lobby. While the floor of 43% could definitely have been more ambitious, I believe that rather than focusing on what this bill is not, we should see it for what it is, an important signal to both our domestic and international markets on the direction we are headed. I am grateful to have had the opportunity to work with the government on this legislation, an outcome which would not have been possible if I had not been elected as the independent for North Sydney. We have a long way to go, and I will continue to advocate for the changes the people of North Sydney want to see, including pursue a cleaner petrol and stronger fuel efficiency standards for Australian vehicles. But at least the conversation and positive change is underway. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill delivers on our election commitment to Australians to restore national leadership on climate change. The bill is long overdue. It's an opportunity for Parliament to end the climate wars and affirm a national commitment to net zero emission targets. And I thank the Minister for Climate Change and Energy for introducing this significant legislation. Now, Australians voted at the election to end a decade of denial and delay on climate change. In my electorate of Corangamite, which includes the Great Ocean Road, the Bellarine and parts of Geelong, people were fed up with government inaction on climate change, the most significant threat of our time. They were frustrated by a government which had 22 attempts at an energy plan but failed to land any of them. People across our nation are concerned about the state of the environment their children will inherit. They worry about the changing weather patterns and environmental damage they see in their communities across the nation and the globe. A vacuum of political leadership federally has led to crippling uncertainty around investment by business and industry in energy transformation projects. Australians understand there isn't a day to lose on tackling climate change, yet under the previous government, Australia lost a whole decade. That's why it's crucial that we act decisively right now. It's crucial to ensuring confidence and producing certainty for industry, for investors and the wider community. Only confidence and unity of purpose will drive multi-pronged energy transformation. Our target is to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions by 43% on 2005 by 2030 and to net zero by 2050. It's backed by business associations, unions and environmental groups who've come together to support the government's emission targets. This commitment brings Australia into line with other nations, including France, Denmark and Spain, that have legislated net zero by 2050. The 43% target by 2030 is ambitious, but with the government's Powering Australia plan, it is very achievable. The 43% is a floor, not a ceiling, on Australians' emissions reduction aspirations, and it's been arrived at carefully, based on extensive modelling and the science. The bill sets out a plan for industry, states and territories and the Australian people to work together to reduce emissions in the coming decade and beyond. The comprehensive Powering Australia plan is central. It will deliver 604,000 jobs across the nation and bring renewables to 82% by 2030. It's part of the government's plan to make more things here in Australia. Reducing emissions and making more things here need not be mutually exclusive. We can do both. The Powering Australia plan recognises that our electricity grid is outdated and needs to be fixed. If it's to handle the move to renewables, the grid must have capacity for both large and small volume renewable energy to be fed to many locations and to be moved around the nation to where it's most needed. Manufacturing regions like mine in the Geelong region will have the opportunity to contribute to the grid upgrade and to other aspects of Powering Australia, creating new jobs, local jobs and new business opportunities. The wider Geelong region, which includes much of my electorate, has an enviable manufacturing history, great researchers, innovative, forward-thinking business people and a willingness to be at the front of innovation. I'm encouraged by the enthusiasm which businesses and local councils in my electorate are already having, and they're looking for ways to reduce emissions as part of their day-to-day operations. All they needed was a government willing to provide a plan, giving them the certainty and confidence to invest. Australia has the highest uptake in the world of home solar, but just 1 in 60 households has battery storage because the upfront costs are just still too high. This government plans to fix that for up to 100,000 Australian households by installing 400 community batteries across the country. Community batteries offer great economies of scale, better than household batteries, with lower capital installation and maintenance costs. They also store and distribute electricity more efficiently by allowing excess solar power to be shared with households unable to install solar. The Minister for Climate Change announced one such community battery will be installed to service the community of the Sands Estate in Torquay in my electorate. That community has extensively researched and understood the multiple environmental and financial benefits of having a community battery. Many other communities across the nation will similarly benefit from this program over time. The government has committed to allocate up to $3 billion from the National Reconstruction Fund to invest in green metals, such as steel, alumini and aluminium, clean energy component manufacturing, hydrogen electrolysers and similar manufacturing. I know that my electorate of Corangamite and the adjacent electorate of Corio are positioning to play a role in some of these opportunities. I recently brought together business, manufacturing, research and government leaders in my electorate to discuss the possibilities within the National Reconstruction Fund. Organisations like the Geelong Manufacturing Council, G21, the Geelong Regional Alliance, the Committee for Geelong, Deakin University and Regional Development Victoria. Our government is committed to reducing transport emissions. It's making electric vehicles more affordable so that families who want them can afford them and help reduce emissions. The government has moved to introduce a fringe benefit tax exemption to apply to non-luxury battery electric cars, hydrogen fuel cell electric cars and plug-in hybrid electric cars. Moving to cleaner fuel transportation is important. In Australia, transport makes up around 18% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and just 1.5% of cars sold here are electric and plug-in hybrid, compared to 17% in the UK and 85% in Norway. In total, there are only around 24,000 registered electric cars on Australian roads, of around 15 million total cars. The government will also work with industry, unions, states and consumers to develop Australia's first national electric vehicle strategy, and this will encourage Australian manufacturing of electric car components like batteries. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill also sets clear objectives and functions for a range of government agencies. It will ensure the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency are fully focused on contributing to Australians' emission targets. It will also require that targets be taken into account by Export Finance Australia and Infrastructure Australia and recognises the CSIRO's contribution. Transparency is at the heart of everything this government does, including climate change. The Minister for Climate Change will report annually to Parliament on the progress towards meeting our emissions targets. The government will also restore the role of the Climate Change Authority to provide independent advice to the Minister and to help inform public debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, the importance of everything in this bill comes into sharp focus when we see the real impacts of climate change. Internationally, we've seen raging wildfires in North America and record heat waves across Europe. Unusual weather events are becoming common within Australia. People in Queensland and New South Wales have been subjected to multiple devastating record-level floods. Homes are destroyed, crops swept away and lives taken. Fires have ravaged eastern Australian states over recent years, more devastating than ever. People of the Torres Strait are battling to stop their island homes disappearing under rising sea levels. Perhaps the most significant indicator of all that has happened recently relates to the State of the Environment report. This review, completed by scientists last year but held back by the Morrison government until after the election, shows some devastating impacts on environment. It found abrupt changes in some Australian ecosystems over the past 5 years. The health of Australia's environment is poor and has deteriorated over the past 5 years due to large part to the pressures of climate change. In my electorate, coastal communities are seeing the impact of rising sea levels on coastal erosion. Flood-prone, uninsurable areas on maps are creeping further inland. The people in my electorate are passionate and motivated about addressing climate change. I meet often with these groups who do wonderful, practical things to raise awareness and reduce emissions at a community level. They are surfers, they are mothers of young children, they are university academics, they are tradies. They care. These people care. My own climate challenge among local schools is a project that is now in its second year. The challenge encourages teachers, students and members of their families to take action in their school and at home to assess and find practical ways to reduce the carbon footprint of their daily lifestyle. People want to play their part, to make a difference. So too does the Albanese government. Together we can achieve real change. Deputy Speaker, in this place we deal with legislation on many important issues. However, there is no more important issue than addressing climate change. This bill resets Australia's ambitions, our approach and our commitments on reducing emissions to tackle climate change. That's what the people of Australia voted for at the election, and it is what we must vote for in this place. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by saying that I am so pleased that the first piece of legislation I will be debating is the Climate Change Bill 2022. This is an issue which is vitally important to me and to the people of Wentworth. Climate change matters to Wentworth. We care about it because of the impact that it has around the world and in Australia. Who can forget the devastating images of people wading into the ocean as their homes burned, or climbing onto their roofs as their rivers swallowed their houses? But climate change also affects Wentworth. We already see it. We saw it in the East Coast lows in 2016, where millions of dollars of damage were done to our coastal infrastructure. We saw it again this year, where our iconic beaches were again inundated by enormous waves. Extreme weather events will only get more prevalent under climate change, and Australia is the OECD country most vulnerable to it. And we know that we will see much more of that in the future. Our community will be hotter and drier, with the number of days over 30 degrees doubling by 2050. And we will see that, the other impacts that it will have across our community and our world. That is the future for Wentworth, for Australia and for all of us, unless we decide to act today and join in collective action across the world. We all have a responsibility to recognise that what our actions are doing to harm ourselves, others, and most importantly, and I say that seeing the students up there above in the chamber, to the future generations, because this bill and why I'm supporting it is because of you guys sitting up there. And we have an opportunity. Acting responsibly on climate isn't just about bearing a financial burden. It's about realising the financial opportunity that comes from changing how we act, from how our economy operates, and embracing innovation. For Australia is once again truly the lucky country. Australia is one of the sunniest and windiest places on Earth. A solar panel here creates 2 to 3 times more electricity than it does in Europe or Japan. We have lithium, uranium, nickel and many other vital minerals and resources that are vital for the decarbonised future. Australia is facing tremendous opportunity, one like any other, and one that we must embrace. I'm pleased to say that Wentworth businesses are already starting to embrace this, like Microtowel, whose founder lives in Wentworth, who has created contact that goes across planes and on ships to reduce the drag and reduce fuel consumption and reduce emissions. Let's come to the core of this bill. The core of this bill is that it sets out a target for Australia to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and formalises the government's and the Parliament's commitment to acting on climate change. This commitment is welcome and is long overdue. The previous target of 26 to 28% by 2030 was manifestly inadequate, and as an aspirational target, it was completely ineffective. Ineffective with dealing with climate change, ineffective with providing certainty or a framework business investment in decarbonisation. And that's absolutely crucial, and that's crucial to Wentworth, because businesses will be at the forefront of this change, but they need to believe that the Parliament and the people are behind those changes to make millions and billions of dollars worth of investment. And I believe that this bill does. And as the election demonstrated so clearly, ineffective in delivering on the community's expectation. The community's expectations have been clear for years, at least since the 2007 election, when both parties promised action on climate change. But for most of the last 15 years have been squandered, with responsibility for action left to state governments and local communities who have embraced the potential of renewable energy. The enthusiasm and action of local communities has been truly inspiring, and in Wentworth absolutely true. But Australia could have gone so much further and so much faster with federal leadership. Instead, we have wasted years and literally billions of dollars in inaction. So I welcome this government's commitment to action, but I want to be clear, this bill does not go far enough. This bill does four main things. It sets a 43% reduction target by 2030 and net zero by 2050. It requires the Minister to table an annual climate change statement. It requires the Climate Change Authority to provide the Minister with advice, and it requires independent reviews of the Act. I don't have any objection to the bill in principle, but I wish the government had gone further. In particular, I believe that the target is inadequate. A 43% reduction is simply not sufficient. It is not supported by climate scientists, who states the world that needs at least 50% reduction by 2030 to have a strong chance to keep warming below 2 degrees, and ideally 1.5. It is not supported by business groups, such as the Business Council of Australia, who have identified that Australian businesses can thrive under more ambition. Australian businesses can thrive under a 46 to 50% reduction by 2030, and is not supported by the community, certainly not the community of Wentworth. 43% reduction is a political compromise when we need political courage. The government has acted in good faith in negotiations on this bill, and I commend the government for that. And I will take them on good faith that the 43% target is a flaw to our collective ambition. The target is not enough, but what is most crucial is the policy and action underpinning the target to ensure that we exceed the target, that we deliver at least 50% reduction by 2030. That work will come, and I intend to be part of that work, to be a constructive voice that will at times push the government to go further and go harder than they might otherwise, to provide that political courage. I will work constructively with the government on risk assessments and mitigation strategies. We can't continue to spend 97 cents in every dollar of disaster relief focused on cleaning up the mess, and only 3% on the vital actions that is required by mitigation and adaptation. I will work with the government on transport emissions. We have the opportunity to bring in fuel efficiency standards that will not cost the public purse at a time when we have so much debt, but will unlock low-carbon and electric vehicle choices for Australians. I will be a voice that draws on my experience, the experience of my constituents, the passion of my constituents, and the experience of many experts around the country to ensure that we are implementing policies that stimulate innovation and investment, that support our economy, and that deliver the change we need. There are two other changes that I would like the government and the House to consider. The bill as drafted would require the Minister to make annual statements to the Australian Parliament about Australia's progress in reducing emissions, relevant international developments, the government's climate change policies, and the effectiveness of the government's climate change policies. My first change would require that the statement to consider the sectoral impact of policies. It's important that Australians and Australian businesses can see what progress is being made by each sector of the community, and that each sector of the community understands what are its responsibilities. I hope that this will be the foundation for the government to develop these sector-specific plans, setting out targets and measures that would provide certainty for business, investors and other stakeholders. My second change would require that the statement to consider the effectiveness of government's policies in general, rather than just climate policies specifically. This is a subtle change, but an important one. It will allow the Minister, with advice from the Climate Change Authority, to consider the impact of government policies which might be making emission reduction targets more difficult, such as subsidies for fossil fuel industries. Transparency is vital in this parliament, and this transparency will help inform the public debate and allow voters to take an informed view on the full cost of the government policies in relation to climate action. I believe these changes are reasonable and sensible and will help us make progress towards our emission reductions. I hope the government and others in this place will seriously consider supporting them. Finally, I'd like to talk about the consultation process for this bill and thank the Minister and the rest of the crossbench for their engagement. Again, I think of the students up here watching us, and I think that they are looking for a parliament that comes together and collaborates on one of the most important issues of the day, And so I'm really pleased and delighted that this is an example where the government has acted in good faith and I think worked really effectively across the parliament. Through this collaboration, we have got the acknowledgement in the bill that the target is a floor, not a ceiling for our action. We have linked the bill back to the science of climate change, which is absolutely crucial. We have strengthened the accountability that the minister must show Parliament, and we have ensured this bill will be reviewed periodically. I hope we will see much more of that collaboration in this 47th Parliament and set a high bar for this country and for future parliaments. In conclusion, I will be supporting this bill. It is an important first step, the first real step in far too long, but it is not enough. We need more action. We need risk mitigation strategies. We need adaptation plans. We need greater action on electric vehicles. We need to stop putting public money into fossil fuel subsidies and thoughtlessly expanding the number of gas and coal mines without paying heed to the impact on the world. We need to move to the future, not to the past, and bring our communities with us, all those communities around Australia, however you're impacted by this bill. And we need strong accountability mechanisms to ensure the government is adopting the right policies and to ensure those policies are comprehensive and effective and are accountable to the people in this parliament and to the people of this country. And I, for one, will be holding the government to account and ensuring that they take the next step and the one after until our country is finally in the place it needs to be. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Wentworth and I wish her well in the 47th Parliament. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I can't tell you how good it feels to be in this chamber today speaking on this bill. After my time in the previous parliament, when time after time I had to come into this chamber and point out how the Morrison government was failing us all on climate change. After sharing my electorate's frustration at a decade of Liberal national governments, not just inertia, but outright obstruction to climate action, more interested in running a culture war than protecting our future. And so that's why it feels so good to be in here talking about a bill that puts in place the framework for the transformation we have to make for all of our futures, to get a renewable future and the jobs and the industries and the clean energy that will come from that, and of course the livable planet. It is a really big task and we don't have much time to do it, but I am confident that we will do it. And the minister has been very clear in his speech here, in his public statements, that we will work constructively with those here in the parliament and elsewhere who want to help us do that. And it has been important to hear from so many members today about how they are willing to work constructively with the Albanese government to get on and do this work. I know there are people who say that 43% isn't enough, and I do hear that argument. It's not falling on deaf ears. But I say that if we can achieve more, that will be really important. It is important to recognise it's a floor, not a ceiling. But we can't do any of this if we don't actually start the work. If we keep quibbling, if we keep arguing, if we keep delaying, we don't start the work. And we know that business wants to get cracking. We know that state governments already are. And what has been standing in their way has been federal government obstruction from the previous government. In fact, we've got groups coming together like the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Energy Council, the Australian Conservation Foundation and the Australian Institute of Company Directors, quite a diverse group of interests there, all coming together to recognise and say that the lack of a settled policy is what is hurting Australia at the moment. So we have to get this framework in place and we have to start the work. We can't continue to delay. And on that note, I would really urge those opposite to consider their role in providing a settled framework for Australia. Don't get distracted by starting a new culture war around nuclear. The work's been done. Some of your own members did the work in an inquiry 2 years ago. It's a distraction. Let's get on with it. Let's get on with the renewable future that could be there for all of us. That opportunity is what's in front of us. Don't let that slip you by. So this bill will be really important in transforming our country, and I think when I reflect on what I hear in my community and that frustration that I mentioned earlier that so many people feel after a decade of inaction, what this bill will show people is that it's Labor governments who do the big reforms. We did it on Medicare, we did it on the NDIS, and now we'll do it on climate action and making sure that this country is powered by renewable energy. With this bill today, we are demonstrating that climate is one of our biggest priorities. And as the Minister has said, tackling climate change is going to make an enormous economic contribution for our country. This is going to be a transformation that brings us new industries, brings us jobs, and in the areas that have traditionally been reliant on fossil fuel production. Australia should absolutely be at the forefront of the transformation to renewable energy. That's the opportunity that's in front of us. Not only to ensure that we're doing our part to tackle the crisis that the whole world faces, but to make the most of the new and emerging industries that will guarantee good, secure jobs for people now and into the future. And so this is one of the reasons why, as a government, we have worked so hard to get the support of the Australian people, to get ourselves into government so that we can make these changes and put tackling climate change at the top of the agenda. And I know for me personally, and I have said this to my electorate so many times, it is one of the main reasons I am in this place, to make sure that we do get on with this work, this huge transformation we have to make for all of our futures. We are running out of time for us, for our country, and for our planet. We must act on climate, and that is what our government is doing. It won't be easy, but we are getting on with it. Of course, the framework that sits behind a lot of this is our Powering Australia plan, which we took to the election, backed by extensive independent modelling and really well-detailed and well-thought-through policy that sets out how we are going to support this transition to renewable energy by investing in the transmission and storage needed to balance the electricity grill, and of course by leading to lower energy prices and, as I said, new jobs and new industries. 604,000 jobs, in fact, is what our modelling for that plan shows, and spurring $76 billion worth of investment across our country. And again, I know in my community many people are looking forward to the opportunities that will bring in terms of new skills they may be trained in, new job opportunities and new ways for them to lead their life. We will see parts of this plan rolled out in our communities. We've made a commitment to deliver community batteries and solar banks right across Australia, including one in the Belfield area in my electorate. And I very much hope that that Belfield battery will be just the start of my community and others making that switch to storage. I know there are many groups across Jagga who have been doing some work on the feasibility of having their own batteries. I commend them for that work. Keep talking to me about that. I'll keep advocating for us to get more batteries in Jagga. Of course, supporting $3 billion of investment in renewables and manufacturing and low emissions technologies through our government's National Reconstruction Fund, training new energy apprentices, new jobs. I know that my TAFEs in Heidelberg and Greensborough will be looking at the opportunity to expand the skills offering that they provide in that space. And of course, accelerating the uptake of electric vehicles. I am sure I am not the only member in this place who has many members of their community come to them and say, why are electric vehicles so expensive? What's the government going to do about it? Well, rest assured, we are going to do something about it. So, Deputy Speaker, it's been heartbreaking to watch this past decade of missed opportunities on climate. Every failure to act has cost us valuable time, and we don't have much left. So I sincerely hope that, after all this inaction, this is the parliament that gets on with it, that sets the framework, that makes sure that we are on the right path to the renewable energy future that we should all have, not just for our generation, but doing the work that parliament should do, where we look at what we're providing for the generations to come. This can't just be about what works for us in the here and now, it has to work for those who are to come. The climate wars have to come to an end. It is time for us to work together, to listen to what the country has told us, that they want us to work together, that they want us to get on with this, and to take climate action to switch to renewable energy. What better way for this place to demonstrate that we are all ready to do that than to support this bill that is before us today, to get on with the work. With this bill, our Labor government is making it clear that climate change is one of our biggest priorities. We will not let the chance to tackle climate change slip us by. We will not let the chance to create the jobs and industries of the future slip us by. We will feel the responsibility we have to this generation and future generations to act on climate change. We are showing that from the very start of this 47th Parliament, we will close the door on the past decade of inaction. I sincerely hope the climate wars have ended, because we do need our country to be able to work together to fully embrace action on climate change and fully embrace the transformation to our economy that will come with that. And it's on that basis that I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Jagga Jagga. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fairfax. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I call the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is Labor adopting a Greens policy. By reducing Export Finance Australia's flexibility, this legislation puts our national security objectives in the Pacific at risk. Do you think other Pacific powers have hamstrung themselves in this same way? No, not a chance, Deputy Speaker. This bill could also force Infrastructure Australia to prioritise less emissions-intensive public transport projects in urban areas over major road projects in regional areas, or new ports or airports. The experience in the UK, the United Kingdom, has seen activists delay the construction of Britain's new high-speed rail network, HS2. The experience in the UK has seen activists challenge the UK government's plan to invest in road maintenance and the construction of new roads, because this could lead to increased traffic and thus greater emissions. The experience in the UK has seen activists successfully delay the construction of a third runway at Heathrow Airport, delaying that construction for years. Now, that case had to go all the way to the UK's equivalent of our High Court before it was finally thrown out. These are the consequences of legislating targets. The bill before the House could also restrict the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, the NAIF, from supporting an expansion of our traditional export industries, particularly energy and agriculture. To that, no doubt, the Greens would say fine, because they don't like coal and gas anyway. But this legislation will also hamper the development of clean energy industries too. Take the example of critical minerals processing. The former coalition government prioritised the development of new critical minerals processing projects as part of the government's $2.5 billion modern manufacturing strategy. But critical minerals processing can be harmful to the environment. It is also energy intensive and therefore emissions intensive. So what does that mean? If you apply the same rules Labor and the Greens would like to apply to coal and gas to new critical minerals projects, how could these agencies support projects that increase Australia's emissions? The problem is they are seeking to legislate something that will hamper not just Australia's competitive advantage, but progress with clean energy technologies. If they apply that rule, which they are suggesting they are, then suddenly critical minerals processing comes under question. And, Deputy Speaker, at a time of heightened volatility and uncertainty in the Indo-Pacific, with rising interest rates and a stalling economic recovery under this Labor government, not to mention a global energy crisis, this is absolute madness. This Prime Minister and his Climate Change Minister have been so focused on the politics, they've forgotten to think about the consequences of this legislation. The Coalition, for our part, we remain absolutely open to sensible policies that reduce power prices and support economic growth while reducing emissions. When we were in government, we exceeded our emissions target despite not legislating them. When we left office, emissions were lower than ever before, at more than 20% below 2005 levels. We reduced our emissions faster than many of our peers, Canada, Japan, New Zealand, just to mention a few. And as a reminder to the government that has walked away from tackling prices, the Coalition also drove prices down. Power prices dropped by 8%. Power prices dropped by 8% for households, between 10 and 12% for businesses, and that was just over the last term of the Coalition government. Yet the Labor government went to the election promising even lower prices, only to abandon that promise in week 1 of the first sitting of the new parliament. But the Coalition, at the end of the day, will not support legislation that puts our energy and national security at risk or our economy. Now, there are a range of other concerns, Deputy Speaker, that the Coalition has regarding this legislation, and that includes its lack of equity and balance. First, if the bills were equitable, they would account for the economic consequences of higher energy prices and their impact on Australian businesses, investments and jobs, along with the households and families and the basic way of life for everyday Australians. But these bills do not account for any of these things. What the government must not forget is that when power prices rise, they disproportionately impact those who can afford them least. In other words, if Labor does not accept that economics need to be taken into account with these bills, then surely they must consider the moral consequences of what they wish to implement. Labor's policy to achieve the objectives laid out in these bills also require the construction of new facilities and transmission lines across the country. These will have a direct impact on countless local communities, including in the Minister for Infrastructure's electorate of Ballarat. And yet the bills before the House lack any requirement for the Minister to report to the Parliament on how the implementation of the government's policies affects these communities. There is no requirement for the government to take into account the effect of implementing these policies on regional communities or even agricultural land. Secondly, if these bills were balanced, they would reflect a technology-agnostic approach that encourages free enterprise, promoting entrepreneurship, research and development. Sadly, however, the Albanese Labor government has abandoned the technology investment roadmap process and the cost reduction targets that the former coalition government put in place. This is what you get from the Albanese Bant government in the bills that we see before the House. The new government has also removed any references to reducing the cost of new and emerging technologies from its NDC. Indeed, much of the investments initiated by the former coalition government are now under review. The Labor government has no plan to reduce the cost of deploying new and emerging low-emissions technologies. And it's not just the balance of technologies that count, Deputy Speaker. It's also the balance of burden, the economic burden that is to be carried. Labor's policy to achieve the objectives laid out in the bill include applying punitive penalties against selected sectors of the economy and, by extension, to their communities and their workers. I'm not just talking here about Labor's proclivity for increases in taxation, as reflected in the changes they plan to make to the safeguard mechanism. Not content with removing safeguards from the bills, Labor has actively removed all safeguards from their updated 2022 NDC. This government and this minister are actively avoiding scrutiny. Deputy Speaker, when you consider all the possible adverse consequences of this bill, it makes you wonder why the government wants to introduce legislation that it has itself called unnecessary. Seeking to reduce emissions without accounting for the economic impact, the price impact on businesses and families is foolishness of the highest order. And it represents a derogation of duty on the part of the government. The Coalition has initiated a review of its climate and energy policies. Any new emissions reduction targets or policies to achieve them that the Coalition takes to the next election will reflect the latest economic developments and emissions projections. They will also account for the role that new and emerging technologies could play in an Australian context. A least cost approach to reducing emissions means that all technologies must be on the table. That includes carbon capture and also advanced nuclear power technologies, both of which feature in the United States, the United Kingdom, the EU's plans to get to net zero emissions. To summarise, if I may, Deputy Speaker, Labor has made it very clear that they will not honour the commitment they made to the Australian people just over 2 months ago. We have already learnt in this first sitting of the Parliament their intention to break a promise of reducing power bills by $275. This is the Albanese Labor government's first broken promise. They went to an election with a climate change policy that included two parts: a 43% reduction in emissions and a $275 reduction in power bills. The Parliament opens. They furnish, they table their legislation to enable this climate change policy. but there is no mention of price. There is no mention of that economic consequence, making this legislation effectively a broken promise. Also, Deputy Speaker, we know that this bill is not about the target, it's not about the 2030 target, because the 2030 target of 43% has already been set by the new government. The United Nations has been informed. This bill, no matter how people vote on it, will not have one bit of difference, will not make one iota of difference to the 43% target that has been set by the government. It's completely at the prerogative of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to change that target, and they have. So this is not about the target. It's not about the 43. This is about the legislation. And Labor has caved in to the Greens, and in doing so, it is prepared to put at risk communities, projects, jobs, intellectual property staying in Australia. This is what they have at risk. The consequences of their consequential amendment bill is a scary prospect, Deputy Speaker, and one the government has not thought through. This ultimately is a legislation that comes as nothing more than a political stunt. The Coalition will always support policies to bring down emissions, but we will not do it where we compromise our economy and our national security.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Fairfax. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. When the Minister for Climate Change and Energy canvassed this bill at the Press Club a few weeks ago, the first thing he said was that this bill was not required for the Labor Party to implement any of the policies that they took to the election in regards to emissions reduction and lowering power prices. That really says it all as to why we are here having this debate right now and what the motivations are around this legislation that the government says is not required for them to put in place any of the policies that they took to the election. And I certainly look forward to them putting in place and honouring the policies they took to the election in this area, in particular their promise to lower the average household electricity bill by $275 per year. I'd like to make a few very clear points when it comes to the importance of climate change and emissions reduction in this country and globally. The first is this. Every serious political force in this country is committed to achieving net zero emissions by the year 2050. Some perhaps are saying before then, but 2050 is within the global frameworks, Paris of course, and every major political force. The Liberal Party has a policy which we took to the last election to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The National Party has that position. The Labor Party, now the government, has that position. The Greens have a position to get to net zero. I won't speak for individual independents, etc., but every major political force is committed to that. That is not up for debate in this debate or, frankly, in any of the debates leading towards policy positions around climate change now and towards the next election. That is very clear. It's not about if, but about how. How do we get to net zero emissions in the time frame outlined in a way that is environmentally and economically responsible? The second point I'd make is that that was a position from my side of politics that we arrived at in the last term of the parliament. That was making a commitment as a coalition, as a Liberal Party and National Party together, to achieve net zero emissions by the year 2050. And I was extremely heavily involved in that within the processes of my party to convince my colleagues and to be a part of that process to lead to the commitment that Prime Minister Morrison announced and took to the Glasgow COP26 conference in 2021. And I'm very proud of the role I played within my party towards achieving that position, because it's one that's important, it's one that I believe in, it's one that my electorate wants to see achieved, and it's one that is important for the planet. And it is an inherently conservative value to be a conservationist and to care about the environment and this planet that we live on. That is an inherently conservative value. It's one that I hold. And the first significant world leader to put the challenges of climate change on the record was Margaret Thatcher. I don't think Margaret Thatcher has any crisis of confidence from anyone as far as her credibility and bona fides as being a genuine conservative goes. So the 2050 position is clear. It's my own values, it's the values of my electorate, it's the party position of my party, of the coalition, and all the senior, significant political forces in this country. That's not what the debate is now. It's about how are we going to progress to achieve that. And we need, in this side of politics, in the Liberal National Party side, we need to make sure that we are taking to the next election a very clear centre-right policy approach to reducing emissions in our country across the various timelines that are significant in these international agreements. 2030 is one, but 2035 will be upon us very soon under Paris, and obviously everyone needs to outline exactly how we're going to achieve that pathway to net zero by 2050. Now, I look forward to, again, like I did in the last parliament, in being a part of achieving a policy position in my party of net zero by 2050, in again being a part of achieving a significant policy, suite of policies that we take to the 2025 election around how what approach we will take towards emissions reduction for both 2030, what our target will be for 2030. We will have a new position on 2030, what our target will be, and 2035 and beyond. And I very much look forward to being a part of that, because I believe and I'm committed to ensuring that the Liberal National Party coalition has a strong centre-right political set of solutions to the challenges of achieving net zero by 2050 and the milestones along the way. Part of that absolutely must be considering all options. And one of those options, which all of the major economies around the world who are committing to 2050 and taking aggressive targets in the medium term as well, all of those major economies have nuclear as a part of that approach. The United Kingdom, Europe, the United States, Canada, etc., etc. Nuclear in Japan, right across the world. And that is baseload power. Nuclear is baseload power that is emissions-free. Baseload power that is emissions-free. And all of those nations with aggressive emissions reduction targets have nuclear as part of that solution. How can we possibly say with a straight face that we want to get to net zero emissions in this country by 2050 and equally at the same time not say we should look at one of the most significant sources of baseload emissions-free electricity generation? It is absolutely ridiculous to say that we are not going to have a discussion and a proper look at that as a potential part of the mix when it comes to us achieving net zero by 2050. Now, I've followed the nuclear debate in this country and internationally for a long, long time. In South Australia, Jay Weatherill, the Labor Premier of South Australia, called for a Royal Commission, established a Royal Commission into the entirety of the nuclear cycle. And he said, I want us to look at nuclear. I want us to look at mining more uranium in South Australia. I want to look at moving along the supply chain of uranium. I want to look at further processing of uranium in South Australia. I want to look at generation. Jay Weatherill, the left-wing Labor Premier of South Australia, wanted to look at generating nuclear energy in South Australia, and he wanted to look at taking the planet's high-level nuclear waste and putting it in a dedicated facility in South Australia. Jay Weatherill, the Labor left Premier of South Australia, he initiated a process and wanted to have a look at that, and that occurred. Rear Admiral Kevin Scarce, the former Governor of South Australia, became the Royal Commissioner, and they did that body of work. And frankly, post that, the process that Weatherill set up around citizens' juries, etc., to take the outcome of the Royal Commission any further was a failure because of him and his government. And I don't necessarily support elements of what he was trying to do anyway. But the point is that it is ludicrous for us not to be looking properly at nuclear. The economics have not stacked up in the past, particularly in this country, and that's because in the past we've never had a debate about the abundant use for electricity generation of fossil fuels like coal. The Latrobe Valley and the Hunter Valley, co-located to the two great metropolises in this nation, Sydney and Melbourne, have abundant coal that can be mined and generated on-site into electricity, sent down the poles and wires into the businesses and households of this country, particularly in those major centres. But if we're going to get to net zero by 2050, that is not a possibility into the future, and that's why nuclear has not stacked up in the decades past, and even now it is extremely expensive. It is extremely expensive. So that's fine, because we'll determine that in this debate. We will determine in this debate whether or not, when we look at this properly, when we understand not just what nuclear's capability is now from an economic point of view, but what it might be into the future as technology continues to develop, then we will discover whether or not it is an economically viable solution to the mix of generation into the future. But how is it that those that want to decarbonise this country and the planet can't stomach and won't tolerate the concept of part of the energy to replace emitting generated energy being emissions-free generated energy? Why is it that they say that can't come from nuclear? And furthermore, if that's the case, why aren't they saying that to their friends in the other countries of this planet, particularly in Europe and North America, that are using nuclear and absolutely will be using more nuclear as they proceed to get towards their target of net zero by 2050 or whatever their targets may become or change to into the future? It is just appalling that there are some in this debate that want that but aren't prepared to have that discussion, and are not prepared to have that discussion. So that needs to be front and centre in this debate. I am very disappointed that this has become a political point-scoring exercise instead of a genuine opportunity for the government to be focused on implementing the policies that they took to the last election to achieve the targets that they laid out. This bill doesn't have anything to do with that, and they should be focused on implementing their policies, particularly the cost-saving in their policy of $275 a year on household electricity bills.
I thank the honourable member for Sturt. The question is that this question be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. And before I remark on some of the ridiculous things that have been mentioned by those opposite, I do want to take this moment to just stop and appreciate. For the first time in a decade, this place, the People's House of Representatives in Australia, is taking an almighty step forward when it comes to tackling climate change. That is a moment that we are all, and I certainly am extremely proud of, to be a part of a Labor government delivering climate action as we said we would. And what we are seeing is government and Australia exactly as the Australian people asked for, to be collaborative, to work across political divides and to try and get outcomes to benefit the Australian people. And what we are seeing and what is going to happen is that we're going to see a number of people, not just in the government but in the crossbench and in the minor parties, support this piece of legislation in this place and in the upper house. This will become an act of law, and I couldn't be prouder of the fact that it took a Labor government to help bring forward significant climate action in this country, and I thank each and every member for the way in which they have constructively engaged in this bill with the Minister for Climate Change, who has done an outstanding job of bringing forward this bill and bringing forward Australia's credible position as a global player to tackle climate change. And while all of that is going on, while this country takes an almighty leap forward in tackling climate change, in legislating the targets that we took to the election, in legislating the policies of transitioning towards renewable energy, while this parliament takes a proud and direct step forward as part of the international community, together with our Pacific nations, our friends and family, and all of the communities who have been affected by climate change, there are some in this place who are parking themselves out of the debate, who are dealing themselves out of climate action, and who are deciding that they don't want to be a part of the solutions. And they are becoming increasingly isolated that these people have just watched their friends and colleagues, some people who I admired very much, who were members in the previous parliament, people of integrity and of capability, they have just watched them being completely eliminated out of this place, and they have ignored every single lesson that the Australian people have sent them. And I don't say this out of any great sense of winning or anything like that. It doesn't bring me any joy that this is still some sort of ridiculous partisan divide, that the economics and the politics of this are not settled, that those opposite are still dealing themselves out of progress. Australia does not get served by the attitude of dealing yourselves out of climate change. The Australian people get served by this place working collaboratively between government and non-government members to try and get outcomes. And that is what this bill legislative changes. The first one is to legislate our emission reduction targets as part of our nationally determined commitments. We are giving certainty to the private sector that says we want the trillions of dollars that can be invested into renewable energy, into cheap, clean energy with dispatchable power. We are saying clearly that we want that in Australia, that there is certainty in the market, and that is what legislation provides. This bill also goes through making a number of amendments to existing funds that, like the Australian Renewable Energy Agency and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the North Australia Infrastructure Fund, that focuses government spending on the transition towards low emissions future. It is now a part of government focus and government agency that we are moving towards a low emissions future. That is what this bill enshrines in law. That is what those opposite are voting against. They're voting against the use sources and utilities of government to help invest and transition our economy into a cleaner future. And why is this not surprising? Because the last time that they were in government, they came into this place and tried to dismantle all of those instruments.
Thank the honourable member for McNamara. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the honourable member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to advise the House that on July 27, 2022, local legend John Kennedy, better known as JK, retired from the Life Flight aircrew as an officer. Now, John has been a pretty handy lifesaver. He was a great ski paddler. He is the husband to Kerry, he is the father to Kate, and for more than 20 years he has voluntarily jumped out of perfectly good helicopters to rescue people across our local region. I know John well. We've been friends for a long time. I really want to congratulate him on his retirement. It is an incredibly difficult job, and I know that we have some members in the House who have done this themselves and have been active participants in a lot of these types of areas. But he started in December 2001 as a volunteer. He moved into a full-time role in 2005, and as an emergency responder, it is an people, to rescue them, to come in their hour of need. He was an absolute advocate for providing a critical care doctor for the Life Flight service, which in government the coalition committed to, and I'd like to hope that the Labor Party maintains that commitment because it is needed. It is quite simply needed. But every single day that he has been out there helping people, it is because it's something that he loves to do. He worked through the 2013 flood. He's done everything from fires to car accidents to heart attacks, and I congratulate John on his retirement. He has earned it.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The last election was about many things, but here today, which is incredibly important. But another aspect of the environment that is very important is the health of our rivers and waterways. I would like today to pay tribute to the many volunteers and community organisations that do so much to protect the parks, the wetlands, the rivers and the waterways of Fraser. I'll single out two, but there are many, many such organisations throughout my electorate. I'll single out two because I've been with them over the last few weeks in riverlands and parkways, protecting protecting our natural environment. The first is the Friends of Colroyd tree planting, in which we planted over 2,000 trees at the Bugrug, a local nature reserve located just off the Colroyd Creek. I do believe that a very small proportion, but hopefully a positive proportion of the trees that I planted may survive out the year and that I'll be able to visit them next year. The Friends of the Maribyrnong River is another group that has been around for many years, helping to protect one of the most complex and fragile waterways in Victoria. They organised a tour recently of this very local fauna and flora. I want to acknowledge the incredible work of all of these groups and many others in the Fraser, and that our government stands to back them up.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Durack.
Thank you. In 2018, regional WA was faced with the gut-wrenching possibility of state Labor closing the Moore Residential College. After a relentless local grassroots campaign, I was proudly able to deliver $8.7 million to save Moore College. In the same year, I successfully fought alongside local families against Premier McGowan's plans to close the School of the Year. And late last year, the Labor government abused their parliamentary majority to decimate regional representation. My electorate of Durack are increasingly anxious about the rapid spread of foot and mouth disease in Indonesia, given that Labor are now at the said she would not say that it would be catastrophic. Oh, it would be catastrophic, all right, only hold the state and federal Labor governments to account to ensure that regional Western Australia and regional Australia more broadly has the protection it needs and deserves.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a proud week for South Australians with the return of the Adelaide 500. Sam Henderson, a local constituent of my electorate, become the voice of that campaign and proactively ensure this great race saw its return. It's going to be very fitting that between the 1 December and 4 December this year, the final round of the championship, that we see the Holden manufacturers. The Holden manufacturing plant in Elizabeth was shut down. The return of the race, and for the last time, thank you very much.
Through draft regulations released under the cover of a very late Friday media release, the government is proposing to reverse the requirement for super funds to disclose how they spend super member funds on sponsorship, advertising and payments. The Prime Minister must step in and stop this. The proposed changes go against recommendations by both the Productivity Commission and APRA. Under current laws, super funds must disclose to members ahead of the annual members' meetings, all at the end of this year, line by line, what funds are spent on contracts. The Prime Minister and his government proposed to reverse this requirement, allowing super funds to hide how they spend members' funds via a lump sum of expenditure No line items, no accountability, no transparency. It says a lot about the priorities of the Prime Minister and his government that taking of Treasury, the very first. The question must be asked, what is this government hiding? Why are they removing transparency and accountability so soon after the election? Transparency and integrity and
Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to formally acknowledge 3 outstanding young people in my electorate of Pearce: Amber Merritt, Ali Senior, boxing, and Luke Zachariah, cycling. These 3 athletes in Pearce are currently competing at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. The success of these individuals is not only a testament to their hard work, dedication and perseverance, but also a testament to athletes in Pearce able to train and play in when completed, a commitment that I worked really hard with our community to secure over many years preceding my election to this place. Sport unites a community. There is nothing better than that sense of occasion. These athletes are not only making their parents, friends and loved ones proud, they are making their whole community proud, and they are making their whole country proud. Being selected to represent your country is proud of their achievements. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government has introduced the legislation regarding the 2 weeks leave for domestic family violence. Not supportive of the concept that it should be funded by the employer. I think there is a anybody they think may be in a domestic violence situation, particularly since the government has, against the recommendation of the Fair Work Commission, decided to extend it to casual employees as well. And you can imagine what kind of burden this could be on a small employer. Someone employs 1, 2, 3 people, that they are now responsible for another 10 days leave a year, up to 10 days leave a year. The idea, of course, is that it should remain private if anybody has to access this leave, but I would say in a small workplace that would be all but impossible to keep it private. And then new prospective employees the word spreads around. So I think Madam Deputy Speaker, between this entitlement and the paid parenting leave, which is clearly delineated as a non-employer expense and the funding picked up by the
I give the call to the member for Bean.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I'd like to acknowledge all the hard work that's gone into achieving domestic violence leave here now in this parliament. But I also rise to speak about one of the most significant challenges we have, which is dealing with homelessness. On Tuesday morning, Canberra. They told me about their plan to end homelessness, which is a strategy to end rental stress, end homelessness for women, children and young people, end homelessness for First Australians, and halve the number of people returning to homelessness services. These are worthy and ambitious targets. Done to assist them. Addressing homelessness and housing insecurity sits at the heart of the ambitions of our new government. Over 5 years, we will build 20,000 social housing properties, with 4,000 of these set aside for women and kids fleeing violence and older women at risk of homelessness. We will also build 10,000 homes for frontline workers, Deputy Speaker, to enable them to live much closer to where they work. When these workers cannot live in the communities where they work, there is a huge problem. I remain committed to working with people like Kate and Francis in this term of government.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my time since being elected as the member for Brisbane, I've had the privilege of meeting with numerous community organisations who are doing incredible work supporting members of our community experiencing. One in 10 people are relying on income support to get by. In my conversations with organisations within Brisbane like Communify, Third Space, Q Shelter and Open Doors Youth Service, the importance of a livable income support has always been very clear. In fact, many of these organisations reflected that during the initial stages of the pandemic, when the rate of income support was lifted above the poverty line, the need for their services dramatically decreased. What this represents is a failing of current government policy. The government has the power to lift 5.5 million people on income support out of poverty and to provide them with a real safety net. These charitable organisations within Brisbane and around Australia do a fantastic job of providing support to those who need it most. Not only do they help those in poverty to get back on their feet, but they build strong community networks as well. The community of Brisbane knows these organisations have their back, and it is time the government does as well.
I give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise to inform the House and all of those who are avidly watching the Com Games, but particularly watching the Australian Diamonds. We have heard today that the Australian Diamonds, after years and after us all watching them over in Birmingham now, will return to our shores with games against New Zealand in the Constellation Cup and a series against England this year. I raise this in the House, though, to make another point. This netball tragic is so proud that the traditional women's sport is having an inverse conversation, if you like, because the men's games will feature at both of those events, at a game against New Zealand in John Cain Arena in Melbourne and a game in Sydney against England. The men's teams will be the showcase event. They'll be the curtain raiser. And we've been across the country, be it football, rugby, soccer. This is the reverse. This is a women's sport, the leading women's sport in this country, opening itself up and supporting men playing sport. And I want to give a shout-out to all the boys in my electorate who play netball on Saturdays. You'll be able to watch the men play alongside the Diamonds.
Right along this border with Taiwan. I mean, for those who read history books, you're watching mobilisation throughout Europe, you're watching mobilisation now in Asia. If you can't hear the drums of war beating, then you will suffer the consequences. If that's not the drums of war beating, I don't know what is. Now, what do you need? What do you need? And I'm reflecting the two greatest living warriors, the most experienced generals and
$3 days' supply of fuel. The people in this parliament, you and I, are responsible for this. 3 days of fuel. Industry. If it turns off 3 power stations, then you are on intermittent power. You are on intermittent power. Water, we don't know who owns the water in Australia, but we do know that the biggest water owner in Australia is the
Thank you. Time expired. I give the call member for Boothby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I wish to speak about some of long-term general practitioner in our area, and he's also a lecturer and is involved in a number of the local medical groups. Dr Alan Southcott AM is for significant service to rowing as a competitor, an administrator and a coach. In the Medal of the Order of Australia, we have Darren McLaughlin, who is a long-term member of the Marion Swimming Club for service to swimming, and also Jeffrey Wilson. Jeffrey is a very well-known painter in our area. He's worked on a number of the local arts societies and most notably the South Australian School for Art. In the military awards, we have Commodore Stephen Tiffin AM for exceptional service to surface ship acquisition and sustainment for the Australian Defence Force. Commodore Tiffin which is a really important naval site in Adelaide, where we have historically built submarines and boats.
Thank you. Time's expired. Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to update the House on a great milestone at the McGill Village project, which I was thrilled to have secured $2 million of funding towards, a partnership with Campbelltown and Burnside. This project is going to be a great outcome for the precinct of McGill Road. And look, there's been some short-term pain for long-term gain to traders along there, and I thank them so much. Burying power lines. That has caused some short-term disruption to the traders, but they are 100% behind this project because the long-term outcome about to get to that final exciting stage of laying the and your leisurely weekends for those lucky enough to live in McGill and surrounding areas.
Board, relief is what people say after the election of our Labor government. Relief that finally things would be done in a number of areas. But probably the area that is the most relieved are our workers and our residents in aged care. The bills that were moved this week is a step towards correcting what has been an injustice in this sector. These workers have been here this week in Parliament telling the stories that they've been telling us for over a decade. But constantly being contacted by people sharing their stories. Our aged care workers are exhausted. They are paid very little. They are still going through isolation periods and battling their own illnesses and worry shift or people who are sick. Some horror stories about nurses being asked to work 24 hours straight because the next nurse coming on is sick and they can't get agency staff. So you can imagine how frustrated they are when the opposition demonise and say, how many nurses? A lot of nurses are needed. A lot of extra workers are needed. And these workers are so relieved.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning in this chamber, the government repealed the cashless debit card. With the support of some on the crossbench, Labor has recklessly walked away from communities in Ceduna, East Kimberley, the Goldfields, Bundaberg and Hervey Bay. And what the Labor Party has done is unleashed a tsunami of alcohol and drugs into vulnerable communities. And those opposite, in unleashing domestic violence, more neglected children. That is the outcome of what the Labor Party did today, and it's a disgrace. The cashless debit card is working. And if you don't believe me, listen to some of the stories from these communities. A community paramedic in Ceduna said, since the CDC, we've definitely and the number of people presenting to the ED. A community elder in Ceduna said, our people are coming home in boxes due to alcohol and drugs. We go on the CDC to support our people. A Hope community services worker in Kalgoorlie said, with lunches and school uniforms. Those opposite are unleashing
COVID-19 is an opportunity to abolish Australian children's TV content quotas on commercial broadcasters without introducing any content for his ailing government. Maybe. Who knows? Thousands of Australian jobs were jeopardised at a time when we're desperately trying TV. It's an important part of how we build our sense of nationhood. An easy, cheap solution would be to put Australian content quotas on the streaming services. This would create jobs for international investment. Platforms such as Netflix are raking in billions of dollars per year in Australian subscriptions. Our money that were lost under this mob. Now, our screen industry needs a strong Australian content quota, and the Australian children's producers need a subgenre
Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this week Australians are cheering on our athletes in green and gold at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and what a magnificent job they're doing, Mr Speaker. It's a great honour that from my electorate we have two representatives at the Games, Ellen Ryan from Goulburn competing in the lawn bowls and Josh Assaparty from Camden. At 25, she's the youngest member of the Australian lawn bowls team. On Monday, she claimed Australia's first ever gold medal in women's lawn bowl singles. My hometown, Deputy Speaker. Josh Assaparty also is participating in the Games, joined Camden Little Athletics in the under-6s as a bit of fun with some schoolmates. What a proud moment for his community, his family and our nation. Josh recorded his best Australian Championship performance in April, sprinting his way to a silver medal in the 100 metres. We are all behind him and the team running in the men's 4x100 relay taking place later this week. Well done.
And I give the call.
Volunteers who have a love of the game and a love of our community. And one of these volunteers is Jean Curiel from the Ashfield Pirates Football Club. He started the club from scratch and spent years building it up to the success that it is today. He did it because of the love of the game and everything that comes with it: friendship, community and fun. Imagine John's joy when I was able to announce a Labor government would commit funds to improve the facilities at their home ground at Hammond Park in Ashfield. A Labor government will give our kids great facilities in local parks because it's here that a love of the game is developed. And I want to congratulate 3 star players on the stage. 11-year-olds Marcus Castavateri and Luca Andreassi, who played for Australia in the IBA Cup in Portugal a few weeks ago. Australia, and rightly so. These sporting moments inspire us.
To the member for Wannon.
For the first time in 2 years, sheepvention took place lambs, about wool and all the innovation that goes into it. Over 3,000 school students were going to visit over the 3 days so they could learn our community. But there was concern also from all those who participated in sheepvention, and I'm glad the Prime Minister is here for this 90-second statement, because FMD is still hanging over the heads of everyone. FMD is still a grave concern right across Prime Minister, when will that risk rating start to come down? When will you be able to inform transparency? We need more accountability on the possibility of an FMD outbreak in Australia.
Order. I've received letters from the honourable member for Bradfield and the 6, I have selected the matter which, in my opinion, is the most urgent and important, that is, that proposed by the honourable member for Warringah, namely their places. And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
In the Australian Labor Party National Platform 2021, prior to the election, it's written, under Labor's policies, unauthorised arrivals who enter for the purpose of seeking asylum will be mandatorily detained for management of health, identity and security risks of the community. Labor will strive to ensure this is for no longer than 90 days. 216 people remain in Australia's offshore facilities. They have been detained for over 9 years now. Today is the 72nd day since the Prime Minister was sworn in, so I would argue that 90-day goal of process is running dangerously short. I urge the Prime Minister and the government to act urgently to end the suffering of those seeking refuge. In Melbourne. They described the dehumanising experience, the uncertainty driving deterioration of physical and mental health, and the pain of being separated from family. They told me of their sorrow for those who are still in Nauru and in Papua New Guinea. I was embarrassed as an Australian to sit in front of these people. Since the takeover by the Taliban last year, they clearly do not have a safe home to return to. The exhaustion of those who are now entering their 10th year of detention, Canada or New Zealand, with no timeline and without adequate health care to make sure they're even refugees there. But this leaves those in Papua New Guinea who have been abandoned by Australian authorities completely, leaving UNHCR to take up the negotiation for their return. Of those who remain in offshore detention have a pathway to resettlement, so there is no reason not to bring them to Australia to recover their health and spend time in community while they wait resettlement elsewhere. Bethlehem and Ismail's stories are unfortunately too familiar to the team of Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, Amnesty International and Refugee Advice and Casework Service, who provide vital support services to these vulnerable people. I urge the government resettlement pathways to Australia while they await resettlement. Implement the policy of their national platform and cap processing and detention at 90 days. Allow refugees and asylum seekers to work to provide these people with an improvement in the quality of life and address national workforce shortages. And provide a permanent pathway to those on temporary protection visas and adults on bridging visas the right to study. It is outrageous that we stand in this place and talk about skill shortages and so many caring industries where we need more people to be able to contribute, and yet we have refugees unable to contribute in the way in which they would like to. We are better than this. We are better than the Australia that for the last 20 years has treated horrifically those trying to come and seek refuge and a better life in Australia. I urge the government to let close shameful offshore detention and processing of refugees, our shameful treatment of those coming to our shores for a better life. I know the community of Warringah cares deeply about this, as do many of the others on this crossbench, where communities have had enough of the political parties
I give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I think this is my first opportunity to congratulate to the work that you will do in the chair and in terms of the broader response. It is the first genuine matter of public importance that has been put before the House in this, the 47th Parliament. Can I also note that she has much of these issues. I am determined to implementing all of the aspects of the platform. And I say to the member for Warringah, and indeed to all of the members of the crossbench, many of whom Clark, of course, I am keen to work with you. I am determined to change the tone of debate on these issues. It is probably the case that we're not always going to agree about every aspect of this very challenging area of public policy making. But I am determined that no more, as the member for Warringah has just said, will vulnerable human beings be used as political footballs in this place or more broadly in the political debate in Australia. It has been coarsened for too long. That must end. It does end. The Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy have talked about ending the climate wars, and it looks like we are making real progress in this parliament to do that. We also need to do something very similar so that we can work on playing the role that Australia circumstances across the world which mean that today there are more people forcibly displaced than at any other time in human history. More people displaced than every member of the House should be involved in and concerned for. The member for Warringah spoke very effectively about her meeting with Bethlehem and Ishmael. I didn't meet with Bethlehem, but I did meet with Ishmael and Tanush, a young man I've met with on many occasions, and I bore witness to their experiences. And I say this in respect of the issues about those people in offshore detention. 10 years ago, then Prime Minister of New Zealand, John Key, made an offer that that group of and would have been rebuilding their lives productively in New Zealand, and of course there are many who are also doing that in the United States right now. These are things that should have been addressed many, many years ago. I am appreciative that the Government of New Zealand's offer was lately accepted by the former government, and I've been pleased to be on, and I know Minister O'Neill has also been in discussions with our counterparts in New Zealand to make sure that that very generous offer the detention of refugees, and I think it's fair to say people seeking asylum as well as refugees who are to me, as it was in opposition, it is now in government, that people should be in held immigration detention as a matter of last resort. That is something that we called for in opposition. It's something that I'm working my way towards as a member of this government. But that also requires me to think about immigration detention facilities, and it is of. And I should point out that there are fewer people in those facilities now than there were as at the election of this government. There are some concerning reports that have been put to me about conditions in Yonga Hill about 6 weeks ago, which caused me to visit that centre and see for myself the conditions there. I did so after having been briefed by the network. They have made a number of recommendations which we're working through, which are very sensible recommendations. I've met also with the Australian Human Rights Commission to work through some of their concerns and to consider some of their feedback about how we can do I've also met with the Red Cross to work through some of their issues and organisations that look to the specific needs and concerns of the minority of immigration detainees who are women, and there are some particular concerns there that require some further work on the part of government. I've also met, of course, with the UNHCR to work through the issues they have in this regard on their ideas around some of the concerns about regional processing that the member for Warringah has stepped us through. These are all significant issues that require work. I'd like that work to be a collaborative process in the spirit with which this motion has been brought forward, and I think that I hope can also involve other members of the crossbench and, of course, members of the Greens. I should say that I've been pleased to engage with Senator McKim, people that I represent, and I think many of my colleagues and friends here. They are matters that have been of concern to me since long before I was elected to this place. These are issues advance, particularly if we are all prepared to look at the interests of vulnerable human beings seeking our help on the one hand, and the broader questions that sometimes raise some very complex and challenging policy questions. But the politics of this needn't be challenging. The politics of it needn't be challenging. And if we can walk away from in this place to achieve more durable solutions more quickly, will be so much the easier. We will be better as a parliament for that. And by talking about the tone of this debate. It is a debate that has coarsened us as a nation. I think we have to reflect on that. We have to reflect, all of us in this all the other associated events. Children Overboard, the member for Cowan reminds me, over and over again we have seen some shocking political abuses of much too often in the media. That has been to all of our cost, most particularly to our cost as a country which has historically been an exemplar in this space. When we think about the country we live in today, this vibrant, diverse and dynamic multicultural society, without thinking about the extraordinary contribution of those 930,000 people, their resilience, their strength, their talents, their contributions. And everything that we do in this space must seek to honour that, to honour our best side to the world. Now, I don't say this, Deputy Speaker, to walk away from the tough political choices that are here, but the frame for this has got to be in the terms the Prime Minister has so often set out. We can maintain strong borders without abandoning our humanity. I'd put it slightly stronger than that. We can only maintain strong borders if we elevate our compassion and humanity.
Thank you. I give the call to the member North Sydney.
And thank you, Minister. Providing a welcoming, secure and respectful environment stronger, more cohesive Australia. In my electorate of North Sydney, both the North Sydney and Lane Cove local government areas have long been refugee welcome zones, demonstrating compassion made and continue to make to our lives. Yet it remains that at the federal level, many people, arguably still in this place, are simply out of step with community values of fallen short of Australia's international obligations and our community's expectations. Under former Prime Minister Howard, policymakers, the media shifted the language around refugees. These people became known as illegals or queue jumpers. In doing this, we denied them the fundamental truth of who they are and what they need. Won out. Dog-whistling fear has won out over compassion. Now is beyond time for this change, and we must start with an immediate end to indefinite detention to international law. And despite this, as of March 2022, Australia is holding 1,512 people in detention facilities, including 1,000 remain stuck in detention in Nauru or Papua New Guinea. And since offshore processing and Liberal governments have kept under lock and key over the past decade, the average length of detention has been steadily increasing and is now, according to the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, the highest it has ever been at 700 726 days. That has turned into 726 nights of not being able to sleep in peace, not finding yourself in a safe place where you can call home. Another way to think of it, 424 hours away from family and friends. And the absolutely heartbreaking thing is that some people seeking refuge have been locked in detention for even longer. Over 120 people were held in detention by our nation for 5 years or more, with several having spent more than 10 years in detention. That's 87,600 hours. A global outlier. We are unique in locking people up on a mandatory basis and without time limits. In comparable jurisdictions such as the United States, it's about 55 days. People, Ishmael, Tanush and Bethlehem, who came to Australia seeking safety and protection. Instead, successive governments have dished up nothing but cold-hearted cruelty, uncertainty and fear. Ishmael left a son who was only months old when he fled, and he has not seen him since. And now, Ishmael, released only 4 months ago, lives in the community but is unable to work and describes himself as a living ghost. We need a renewed commitment by Australia to comply with its international legal obligations, to begin to repair our reputation as a good international citizen and a leader in human rights. Community-based alternatives to detention should be used whenever possible. And surely it goes without saying children should never, ever be detained. The first step of dismantling this cruelty of the indefinite detention is that the remaining 216 people to our new government.
Sorry, time's expired. I'm giving the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence and Veterans Affairs.
Here. Thanks, Speaker. Australia has a proud history of welcoming new migrants to our nation. It was indicated that 30% of the Australian population was born overseas, and almost half, 48.2%, of Australians have a parent born overseas. In our homes, we speak about 200 different languages. We boast about 180 different ancestries, and we practice many different success of Australia's multiculturalism and our diversity. And it's made Australia one of the most successful multicultural nations in the world. But, Speaker, that success didn't come on the back of luck. That success was built on government policy that promoted a culture of migration and supporting multiculturalism and diversity in Australia. And importantly, it was built on government policies that supported those principles. And the key to that is successful settlement and integration into Australia. English language services, housing for new migrants, schooling for their children and, importantly, access to skills and employment so that they can maintain and participate in the workforce. Supported migration program. And it's often in that program that we have the key to avoiding migrants living in poverty, being illegal workers with no welfare support, structured, government-sponsored program. And our migration intake each year includes a number of humanitarian visas as part of a refugee program. And when it comes to international comparisons, Australia does do its bit when it comes to resettling refugees. A UNHCR report from 2015 to 2021 indicated that Australia resettled the fourth largest number of refugees through the UNHCR at about 25,500 refugees. And when it comes to internationally displaced people and serious conflicts and urgent conflicts like Syria, Afghanistan and the Ukraine, Australia acts quickly and decisively to offer humanitarian support and resettle people as quickly as possible. And when they come but to ensure that that success is there, it's important that people come through that government program. That is the key to that success. People that have sought to arrive outside that resettlement program, and they've undertaken boat journeys, and we all know the reasons why people get in that desperate situation and they take and others lost their lives. And a tough policy was put in place in Operation Sovereign Borders. It's supported by the government, by this government, and it will remain in place because it has worked. But it has resulted in some being transferred offshore and in detention because in assessing their applications they have failed security and criminal records checks. But I want to make it clear, as the Minister did, that as a principle this new government believes that if an asylum seeker has no security or health or safety issues or adverse issues, they should be able to live in the community until their application is finalised. And the new government is working to achieve that principle. Now, there is a backlog. There is a backlog, and we're trying to work through that backlog as quickly as possible. And we are trying to do it as humanely as possible. But that principle of ensuring that people can live in the community if they have no adverse security issues remains.
For Goldstein.
Dangerous journey to a foreign country and, in Australia's case, to then face long-term or indefinite detention if they had a choice. Consider further how, after fleeing and then compounded as a result. I've spent substantial time in refugee camps, in Darfur, in Sudan, where the camps are so vast they're like small cities, in Kakuma, in Kenya, state in Western Myanmar, and on the Thai-Burma border and elsewhere. In Malaysia, I've met Syrians and people from Afghanistan who've been waiting in the community in 2010, watching Australian Navy divers searching for the dead after a boat ran aground. I have actively argued with asylum seekers and urged them not to take a boat, not because seeking asylum is illegal, but for their own safety. Yet some will still make that decision, that they must take that step. So how do we treat those people? The answer? With cruelty. We have ongoingly breached the spirit of the Convention. Even after people have been judged through our own system to be genuine refugees, we have still denied them resettlement. Those who are in indefinite detention, both onshore and offshore, must be released into the Australian community. If the government plans to stick with its plan genuine refugees with a path back to hope, family, safety and community.
Hear, hear.
I took a progressive refugee policy to the election, and guess what? Rather than a summit on migration and detention laws to take measurable action on implementing the review's recommendations, with a particular focus on regularising visa status for all in residency limbo and harnessing community compassion by scaling up well-considered community sponsorship programs. Let's innovate this. Let's spend this political capital while we have it. It's time to consider shifting the billions spent on offshore detention to support refugees in transit countries, as well as to reboot a regional approach, a successor to the Bali process involving origin, transit and destination countries. Apart from anything else, it's costing billions in taxpayers' money to sustain cruel and unusual punishment, meanwhile making us an international embarrassment. It's time to address the way that our government treats asylum seekers and rather than treating it as a national security issue. As a first step, I call on the government to urgently end the practice of indefinite detention of refugees, both offshore and onshore.
Hear, hear.
Thank the member for Goldstone and give the call to the member for Bruce.
It's lovely the member on this. The electorate I represent on the 2016 census, I haven't actually checked the latest figures, covers the most multicultural part of Australia. And I note the public discussion about resourcing, and at any time we'd like to sit down and have a cup of tea and talk about what it's like to represent an electorate with tens of thousands of non-citizens who create far more work, frankly, than we do our best than citizens. And I've also represented in previous boundaries wealthy areas, and I can tell you what generates more constituent work. My staff joke that I'm most popular amongst people who can't vote. Every morning my emails are a sea of human misery, and not just the ones we get from Afghanistan, from people in the community, again most of whom are not citizens. I think we host in the southeast, in my electorate, about a quarter of the asylum seekers resident in Victoria, and I have more people born is the Department of Home Affairs. It's been on trying to speed up visa processing. I made a bit of a contribution on that on Monday night and have said I'll continue to speak up, even if that doesn't always please the ministers or certainly the departmental secretary. But I do acknowledge from my deep conversations that many people who are in immigration detention, onshore and offshore, live in my community and have views on this. Many people still have connections with people in onshore and offshore detention. There's strong community interest. It may surprise people, though, to suggest that actually the majority of people I hear from in my community do not want to see the boats restarted. There's not strong demonstrated express community support for settling people who arrive by boat. I just make that point. I'm not suggesting you do. I'm making that point because there's been a number of points made in the debate. The overwhelming focus is on an orderly migration program, and at times you say a quick yes or a quick no, not a 10-year-long maybe, which is the absolute disgrace that we've seen under the previous government. So I will fight in this budget and every budget henceforth for more resources into the visa processing system. It is, without doubt, 80 to 90% of the work in my office, and it is an abomination how we've treated people in this country, an absolute abomination. It's also true, as has been I think as a public policy nerd, I sat on the left of the Labor Party and shared many of the conference debates on this. I've had to accept the lesson the hard way that the policy settings we have in this country have real-world impacts offshore. Said, if there's no security or safety concerns, individuals should be living in the community when they're onshore until a durable solution is found. No ifs, no buts. There are also a small cohort of people for whom there are security concerns, and they will not live in the community. They should not, and I totally reject some of the advocacy we've had from the so-called expert groups, and very well-meaning as they are. That doesn't meet community standards, and if people have committed serious crimes, they haven't disclosed them, they're not going to live in the community. We've got to recognise there is a cohort there, small and complex as it is. We also need to honour our international obligations under the Refugee Convention, the International Covenant for Civil and Political of our detention regime, and there will be a detention regime in certain circumstances, so part of the policy focus has to be to make sure that it's actually done properly according to international law, subject to proper oversight. And it is true that under those instruments Australia is not obliged to give a visa to people who engage our protection obligations if compelling national security or order considerations apply. Now, the fact is, as I touched on at the outset, Australians overall must have confidence and trust in the integrity of the migration the transparency of detention where it is necessary or important, and I acknowledge the Minister who for decades, since I think you and I met when we were about 19 years old 1,000 years ago, has been a consistent in implementing and finding this very difficult of balances.
Thank you. Time's expired, and I give the call to member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 1 and 3 months, Mustafa Azimim Dapar. Many people think about buying a house, flying to Europe, visiting their friends. My dream was receiving sunlight, something that people who are free, they never island for 6 years. He came to Australia in 2019 under the Medivac legislation, which I'm very proud to say that the former member for Wentworth was the champion of. When that legislation was repealed, Moz once again faced indefinite detention. His hotel room to feel sunlight. But then he was moved on to the Park Hotel, where his room had a dark glass window facing a concrete wall. He spent 23 hours a day in that room for months. Of that experience, Australia is one of the most prosperous nations in the country. We have a big heart. We go out of our way to help our neighbours. We look after each other. And frankly, we are built on the back of migration and refugees for absolutely generations. Particularly inhumane. Sexual and physical abuse and self-harm are rampant. Those who have been indefinitely detained have serious long-term health effects, including complex which means our treatment of refugees is heartbreaking. In my previous job, I was the CEO of the Australian Business and Community Network. I worked with 200 low socioeconomic schools around Australia, and many of them had significant refugee young people in those schools. They were kind and absolutely delightful young people. The best lives they could possibly do for themselves and for their families. They were assets to our community. Moz himself is an example of the varied way refugees enrich Australian life. He was a finalist in this year's Archibald Prize, using a toothbrush and contribution of people like Moz. Our community saw that compassion that independents can inject into Parliament when the former member for Wentworth, Dr Karen Phelps, championed Medevac. That legislation saw hundreds of indefinitely detained refugees and asylum seekers come to Australia for urgent medical treatment. I will continue that fight for the fair treatment of refugees. I continue to urge the federal government to find humane solutions to genuine refugees ineligible for resettlement who will remain in the rightless limbo that prevents them from leading meaningful and productive lives in Australia. Around 19,000 refugees have been living on temporary protection visas for up to 10 years, unable to fully settle in Australia, unable to fully reunite with their families and unable to make their full economic contribution to this country. These people are working here. The election campaign confirmed they oppose temporary protection visas, and I urge them to act on those words. I urge the federal government to lift its annual intake of refugees to at least 18,000. Humanitarian visas to those fleeing war in Ukraine. Labor, during the election campaign, pledged to increase Australia's annual intake to 27,000 of them. I urge them to act on for detention. Labor committed to a maximum 90 days of detention, and I reflect on the member of Warringah's words that the Prime Minister has been elected for 72 days. I urge them to act on indefinite in detention for Moz and for the good of the country. Australia mistreated Moz. He is now free, but he will be forever affected by our cruel regime. His story is a reminder of how important it is for us to adopt a kinder, more compassionate refugee program. We have plenty.
Thank you, and I give the call to Member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by thanking the member for Warringah for raising this motion and to that I think most of us have been engaged in. Can I also thank her for passing on the story of Bethlehem and Ishmael and say that, as the member for Fraser, it may not be quite as diverse as the member for Bruce's electorate, but I think it would be on the podium. I've heard many similar stories. I haven't met with Bethlehem and Ishmael, but the stories that she recounted a great deal, and it's informed my approach to the issues that we're dealing with today. And these are wicked, complicated issues, but I think we need to listen to people like the member. Fraser is, I believe, a powerful reflection of refugees and the migrant story more generally, in that the single largest (1975 and 1995. Many, I suspect the vast majority of them, refugees, many of them making the beginning of that project. Ian McPhee gave a very powerful speech, and what perhaps was most powerful for me was the fact that politicians from right across the political spectrum paid tribute to him and, in a sense, paid tribute to a previous age. In that sense, I echo the words of the Minister in saying that as much as we need to grapple with the content of this issue, the wicked complexity of it, I think we also there were individuals who I knew well, there were individuals who are now leaders in my community who had been in refugee camps in the late 1970s, in the 1980s, who remembered Ian McPhee as the Minister visiting those camps and ultimately making the decision to let them enter this country. And of course, for people at that event, the events in the Ukraine resonated very, very powerfully, as I think it has in today's discussion. So I think this is an issue where we should be able to reach across the aisle. We're not always going to agree, and there are clearly elements of how we deal with this policy that people in the government are probably agree with people on the crossbench on, such as our commitment to Operation Sovereign Borders. But there is a great deal that I think we can agree on and work productively on. I also wanted to make some observations before we get into some of the detailed policy conundrums on the fact that in its platform, Labor is committed to some overarching principles that I think are absolutely critical for this debate. They are the fact that any conditions of detention should reflect the inherent dignity and safety of the human person. And as somebody that put a lot of work into the process that led to the platform in the lead-up to the last election, that was something very important to me. And, of course, that detention is not indefinite or arbitrary. Now, of course, the way that policy that is governing the way in which we want to approach these issues, but of their inherent dignity and of their safety. And finally, I would like to reflect the observations of the member who preceded me in this debate, which is that this is a wicked problem. And I think many on this side struggle with some of the fact that we are all seeking to find a solution that does not provide an environment or incentives in which people unduly put themselves at risk. Together.
Thank you. I'm giving the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just acknowledge the very thoughtful contributions of the government members here today, which I firstly, may I just note again, as the member for Wentworth has, that in early 2019, this parliament floor to pass the Medevac bill, Dr Karen Phelps' Medevac bill, and to create a pathway for critically sick people held in offshore detention to be evacuated to Australia for urgent medical treatment. A majority of members of this House agreed then that giving medical care to people in Australia's care should not be subjected to political interference, but that provision of that treatment should be determined by doctors. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a doctor, and I believe that the experts who have provided evidence to this parliament on behalf of refugees and asylum seekers when they say that no one is well after 10 years in offshore detention. The previous coalition government repealed the Medevac law as soon as it could. I speak on behalf of the electorate of Kooyong today in support of immediately ending the indefinite detention of refugees. This parliament has an opportunity to end the suffering of the hundreds of people still stranded on Nauru distress in Australian onshore and offshore immigration detention centres found that detaining a person onshore for more than 3 months resulted in significantly great psychological stress. Those detained offshore showed even greater psychological distress on Despair report in 2018 showed that out of 208 refugee and asylum seekers assessed, 62% had moderate or severe depression. complex trauma or trauma withdrawal syndrome. In the last decade, 46 people have died in Australian detention centres. Assessments of the cause as well as deplorable living and hygiene conditions and psychological and physical abuse. 12 people have died while detained in Australian offshore detention centres, many of these people losing their lives to easily treatable disorders such as sepsis. Australia's immigration detention regime causes severe and widespread mental and physical health impacts on people seeking refuge or asylum from this country. I appeal to other doctors in this chamber to join Dr Sophie Scrumps and I in our calls to bring the people detained offshore here to Australia to safety. And I urge the government and every member of this chamber to end the financial and moral black hole of offshore detention.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Speaker, I want to start by doing what many contributors to this debate have done and thank everyone for the way they have contributed to the debate and acknowledge that everyone who has spoken and most people in this chamber find this issue to be a complex, heart-rending and incredibly difficult issue to have to deal with, but come at it from a deep intention to try to make decisions that are the best for people in circumstances where those decisions are really hard and people aren't going to agree on the decisions. And I also wanted to say bench and the government and I guess even the opposition probably understand that this was the case but haven't experienced what debates about this topic have actually been like in this parliament previously. And it is a monumental change for this parliament to have a minister respond to a matter of public importance like the one that the member for Warringah put up by being thoughtful, by not pretending that all of the decisions of the government are going to be ones that everyone in this parliament agrees with, but by being thoughtful and putting a hand out for cooperation and acknowledging the funding of asylum. It is a huge change that we should all be grateful for. I wanted to start the rest of my contribution I guess with this observation that So I vividly remember Tampa, obviously September 11, and the Children Overboard saga. And for me personally, I guess that was my awakening to the issues of people seeking asylum and how politically they can be weaponised. And I assure you it's something I have never forgotten. And it has to be said that that moment in time in 2001, when the Howard government misled the Australian people by telling them that desperate people seeking asylum in Australia had thrown their children overboard from the boat they were in when they had not, when they absolutely had not, sowed the seeds for the destructive, non-humane political weaponisation of desperate people that we have seen for the 2 decades since. It was an act of political opportunism and of willingness to use the plight of desperate people for political gain society, and has made, until this point, a thoughtful, considered debate about the competing and complex issues about how we deal with people seeking asylum, particularly those who are seeking asylum outside of what is day. You know, everyone on this side has emphasised rightly that our government is absolutely clear that if there are no security or safety concerns, individuals should be living in the community until a durable solution is finalised. We did get the climate bill hopefully through, but you know, I do urge the crossbench to keep the faith about the things the minister has said that we want to do. I absolutely agree that no human being can be well after 10 years in indefinite detention. I have met and spoken with people who have sought to come to Australia on those horrible, rickety death trap boats and the people that were dragooned into piloting those boats. And no one does that unless they're desperate. We have to protect the lives of people that would seek such a dangerous journey and also be humane in the way we deal with people who get here. And I want to be part.
Thank you. I understand with the remaining time, I'm going to give the call to the member for McKellar. Yeah?
I rise on a matter of everyone who's participated in this debate today. Thank you. At the outset, I'd as well as an inhumane and unnecessary practice, one that costs Australian taxpayers billions and puts the physical and mental health of those imprisoned under the scheme in danger. I welcome the government's thoughts that there will be no detention, that there will be no indefinite detention offshore for people who do not pose a security or safety risk. A recent Freedom of Information request has revealed that there are over 1,400 people currently being detained in Australia's detention centres, while the average time that people are detained is nearly 2 years. For asylum seekers, the average time waiting for an outcome on their visa application is even longer, 900 refugees have been detained for much longer. In fact, it took the detention of Novak Djokovic earlier this year to shine a spotlight on the plight of asylum seekers and refugees. Locked away for years and essentially forgotten about. Imagine being detained for nearly 10 years in a small room, all the time not knowing if you'll be sent back to the place you fled and feared for your safety. The prime of your life slipping away, your health and your mental health deteriorating due to a cruel and unfair system that targets you for seeking asylum. I believe our treatment of asylum seekers and refugees is a national shame, or it has been, and we must end the practice of indefinite detention immediately. Since 2016, there have been at least 2,650 instances of actual or threatened self-harm by people in Australia's detention centres. That's an average of one person every day either thinking about or attempting to take their own life on account of Mehdi Ali, the brave Iranian asylum seeker who used his voice while in detention on Nauru and in Melbourne's Park Hotel to shine a light on Australia's cruel policy, described his detention as a complete trauma. Saw with these harrowing words. With my own eyes, I witnessed the suicide of one soul destroyed by this island.
Death by self-immolation was the worst scene I had inhumane policy of indefinite and arbitrary detention is a stain on the soul of our nation. During the election campaign, the people of Mackellar told me that the humane treatment of refugees and asylum seekers should be a priority for me and this parliament. And my community is standing up to beaches opened their home to Ukrainian refugees. Please do something. Since April of this year, we too have opened our home to a displaced Ukrainian family. I've heard directly Australia. My community in Mackellar, like many around Australia, is showing the way when it comes to proving we do not need to be cruel when it comes to the treatment of refugees. I believe my community is showing the true spirit of the Australian soul. I believe we can do better than locking up refugees and asylum seekers indefinitely.
Sorry, your time has expired, member for
Climate Change Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading, and government business order. Second reading.
Thank you. The question is that with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting, the question is that the bills be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for McNamara.
McNamara, who, for not just at this election but for years, have raised their voice in support of climate action. People who have turned up to community forums, people who go and engage in community groups. The Minister for Health is in the chair, and his former capacity as Shadow Minister for Climate Change joined me in the St Kilda RSL many years ago, or a few years ago, and spoke to literally hundreds of concerned people about climate change and about what can be done. To take a momentous step forward, and for that I'm very, very proud. And the responsibility that the people of McNamara have asked me say that we need to tackle climate change, and we must be part of the solution. And I acknowledge the organisations like the Port Phillip Eco Centre, who have been tireless in their engagement of our citizens, in citizen science, in protecting our local wildlife, in a number of our nature reserves, from Westgate Park underneath the iconic Westgate Bridge, all the way down to our brand new nature reserve, which the opening of is going to be happening on this week, where we're going to be seeing an incredible dedication of urban land back to the environment. And it's going to be a celebration of local Indigenous wildlife and of plants, and the Port Phillip Eco Centre is at the very heart of that, as well as the Elstonwick Park Association. We have Pecan, which is the peak body of many of our climate activist groups locally, who do an outstanding job. They held a climate debate at the last election, of which I was proud to be a participant in. The Australian Conservation Foundation has been constantly engaging with me, and I appreciate all of their engagement, but I especially appreciate the McNamara chapter of the Australian Conservation Foundation, whose activists are tireless in their pursuit of better climate action. The Australian Youth Climate Coalition, and of course the Labor activists in LEAN, the Labor Environment Action Network, who How do we be a part of a parliament that takes action on climate change? And that's what this bill is. This bill is the product of a significant amount of work that the Minister where we are going to have a huge number of people living in apartments who can't access solar panels on their roofs but want to access cheap, clean, renewable energy. And our renewable batteries program is going to be one of the really exciting things that we're going to roll out around the country. Our electric vehicle policies, policies to support agriculture, all then modelled. And as part of that model, we have seen that it will cost the amount that will be budgeted in the October budget, as well as all of the funding that's required as part of the Reputex modelling. We are going to achieve at least 43% on a website for people to see. I know that the Coalition have been sceptical and say that there's no details. Well, that's clearly because they haven't read the document, which is available on the website for any Australian to go and see, the Powering Australia policy, and that, thankfully, now is the policy of the Australian government. Foundation, the Australian Energy Council, Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Smart Energy Council, the Clean Energy Council, literally across the economy and across around, but because it is good for our economy. Climate action is one of the single most important economic stimulus things that we can do for our next generation. Tackling climate change is literally going to create hundreds of thousands of jobs in the Australian economy. It's going to help power businesses via cheaper energy. Climate action is going to be the thing that powers Australia into the future. We have a desert the size of the Sahara and an offshore wind abundance that is perhaps bigger than any other country in the world. Our potential is limitless. You only have to look at what's going on in the Northern Territory right now, where we have a $20 billion investment being made in Northern Territory to, as part of the Sun Cable project, to start exporting solar energy to Singapore. Energy. The first time that Australia potentially can be exporting renewable energy. It's exciting, and it's jobs. It's jobs in our regions. And I know that there are people on the other side of the House that are That's fine. Of course we support workers in this country. Of course we support workers in the Hunter Valley. Of course we support workers in Queensland. They have literally powered our country. But what sort of prosperity do we want to ensure future generations of Australians to have? Clearest way to settle on an energy policy, something that those opposite couldn't do, despite 22 cracks at it. Now, we had the neg, we had something that our economy has been crying out for. And then as part of this legislation, we're also going to enshrine that legislation, our pathway towards net zero, in the essential government agencies like the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, like the North Australia Infrastructure Fund, so that they take into account government policy, which is to lower our emissions and bring our country towards net zero. It's a pretty simple proposition. We're not going to take out the clean energy bit out of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. We're not going to take out the renewables out of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. We're going to ensure that those agencies and other government agencies are focused on lowering our emissions and on achieving Australia's climate change targets. The other thing that this bill does, Deputy Speaker, is that we are going to reinvest
to this place and transparently be accountable for Australia's progress in our achieving our climate action. That it wasn't. That's why we're going to create the institutions and support the institutions that guarantee. It's reform I'm really proud of, Deputy Speaker. It's reform that we can all be proud of, that we stood in this place and took a gigantic step forward on climate action. And complete obfuscation, we have a bill in this place that says Australia is now on a pathway towards net zero, and that is the law of this nation. And that is something I am extremely proud to be a part of. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge obviously the Prime Minister, but the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who has negotiated in good faith with all members of this place, except those who dealt themselves out of the conversation. And I acknowledge that there were I congratulate the crossbench and any other members who are going to be supporting this, that this is the right side of history, that when Australians look back at this moment in this place, where people on this side of the House are going to be. We're going to be on the right side of history. We're going to tackle this, and we're going to take a momentous step forward in our efforts to tackle climate change.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What we have seen today is once again the Labor Party being all about feelings, and that's fine. You can be about feelings. I mean, it'll feel good for people to vote this way because they think that that is a good outcome for them. But on this side, we are more concerned about facts and the impacts that this will have, particularly in regional Australia. I mean, we've even seen the now Treasurer say the budget is about feelings. I mean, what's next? The number 9 will be upset with the number 6 because it's not close enough to 0. I mean, fair dinkum. If there were snake oil salesmen around, those opposite would be able to sell that too. But if we come back to reality, we've seen the Minister for Climate multiple times claim that there will be more than 600,000 jobs in this proposal, and yet was called out by a former Labor member of this place for the fact that that was just not factual. It was nonsense. And if we want to look at a comparison about how difficult that is, let's come back and look at what the resources sector delivers for Australia. It's over $400 billion into the economy, and yet it is around 270,000 direct jobs. And yet those opposite and the Climate Minister want to claim that you will develop 600,000 jobs in this country from your one policy. You think about the size put in place to deliver those jobs, those high-paying jobs in Australia. What it says very clearly is that is just not the case. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was unaware we'd changed the time. Is it 10 We warned them. Those opposite, including the now Prime Minister, said this will not be the case. We won't impact coal, we won't impact oil, we won't impact gas, those parts of our economy that drive enormous amounts of jobs into regional Australia in particular. And yet today we have seen the Leader of the Greens at the National Press Club declare, and the Minister for Climate was asked about this in question time and refused to make comment or answer. And here's the deal. According to the Leader of the Greens, government agencies such as Export Finance Australia, who have in the past funded coal and gas projects, will be forced to Infrastructure Australia and the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund. Well, I say to the government, what are you going to do with the projects that are already approved and perhaps not yet started? whether it is resources, whether it's agriculture, and we know, those of us who live there know, this is where regions. These are the reasons that the people we represent have employment. It's how they pay their way, it's how they pay for their home and their mortgage, it's how they put their kids through school. And yet we have now seen a deal between Labor sure that those industries are strangled out of finance, even with support from the government. If we look at how many jobs have been delivered as a part of these packages, a part of these organisations, whether it's EFA or whether it's the Northern Australian Infrastructure Fund, they are real. They are real projects that have started in the regions that are underway because they had some support. We've seen Australia's banking sector turn away from Australia's resources sector. I mean, what's next? Will it be agriculture? And that is, we have reduced emissions when we were in government and across that period of time since 2005 by 20%. It's gone down. All we are saying, all I am saying, is that we want to see our response be proportional to our contribution. We cannot continue to say many times, we don't need to do this. Well, then don't. You are out there saying to regional Australia, your jobs are not warranted, they are not deserved, and you are going to make sure that they don't. 600,000 jobs delivered under this one policy. It is really difficult to get that many jobs. It genuinely is. So we continue to hear about feelings, we continue to hear about how wonderful you'll all feel about it, but you have sold out the regions. You committed in the election not to impact them. It doesn't matter whether it's through finance or some other mechanism. Those jobs could be gone tomorrow because it takes finance to run these big businesses. You need to have cash flow. You need to have access to finance. You need to be able to continue to deliver. I mean, you've only got to look at what's happened on occasions around guarantees. So if we look at the proposal, $2 million hectares. Now, for those who don't work in agriculture or might not work in these big, broad-scale, broad-acre areas, to give you some comparison, the entire Australian sugar industry is less than 400,000 hectares to deliver some 30-odd million tonne of sugarcane. And yet the suggestion is you will put a blank are facts, and these are facts. Quite simply, everyone opposite knows it will only work in daylight hours. It will depreciate over time. Across the coast, this equipment is gone. It is just not there anymore. So whether you look at reliability, whether you look at availability, quite simply, utilisation on solar and low 20%. On wind turbines, low 30%. You cannot just wonderfully wave the magic wand and have engineering standards. Once you have a penetration of intermittent generation of more than 10%, you require a one-to-one backup. You have to have a one-to-one backup. Now, the proposal around batteries at the moment is ridiculously expensive. It is extortionately expensive. The cost of fuel is up. They simply don't have that dispensable cash to pay more. That is just a statement of fact. And when we look at these, if we are to have 2 million hectares of solar, what are you going to do when one of those companies goes broke and leaves it there? There should be guarantees on these installations right across the country. Because what are you going to do with them? If you are to replace them every 20 years, well, they'll have to be rehabbed. Someone will have to pay for it. It can't be local government. I'm sure the states won't want to do it, and it's pretty straightforward. These are factual issues that need to be dealt with. Right? Physics says to you it's just not that easy. You're suggesting you have to shift as much energy as you once it's above 10%, you have to back it up one-to-one, and that is incredibly expensive. Incredibly expensive. The members of the government who will be impacted by this. It is not the government. Now, I look forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, to seeing environmental approvals, cultural approvals to clear 2 million hectares of land. In Queensland, you can't clear land to get productivity for cattle. I mean, the idea that you can clear this much is quite simply ludicrous. So you will get to the point where you have to make real decisions to keep the lights on. And right now, the option is coal because those assets are there. So use the technology, use CCS. Keep those things sweated. We need those generators to be in place. If we look across to Queensland, you want to know why your power prices are expensive in Queensland? It's because the Premier and the state Labor government put $5 billion on top own corporations from electricity into their budget. It is a significant amount of money. It is paid for by all Australians, and they simply cannot afford it. So I'd implore you once again, make the difference.
I thank the member, and in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting, the question is that these bills be now read a second time. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate you on your election as Deputy Speaker? And can I say to the previous Speaker, who isn't a bad bloke, but for goodness sake, to speak about facts when it comes to climate change. Wow. Yeah, we should listen to the facts and we should listen to the science, because the science is very clear that we need to act, and the facts are very clear that by acting we can actually create economic activity and create jobs. The fact is that in our first month in office, to set Australia on the path to net zero by 2050. We sent a message to the world, to our friends, to business, to our trading partners, that for the first time in a decade, Australia has a government that takes climate change seriously. Yeah. We have a government acting on climate change. Passing this legislation sends a great message to the people of Australia that we are taking real action on climate change, that the decade of inaction and denial is over, that Australia is out of the naughty corner in international forums, and we're once again engaging with the global community who understand the importance of acting on climate change and understand that this is also not just an environmental issue, this is the biggest economic transformation that we will see globally in our lifetime. Prosperity. But what we know also is that it is changing our climate, and that is why we need to respond to the science. Australia know that by responding we can create that certainty, drive new jobs, drive new industries with new technologies and a new era of prosperity for Australian manufacturing. This bill is also about our national security. One of the things that we found when it came to the pandemic was that Australia needs to be more self-reliant. We need to be able to stand up for ourselves and our economy, more self-sufficient. One of the things that cleaner, cheaper energy will do is to drive advanced manufacturing in this country. We should continue to export our resources that we have, but where possible we should value add, because when you value add you create jobs, you create economic activity there. The risks of climate change are here right now. This isn't something that's some economic debate. First drought, then bushfires, then flood, and then more flood. Australians have experienced the catastrophic consequences on human beings, on families, on communities, but they've also experienced the economic cost of climate change, with whole towns destroyed by fire, with devastation of floods. In some cases, in parts of Sydney, the member for Macquarie's electorate has been impacted by bushfires and then 3 floods in a very short period of time. I don't know what it will take for those opposite to wake up and to say, yes, we were wrong, the science is clear, the science told us that there would be more extreme weather events and they would be more intense, and that is what is happening. Remember when the bushfires were occurring here and government members and ministers were standing up saying, how dare you relate that to climate change, that was being woke. Well, for the people of regional Australia, for the people who were impacted by those bushfires, whether it be in Gippsland or in Edmund Arrow or in the Blue Mountains or other communities on the north coast of New South Wales, they know the harsh reality of climate change. And that's why we've seen a real transformation in the amount of support that is there for action. And I thank those on the crossbenches who've been prepared to engage with us constructively on this legislation, who've been prepared to put forward their ideas within the parameters of the essential mandate that we had of 43% by 2030, that we understand that when you put in place the mechanisms that are there in the Powering Australia plan, what you'll see is the market operating to drive that change through the economy, to drive those jobs through the economy, to drive that change. And we also understand that we need to bring communities with us to make sure that where there are changes in the nature of work in communities, that communities And that's why when we signed the new nationally determined contribution to the UNFCCC, the Minister and I stood in front of the Business Council of Australia, Secretary and President, Australian Industry Group representing Australian manufacturers, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the National Farmers Federation, the Australian Council of Trade Unions, the Clean Energy Council, the Australian Conservation Foundation and others, the Greenpeace and others who've come out in support. What you have is people not quietly, loudly screaming out for action, saying enough is enough. We need to actually get on with the business of transition, of putting in place structures that will encourage that investment to occur. Because when that investment occurs, we know from the modelling that we did through Reputex, over 6 jobs will be created, and 500,000 of those will be in regional and rural Australia. We know the incredible opportunity which is there from the change that will happen in our economy. We see it with innovative Australian businesses. We see it particularly in the regions. Projects like Sun Cable, which will be the largest solar farm, which will use renewable energy there, using those opposite are a bit obsessed by nuclear. Well, there's the largest nuclear power plant. It's up in the sky, and it's free, and it's free. And the Sun Cable project will use solar This is what we talk about when we talk about being a renewable energy superpower, as Australia can actually export that energy. And because it's renewable, because it's free, it's not finite. It's infinite what we can achieve in this century, whereby renewables will dominate the century as we go forward. And that's why this is such an opportunity. The market for batteries. We've already introduced our legislation to make electric vehicles cheaper. We have nickel, we have copper, we have lithium, we have everything that goes into a battery. Why aren't we making things here? There's not a solar panel in the world that doesn't have some intellectual innovation that was created here in Australia at UNSW or ANU just up the road. But we hardly make any of them here. If we actually open our eyes to the opportunity, we can transform this economy, we can create jobs, we can make such an enormous difference going forward. So I think this is as important a piece of legislation as will come before this parliament. It's a matter as well of our responsibility, and I say this to the young people out there. When you know that pollution is being created, you have a responsibility to act on it. Just as we don't accept people just putting their rubbish on the ground so someone can pick it up, we have a responsibility to not just say we won't worry about emissions because we'll worry about the future generations to fix it. We have a great responsibility to this beautiful island continent that we live on to make sure that we act on climate change. This government will, and then we can tell our children we stepped up, we took responsibility and we met the moment.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the Prime Minister and the entire Labor caucus coming to hear my wise words of wisdom. It's very much appreciated. And I appreciate the fact that the Prime Minister does have a mandate to introduce and to bring this Parliament to the Parliament. Back on the 1st of November 2019, the National Party had a meeting at Nagambie, and Kevin Sheedy, the very much respected Australian football coach and social commentator, had quite a tome that he brought to his speech, and it was a book about all of the worst disasters that had struck humankind since know that not one of these disasters has ever hit Australia. It's the book about all the deaths that have occurred, all the tragedies, all the calamities, and it doesn't mention Australia once. And I have this book here, Courage in Crisis, published in 2011, where it talks of the worst disasters in Australia's history. And it talks of the 12,000 plus people who lost their lives in the 1918-1919 influenza epidemic. We've heard much about 1,013 people in 1946-55, the polio epidemic which hit Australia. 727 people died in 1941 when the HMAS Sydney and Cormorant had, of course, their famous battle in the Indian Ocean near Shark Bay. 550 people died, 1900 to 1910, the bubonic plague, again nationwide. 438, December 1938, February 1939, the heatwave that which struck southeastern Australia. 410 people. 4th of March 1899, Cyclone Mahina, Bathurst Bay, Queensland. 406, 1845, the Catariki shipwreck, King Island, Tasmania. My point being is that they are the worst disasters that have struck Australia, and not one of them mentions climate change. Now, if you were listening to some of the, well, you may laugh and mock and knock, but if you were listening to some of the commentators, you would think that each and every day we are losing people to climate change, when in fact what it is doing, it is causing mental anguish amongst our children. Our children, and but don't take my word for it, the renowned peer-reviewed journal The Lancet, Planetary Health, which says climate change has important implications for the health and futures of children and young people. Yes, and I'm not a denier, I accept it. Yet they have little power to limit its harm, making them vulnerable to climate anxiety. And this is the first relationship with perceived government response. Now, I was just at a book launch at which General Patton's quote, "If everyone is thinking alike, then someone isn't thinking." And that is so true. And we talk of the climate wars, which again is probably somewhat of an exaggeration to use the word wars when we're talking about the national discussion when it comes to climate. It's not a war. A war is what is happening in the Ukraine at the moment with Russia's invasion. It's good to have a sensible, rational debate. What we're doing about it. And I know, and I've heard the Prime Minister in question time just today talking about the 604,000 jobs that will be created through the government's climate response. 5 out of 6, he claims, will occur in regional Australia. And so many of those opposite are always talking about their people being concerned about what's being done about the climate, their people being concerned about what the future holds, their people being concerned about their children and grandchildren, and I respect that, I do. But it is regional Australia early because, and the Prime Minister just mentioned, why aren't we manufacturing more? Indeed, I tend to think, Deputy Speaker, that the mining industry gets demonised when it comes to action on climate. Now, we know BHP and a lot of the other the big miners are taking action, taking it in their stride, but each and every one of us has one of these, a mobile phone. You know, and the elements of mobile phones are rare earths obtained through mining. Now, it's all well and good to talk about and around Wagga Wagga to massive solar farms, foreign-owned solar farms. And I talk about the Goodens, the Kirkpatricks, the Martins, the Killens, the Roaches and many others besides, worried, very worried about prime agricultural land being taken up by solar farms which do not have to go through local government approval processes because they're considered state strategically important. These farming families, some of whom have been there for generations, are very concerned not just about the appearance of these solar farms and what they will do to the landscape, but indeed taking away the food and fibre production of some of the best farming land you will find, not just in Australia but indeed in the world. They want a moratorium placed on it, and we should be very mindful and very careful about where we place our solar farms. But they'll all be in regional Australia, make no mistake. And I appreciate that the Prime Minister extols the virtue of what he's doing. But there won't be any wind farms built in Marrickville or Newtown or anywhere in Grayndler. There won't be any solar farms. It will all be occurring in regional Australia. I appreciate too he and others, including the Health Minister, say that it's going to provide jobs and opportunities for Australians. The 600,000 plus number, I do query. I do query. But in December 2021, Labor made a promise to cut power bills. We were approaching election time. We were all wondering when the election might or Of course, that promise to reduce household power bills by $275 by 2025, well, that is the first broken promise of this government. It is a fallacy. They won't do that. They won't do that. And the Albanese-Bant government, what will happen, they will be acquiescing Labor Party to the Greens through this and on other measures that will obviously come forward as a result of this bill passing the House of Representatives, this bill passing the Senate, as it truly will. And are asking right throughout our nation. One of this government's first acts in office was to draw up a new nationally determined contribution, or NDC, the formal statement of Australia's commitment to the target under the Paris Agreement. And I know they went round, and so many candidates did throughout the election campaign, and absolutely demonised what we had done as a government over those 9 years about emissions. The mining industry at risk. We did it in such a way that we didn't place our prime agricultural land at risk. We did it in such a way that power prices were coming down. We did it in such a way that jobs weren't being lost. We did it in such a way that people knew, had certainty about their futures. And when the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, went to Glasgow, he had that net zero target by 2050, which was what was always being called for. And then, of course, it became net zero by 2035, net zero by 2030, and who knows what the future will hold. Target now, and that is the rub. That is the big concern for regional Australians who do, like me, doubt the 604,000 jobs that are supposedly going to be created. They do worry about wind farms and solar farms taking up prime agricultural land. And I appreciate exactly where they're coming from.
I'll now call the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to make some remarks in support of this legislation. It is genuinely momentous legislation. It's a change that this country has been crying out for a long time. Was at in terms of the challenges that we face and the way that the people we represent see those challenges. And I'm always mindful as a representative of the interests of younger people. I mean, we must always remember the tendency for there to be intergenerational unfairness, and climate change is one of those great examples where, as the Prime Minister said before, there's a huge risk that communities and governments and decision makers, as we are in this place, don't take our responsibility to do what's necessary and instead leave a completely unacceptable burden who will be citizens of this country in the future. For me, the standout moment in the first half of the year of the campaign was when I went to Fremantle College, which used to be South Fremantle High School when I was growing up. I went to Fremantle College to talk to high school students, years 11 and 12, I think, and I spoke to them about Australian democracy and how important it was and how they should feel their right and in their entitlement to participate in how decisions are made. A young woman to the left in the front of the crowd caught my eye because she had her hand up like this. She just had her hand up. From the moment I actually was introduced to the stage, she had her hand up. And she kept her hand up, even though it was clear that I was going to be speaking for 10 minutes or something by way of introduction before we got to questions. And a teacher at some point, I think, came over to her and just said, hey, listen, you know, he's going to say a few things and then there'll be time for questions. She kept her hand up. The teacher came over and she put her hand up temporarily, and the teacher went away and she put her hand How can it be when we know the science, when we've experienced the bushfires, when we know that the last 8 years have been the hottest years on the planet on record, when Australia experienced a bushfire event that included within that event the largest bushfire in our history. We saw 3 billion animals killed, 19 million hectares torched. How can it be that you, as a representative, and all the people that you're with and the institution that you're a part of has done nothing? How can that be the case? And she was angry, she was distressed, she was insistent. It was a kind of a question and a statement mixed in together. The teachers, I think, were very supportive of her. At some point they kind of encouraged her to wrap it up. She went on for several minutes, and she was so sort of passionate and insistent and disappointed at what was going on. And that really stuck with me, because when you work in this place and you have the privilege of being part of decision making, you can start to be a bit desensitised to what it's actually like for people who are watching what we do with a great expectation for how we and frustrated and distressed. And you're right, particularly over the last 10 years, to look at the way national government has conducted itself in this country with a huge amount of dismay, because it's been appalling. And young people in my part of the world, I mean, a lot of the focus in the bushfires was, of course, on the terrible inferno on the east coast, and we had similar events in Western Australia that were not as I guess noteworthy from a media point of view, because they didn't involve loss of homes and loss of lives, but did involve, over 2019-20, 35% of the Stirling Range National Park burnt to the ground. We had just this most recent summer, the hottest summer on record in Western Australia. The average daily temperature was a full degree hotter than it had ever been before. In previous summers, the record of days over 40 degrees was 7. This summer recently we had 13. We had 6 days of over 40 degrees in a row. We had more days over 35 than we've ever experienced. Young people know what's happening, and they are clued in to the science in Australia and the science internationally, and they have watched what's happened in this place under the previous government with justifiable dismay, distress and rage, because what they've essentially seen is their future being utterly ignored, their well-being and the well-being of the biodiversity for which we're all responsible for in Australia being utterly ignored. And this government isn't going to allow that to stand. And this government, in passing this legislation, is doing something quite different. So I do say to young people, your feelings of anger and distress and disappointment and disbelief are all utterly justified. But look what is happening in this country now. Look what some of you, those of you who voted in the recent election, have been able to bring about in terms of change. And look what has occurred in the first few months of this government already. Unlike when the previous government went to Glasgow, where the expectation was countries would come with greater ambition, and the last government could barely be bothered to take a glossy pamphlet, didn't shift what was already an inadequate national determined contribution of 26 to 28%, one iota. One of the first acts of the Albanese Labor government was to significantly shift that dial, to commit to 43%, which Professor Mark Howden, who's the director of the Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions at the ANU, and he's a vice chair of the IPCC, has said is entirely consistent with the obligations set out at Glasgow and entirely consistent with Australia's obligations and intentions to get to net zero by 2050. We know that 43% is not the end of the story. 43% is the beginning, and so are all the other changes that we're making. Restoring the Climate Change Authority so that we have proper transparency and accountability. Ensuring that there will be an annual ministerial statement of ministerial responsibility. You know, I think to those who claim that passing this legislation is unnecessary and only symbolic, miss a pretty big point. I mean, it's actually right. While there's the prerogative of the executive to go and make treaty commitments, it's actually right that we as parliamentarians, as the representatives of the people, get to have our say. And it's entirely up to everyone in this House to vote on these bills, and then it'll be the same for those in the other place. And that endorsement by the Parliament is a powerful thing in terms of certainty and clarity, but also democratic integrity. It means that the representatives of the people in Australia are endorsing that commitment and are essentially calling on the government, the responsible ministers, to deliver on those commitments. So, Deputy Speaker, this has been a long time coming, the change that we're making with this bill, and it represents a belated, important step on a path that's been neglected for a long time. It is utterly necessary for our broad health and well-being, our human health, our environmental health. It's utterly necessary in terms of our leadership as a middle-power country, the 13th largest economy in the world, a nation that has among the highest per capita emissions in the world. You know, it's absolutely our responsibility to reflect those facts with our actions in our own interest and in keeping with the leadership that Australia has traditionally shown, which has been sadly lacking over the last 10 years. I look forward to these changes because they're necessary, and despite the fear-mongering that we will continue to hear, unfortunately, in this debate, this is not a balanced thing between imposts on the one hand and benefits on the other. The benefits run in both directions. There are enormous economic benefits and job benefits and pollution reduction benefits as well as climate benefits. So I support this bill wholeheartedly, and I thank the young people of Australia for their patience.
I now call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak to the Climate Change Bill 2022 as the representative of my community of Goldstein. I'm aware that some members of the Goldstein community will be disappointed with a legislated target of 43% carbon emissions reduction by 2030. I agree with you. We need to do better than that. The science says we should be hitting higher targets, and I went to the election believing, based on scientific modelling and evidence, that 60% is a realistic target within that timeframe. My position has not changed, but there is will that is in the majority in this place, and certainly that will far exceeds the stalling of the last decade that saw our nation go to COP26 with a grossly inadequate target of 26 to 28%, a target which did not take responsibility for our environment, our industries and businesses, our regional communities and their deserved just transition, or the future of our children. As parliamentarians and as leaders, we do have a duty of care to our communities on climate. However, progress needs to be stepped through, and this bill has yielded a collaborative process between government and the crossbench that I believe reflects the kind of approach to politics that Goldstein voted me in here to help provide. I commend the work of the member for Warringah, whose tireless work on climate helped bring about the climate election. Finally, our communities have spoken. I appreciate the work and intent of the climate and the willingness from his office to engage with me and other members of the crossbench to improve this important legislation. The Goldstein community made it abundantly clear that they wanted politics done differently. The government, for the moment, appears to have gotten the message. So far, so good. In the course of conversations with the minister about this bill, I and others on the crossbench have advocated strongly for 43% to be explicitly noted as a floor, not a ceiling, when it comes to carbon emissions. This plain language is necessary, I believe, to prevent ambition from being thwarted, to make sure that there are no unintended consequences of this law that limit our future capacity to be brave and innovative and to lead on climate policy. Science and the best available scientific knowledge must underpin everything that we do from now on. This is the time for consistency. As a person who grew up in regional Australia, much as I now live in and love Goldstein, first in Tasmania, and have since lived and worked in Lismore and along the coast of New South Wales, as well as in Darwin, I pay heed to the apprehension in communities outside the big cities. Their experience when they've seen changes made to policy for environmental reasons has often created negative community impact. We must do better in ensuring that regional communities reap the benefits of the transformation from our dependence on fossil fuels to leading on clean, green technology. It's not about transition, it's about transformation. And the backdrop is the physical impact of climate change on communities, who are now bearing the brunt of floods, fires and droughts. Risk management and planning must be a priority area as we step through this process. I would have liked the Minister to agree to amend the legislation to insert a new clause to emissions reductions, a change which would give the final legislation, I think, greater legal force. But I am pleased that he's indicated that he is prepared to make it clear that the legislation doesn't limit Australia's ability to reduce its net greenhouse gas emissions beyond 43% below 2005 levels by 2030. Half a loaf is better than none, but rest assured I will keep pressing the government for more. To that end, the government should next commit to establishing in legislation emissions budgets for each emissions budget period beyond 2030. That is 2031 to 35, 36 to 40, 41 to 45 and 46 to 50. The government should also commit to inserting a climate trigger into the EPBC Act to ensure that proposed fossil fuel developments cannot shocking picture of the degradation of our flora and fauna. Just shocking. We must make up for lost time if our children and theirs are going to enjoy the natural bounty of this nation, if we are to remain a continent of wonder, or, as I used to tell my children when we were living overseas, the magical land of Oz. I call on the government to reveal when it intends to publish the planned and staged emissions budget for 2021 to 2030 that it's committed to in this climate bill. How exactly will we exceed that mark? And I also call on the government not to again politicise this debate and reignite the climate wars by tying budgets beyond 2030 to election campaigns. I've spoken previously in this chamber about my direct experience in the aftermath of climate-related disasters. In 2011, I spent several months covering what were described 76 provinces across 20,000 square kilometres. Central Bangkok was under serious threat, and as the creeping disaster dragged on and the Mekong and Chao Phraya river basins overflowed, the government closed the city's floodgates. When the city closed the floodgates to protect the high-rises, shopping centres and the apartment blocks of the CBD from the rising waters, the CB clongs or canals were empty. But outside those floodgates, water that couldn't flow away inundated communities for months. People attacked the floodgates, trying to make them open, to no avail. Central Bangkok was spared, but the largely poorer residents on the outskirts were not. One of the communities we had visited on the flooded side 'His was one death of several hundred during those 1 in 1,000-year floods, which, as we know all too well in Australia and elsewhere, happen a lot more often than every 1,000 or even every 100 years. We must not allow ourselves to get used to this. We cannot yet get used to the death, destruction and the ongoing trauma that is ever more frequently happening because of climate change. We were warned, and we've been too slow. This little boy was a victim of that, as are the residents of South East Queensland and northern New South Wales, especially my old hometown of Lismore, and those affected by repeated bushfires across our fragile and beautiful nation. We now have a minimum number to provide certainty for business and community. Further, consistent government policy must follow to ensure I commend this bill to the House.
The member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I asked the people of Wills to give me the privilege of being re-elected as part of an Albanese Labor government, I made it clear that I was committed to taking real action in government, getting things done. That's what we'd do if we won government. Real action on the cost of living, real action on secure local jobs, and of course real actions on tackling climate change. And I campaigned on the fact that an Albanese Labor government was committed to taking that real action by implementing our policies and legislation to lower our emissions, create thousands of clean energy jobs and decrease household bills with massive investments in renewable technology to make us a renewable energy superpower. During this first sitting of the 47th Parliament, we are making our commitment to real action clear and manifest with the introduction of the first genuine climate A decade of inaction is over. There are a lot of platitudes in politics, and the conversation about climate action is not immune to that, that's for sure, Deputy Speaker. Those on the other side who like to promote a false, rather damaging dichotomy that it's either the environment or the economy, as if you've got to choose. Or from the minor parties and those on the fringes that think we can wave a magic wand to deal with climate change without a genuine plan for workers and the communities that they support around Australia. Deputy Speaker, the country has been crying out for sensible and real action in this space for a decade. And, Deputy Speaker, we are delivering it. And I'm very proud of this bill, because it's the first real climate change bill in a decade. We have had 9 years, almost 10 years, when they started fighting each other in their own party room and could never agree on one of them. It was a disaster, Deputy Speaker. And the Australian people had enough of it. Had enough of the dithering, had enough of the denial, just had enough of it, wanted things to get done. And Australians trust that we will get this right, because Labor has a strong track record of environmental policy, and we have the commitments to prove it. Let's not forget, Deputy Speaker, it was the Whitlam government that was able to prevent Joh Bjelke-Petersen from drilling in the Great Barrier Reef. It was the Hawke government that was able to save the Franklin, the Kakadu and the Daintree. It was the Keating government that worked to protect our oceans. But we don't need to look at the past anymore, because it will be this Albanese Labor government that will be remembered for taking real action on climate change and protect it generations. And our commitment is backed up by a fully modelled and costed plan in Powering Australia, a plan to reduce emissions by at least 43% by 2030, joining our international partners like Japan, South Korea and Canada in that ambition, a plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, bringing us into line with countries like France and Denmark and Spain who have similarly legislated targets. It's a plan that reflects Australia's commitment to the Paris Agreement and the efforts to limit the global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees on pre-industrial levels. Rejoining our international partners in this effort is not just important in doing our fair share to reduce emissions. It is actually critical to our long-term bilateral relationships, our engagement with our partners across the globe. And already under the leadership of Prime Minister Albanese, this government has made significant strides in repairing relationships that were damaged by Australia's lack of leadership in the previous government. No longer are we the subject of ire from our international partners who expect us to do our fair share. And of course, this is a principle, the fair share, which is somewhat similar to the fair go. And it's a principle that Australians easily understand. Do your bit. Put your fair share in. Make the effort. So we're no longer speaking to empty rooms at international conferences. We're actually bidding to host them. We're no longer leaving our Pacific neighbours, our friends, our partners in the Pacific, on their own as they experience the devastating impacts of climate change, the existential threat that they face. We're with them now. We will not be limited in our ambition, and as the Prime Minister has said, our target is a floor, not a ceiling. We will become a renewable energy superpower with the investment that will be unleashed by our policies and our legislation. And we will be accountable, unlike the previous government, when it comes to this action. This will take the form of an annual climate change statement to Parliament, ensuring accountability on meeting our targets, including progress made in achieving those, international developments relevant to addressing climate change and the effectiveness of the government's policies in meeting the set targets. This statement will be informed by the Independent Climate Change Authority, who will also be tasked with providing ongoing advice on adjusting future targets. We have a plan to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, secure, well-paid jobs. And this is important because it's not just about words or just about a so-called just transition with nothing really to back it up. Our plan is to lower power bills for ordinary Australians, helping more Australians join the solar revolution by installing 400 solar community batteries like apartment owners and renters to draw from excess electricity stored in batteries, allowing for more Australians to take full advantage of cheap solar energy. Now, I know the people of Wills in my electorate have felt really, it's interesting, I probably share this with most of my colleagues on this side when they talk to their constituents, that they tell them they've got a sense of relief. It's like a weight has been lifted over off their shoulder, that they finally have a government that is actually doing something in the national interest. That's a widespread view. It's nationwide. We have a federal government that actually cares about this country's future and future generations, that's committed to taking real action here in this place and in our governance. And it's brought together environmental groups. All of them joined our minister when he formally signed our new targets in June this year. And so I congratulate the minister for his efforts, the Minister for Climate and Energy, for his efforts to develop legislation that recognises the significance of this challenge, whilst bringing the different elements of Australian society together, including here in this parliament. And I thank the members of the crossbench who have sought to negotiate in good faith and call on those yet to declare their support to consider the bigger picture. I also call on members of the opposition, the handful that are here, that are still opposing this legislation, to reconsider, because we have a unique opportunity to end a decade of fighting, a decade of denial, a decade of delay. We have a unique opportunity to chart a new path forward. We have a unique opportunity good for the people that we represent, something significant for the people we represent and future generations. On election day, Australians voted to end the climate wars. They'd had enough. Our Prime Minister spoke eloquently of the possibility of a better future, the potential of a better future. And now this parliament can do the same. We can vote to end the decade of delay and denial. We can vote to mark the end of our climate delinquency. We can vote for our children and our grandchildren to have that better future. We can vote for real action. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me say from the outset a reduction of 43% of CO2 emissions by 2030 on 2005 levels is an admirable target, if indeed it's a good target. It may be ambitious, but it's an admirable target. But it's already been adopted by the government and they have submitted it to the UN, the Prime Minister said. And legislating the 43%, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a different thing, and it's a bad idea. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has said they don't need to. So why would they do it, and why is it a bad idea? Targets have been tremendously successful for Australia. Kyoto 1 and 2 both reached and exceeded. We will exceed our Paris target, which was 26 to 28% easily. In fact, probably reaching around 35% under current projections. That's without new policies coming from the government. We've done so much better than many others without smashing our economy, and by adapting day by day to the delivery and development of new technologies. And I take umbrage, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the members opposite making allegations that the previous government was doing nothing. We reduced emissions by 23% on 2005 levels. One of only a handful of countries around the world that could claim such progress. One of only a handful of countries of the 193 countries around the world that could claim that. In grey alone, I'm sure you're familiar with it, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is 2,138 megawatts of installed capacity of either solar or wind, and there's more than 1,000 megawatts planned or under construction. And that has been under the previous government's policies. Australia has the highest penetration of rooftop solar on the planet and is adding large-scale wind and solar at a per capita rate twice that of the next fastest country. In grey, as we have in the rest of South Australia, we've reached almost 40% of premises with rooftop solar. China, and I think this is a very important point, we need to have some comparisons and an idea of what the rest of the world is doing. China has promised to slash its CO2 emissions by 2030, by 2030, and it's at of CO2 emissions per unit of GDP. Now, perhaps they will do that. But, well, good luck with that, I might say, Mr Deputy Speaker, because China has already increased its GDP by more than 200% since 2005, and if it keeps growing at the projected rates through to 2030, their GDP will be 450% bigger than it was in 2005. So making a commitment about per capita GDP and reducing that needs to be measured up with the increase of their GDP over the same period. Extrapolating the 65% cut, that still allows for a 60% increase on their real 2005 levels. A 60% increase. Well, good luck with that, because in 2005 they emitted 5 billion tonnes per annum. By 2021 they've already more than doubled that to 11.7 billion tonnes. So they say they're going to only go up by 60%, but they've already gone up by over 100, and increasing by more than 500 million tonnes a year. Australia only emits 500 million tonnes a year, and China is increasing by that much each year. In fact, China has already gone 3 billion tonnes a year past the commitment for their 2030 target. And on a note, China has 90 gigawatts of new coal-fired generation capacity under construction last year, about the same as the year before. And if anyone needs a comparison, 90 gigawatts, as a comparison, Loyang is rated at 1.2 gigawatts. The much-noted Liddell Power Station at 1.7 gigawatts. China is building 90 gigawatts a year. Historians argue over whether it was Churchill or John Maynard Keynes or someone else who first said, "When the facts change, sir, I change my mind. What do you do?" So the question is here, what if the circumstances change over the next 5 years or so and we're locked into legislation? So if in 5 years we find the 22,000-strong entourage that trooped off to the COP20 in Glasgow last year spoke with a collective forked tongue, or China and India continue merrily along, or if European nations keep bringing their fossil-fuelled power stations out of retirement, or even building new ones, Mr Deputy Speaker? And what if in 5 years' time Australia is losing aluminium production? If it is losing steel production, in Whyalla, in your home state, Mr Deputy Speaker. If food manufacturing, if fertiliser manufacturing is being undercut, what then? What then when we have a legislated 43%? When we have the legislated target, it will be used by activists to actually to block the progress of new projects in this country. The scientific facts may not have changed, Mr Deputy Speaker, but the political and economic ones will have. And so, what of our bid, in fact, to build a world-class fertiliser plant in Australia, if activists choose to block the legislation on the basis, block the progress in the courts on the basis of the legislation? We'll have a situation where the High Court effectively will have power to block government projects or preferences of government by use of the government legislation. And I'm indebted to the Shadow Minister for Climate Change and Energy for bringing forward that exact example, having difficulty with that word, of this circumstances in the UK. I conclude that legislating this target is no more than a bit of political grandstanding, a bit of politics within the warm inner glow. The Minister has said that the government does not need to legislate, so why would we risk stranding Australia like a shag on a rock while the world changes around us? By all means, let us strive for the 43%. Let's go further, but only on the basis that we are not that shag on the rock, that we rush ahead of the evolving technologies before they are mature enough to give us a low-cost transition. A low-cost transition that will protect our jobs, our economy and our place in the world. There are a number of issues I brought up in this place before, Mr Deputy Speaker, and one that nags at me is the international accounting methods for carbon emissions, which are designed by European nations for European nations. There's no other way to describe it. Nations that import the bulk of their energy actually shift their emissions onto third countries. If you take the case of uranium, a lot of it is mined in our home state, Mr Deputy Speaker. The emissions that are generated in the mining and refining of that uranium and transport through the Yellowcake standard, normally diesel but also electricity, and it's all generated in Australia, go on Australia's debit sheet. And in fact, we are supplying clean fuel to the rest of the world so they can claim a net benefit, but it's gone on our debit sheet. We didn't use the energy. Another example, of course, is our gas industry, where we provide a relatively clean fuel to much of the world, to many mature markets. The fact that 30% of the energy of the gas is used in compression within Australia goes on our debit sheet. So another country can put their hand up and say, look how clean we are, we're using gas and it's hardly got any, by comparison, any emissions, because the emissions have actually been emitted by Australia on behalf of another country. That is a corrupt system, Mr Deputy Speaker. It should operate like a GST, where the consumer actually lists back where the CO2, right through the chain, it is passed on to the consumer. Unless we get a system like that, it is corrupt from top to bottom. So when I hear people on the other side, members on the other side, telling us that Australia has the highest per capita emissions in the world, if we took out actually the products that we supply to the rest of the world that actually lessens their emissions, we would not be in that position. Now, I don't know exactly where on the graph we would sit, but I know we would not be the highest. And so as long as that system is allowed to continue, decisions will be made based on the wrong information. Not the wrong information necessarily for our particular country, but wrong information for the world. Because one of the things we do know about CO2 emissions and global warming is that it is a worldwide problem that can only have a worldwide solution.
Thank you. I call the member for Boothby.
Priority for the Albanese Labor government, and that's why we've introduced this legislation as one of our first orders of parliamentary business. Campaigning my electorate of Boothby, there was no issue raised with me more frequently or more passionately than climate change, and specifically the previous government's complete failure to provide the certainty and stability that groups across the community, from businesses to the unions to environmental groups, have long called for. Their failure to grasp the enormous opportunities that the world's transition to renewable energy presents for our country, their failure to end the climate wars, politicising one of the major challenges of our time. And that's what this legislation is designed to do, Mr Speaker. And this legislation is only the beginning, the first step for us in implementing the Powering Australia plan that we took to the Australian people at the May election. These bills set in law our emission reduction ambitions and represent a solid, reliable and dependable foundation from which to build further efforts to reduce our carbon emissions. The climate change nationally determined contribution that the Albanese government signed on the 16th of June. Importantly, and this concept may be foreign to those opposite, it enhances accountability by making the government of the day accountable to the people through an annual statement to Parliament. This statement will include an update on the progress made during the year towards achieving targets, an update on international developments, changes to climate change policy and a review of the effectiveness of the Commonwealth climate change policies in contributing to the achievements of the targets. The bill boosts transparency by requiring independent advice to be part of the annual statements and future targets, independent advice from those who really know what they're talking about, the Climate Change Authority. It requires this Climate Change Authority advice to be public and, crucially, oblige important principle. This report will not be hidden away like so many we saw, or rather did not see, under the previous government. We will be accountable. The bill provides for regular independent review of the Act. It also ensures Australia keeps setting future targets that meet the requirements of the Paris Agreement to be a progression on our current commitments. This means our target is effectively a floor, not a ceiling, when it comes to reducing emissions, something I know the people of Boothby are passionate about. The second bill is the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022, and this inserts our targets into the objective Energy Finance Corporation and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, to help focus those agencies on contributing to the targets. Requiring the targets to be taken into account by the Export Finance Australia and Infrastructure Australia for a number of their functions. Recognising CSIRO's contribution to all elements of the Paris Agreement and its legislative functions. Updating climate laws to reference both the targets and Paris Agreement so that policies such as carbon crediting and the safeguard mechanism help deliver on those targets. And it updates the Climate Change Authority legislation to reference the purposes of the Paris Agreement in the principles it considers when providing advice. The 2030 and 2050 targets are reflected in Australia's updated nationally determined contribution submitted under the Paris Agreement to the UNFCCC. The 27th conference of that agency is scheduled for November 2022, and passage of these bills before that conference will reinforce Australia's ability to influence global efforts to address climate change. We will no longer be embarrassed internationally, no longer laggards as we were under the previous government. Lack of climate change action by the former government is one of the major reasons I decided to run in Boothby. As the mother of 3 young adults and watching the former government, those opposite, put ideology over evidence and waste close to a decade pulling Australia backwards on climate, I knew I had to act. I spent almost 10 months talking to voters in every single part of this very diverse electorate, and I heard very clearly from the people in Boothby that they care about taking action on climate change for just about every reason imaginable. Ignore the message sent by the Australian people at your peril. For some in Boothby, particularly those in the Adelaide foothills, in Blackwood and Belair, the threat of climate change is obvious. More intense and more frequent heat waves and bushfires that already threaten their homes. On the flats at Mitchell Park and Marion and Edwardstown, action on climate change can mean is distributed more fairly. In Mitcham, I heard about the fears of flooding. A 1 in 100-year flooding event seems a lot more real after you've seen it happen 4 times in a few months in the eastern states. And for those on the coast, in Glenelg, Somerton, Brighton and Seacliff, climate change threatens what are some of Australia's very best coastlines and beaches, and their homes through sea level rise and the impact of stronger storms. And of course, across the electorate, people told me of their fears for themselves and particularly for their next generations, the legacy they would be leaving their children and grandchildren. I've listened to them all, and now this government is taking action. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the important work done by conservation and environmental groups in my electorate. Doctors for the Environment talked to me about the public health emergency that climate change represents, heat waves causing deaths and infectious diseases. The Australian Conservation Foundation talked to me about the environment in crisis, and we heard more about that from the Minister for Environment earlier this week, about the impact the changing environment has on biodiversity and the impact that has on us and our lives. Parents for Climate Action and Eco Walk and Roll groups told me about our responsibility to the next generation to leave them an environment they can live in, to mitigate against the extremes of temperature and the increasingly extreme weather events. And the Uniting Church Climate Change Group talked to me about our responsibility to those less well off, people who can't afford to keep the air conditioner running all summer and the heater all winter, and can't afford for food prices to go up when crops fail, be they here in Australia or in other countries. And I lost count of the number of individual people who told me they couldn't stand to see the opportunities of a clean, renewable energy economy going elsewhere when Australia has such an abundance of resources and talent to harness them here. Businesses talked to me about the opportunities that climate change action can offer to South Australia. They spoke of plans for green aluminium, they spoke of green steel, they spoke of thousands of jobs and major industry all predicated on abundant renewable energy and storage, solar, wind and storage including hydrogen, based in the regions powering Australia's next economic revolution. And when I visit Tonsley in my electorate and I speak to the businesses there, we have the largest hydrogen electrolyser in the Southern Hemisphere. We have industries working in the energy sector, servicing electric vehicles and batteries, developing smart technology. I know that industry is ready for this change. They see the opportunities. And we know if we do not harness these opportunities, they will simply go elsewhere. I want these opportunities for the people of Boothby and broader South Australia and Australia. Mr Speaker, we simply have no longer any time to waste. We can certainly no longer stick our heads in the sand on this issue. We need action. As the Minister said in introducing these bills, 2030 is only 89 months away, less than 7.5 short years. And these bills represent the start of a new chapter in our politics, where we tackle this long vexed issue by enshrining in law a sensible, achievable but still ambitious emissions reduction target. Mr Speaker, these bills make clear that this government is taking climate action seriously. They're taking the challenge of governing seriously. It's taking the Paris Climate Agreement and our international obligations seriously. We're taking net zero by 2050 seriously and the 2030 target. We're taking accountability and responsibility seriously. This is a government determined to grasp the enormous opportunities of a green energy future for Australia. We have a new government.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a on climate change. I thank the Minister for Climate Change and I also thank the Minister for the ability of non-government members to improve some aspects of many bills to mitigate global warming and transition to clean energy to be passed by this parliament. Wasn't getting hotter. Precious time wasted. We can no longer beat around the bush here. Federal legislation which should be transparent and on the consequences to this government should those targets not be achieved. Because, of course, there will be grave consequences. Affecting all in this country, to see the collapse of entire ecosystems, to see the risk to our food, to our water and to our we must procrastinate or pretend. Every tonne of emissions produced now, pumped into our shared and collective atmosphere, makes the job harder for us. Every tonne of carbon dioxide we produce now will stay with us. Every tonne of methane we produce now will stay. The country's commitment to a global the first time since Federation, they sent a representative to Parliament to fight for climate action. It's not. We know the science. We know that in order to keep the rise in atmospheric temperature to just 1.5 degrees, we know that that means new coal mines or gas projects. We know that a more ambitious target will free our economy from its reliance on 20th century energy sources, volatile international markets and on precarious international security. We know that our federal as well as major the Business Council of Australia, as well as the various state governments who have been well Most importantly, we do know how to achieve a more ambitious emissions reduction target. We must transition our energy supply to renewables, build a cleaner, more efficient electricity vehicle and contention that opening new gas and coal mines would not act which no longer holds water. Mitigate climate. We've seen extraordinary that without taking backward steps. Assets destined to be stranded as our international trading partners make their own progress towards net zero emissions. I will support this bill, but tomorrow, without pause, our work will continue. I urge the government to remain open to working with other members of this parliament to build collaboratively on this. Working together, we can be a parliament that actually listens to the voices of its voters. We can be a parliament
and I give the call.
The Deputy Speaker, according to the most credible science available, and that includes our own CSIRO and the Bureau of Meteorology here in Australia, the Earth's climate is changing. Normal cycle of climatic fauna, threats to human health, and changes in weather and rainfall patterns. These sustainable and stable lifestyle. I acknowledge that climate solutions or Australia's ability to make a meaningful difference to climate change throughout. I'm also acutely aware that vested interests, including the fossil fuel companies and the renewable energy investors, have entered the climate political disunity. Disunity which has resulted in a decade of inaction in what many would agree is a pressing issue facing humanity, and which the global response has become a race per capita emitters of greenhouse gases, lifestyle changes and time to adjust. However, the longer that the changes are delayed, the more severe and more disruptive action is taken, and even more profound will be the impact on society if no action is taken. Climate scientists know that. Industry leaders have all committed to do. Shows that the May election confirmed that. Neither households or businesses can continue to function in a climate of uncertainty. Personal and business investments will only be made seeks to do. It will be less destructive to our natural environment and contribute to global efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 behind achieving set. Can I say to those members, most of those targets were achieved because of the actions and we've heard other speakers and so therefore it should be opposed. The fact that we have people on both sides of that argument, one group saying it's too high and the other saying it's too low, being set elsewhere. And whilst there might, I don't believe the differences are sufficient to warrant any concern about that. And particularly so when we have said very clearly that the 43% is a floor, not a ceiling. And indeed, if a higher reduction can be achieved and achieved responsibly, in addition to all of that, the government has made it clear that there will be, each year, a report to Parliament coalition government because they were not committed to change action and needed to silence their very critics. The Morrison government did all it could do to disempower the very structures that in Labor. And pursued a carbon reduction policy, sometimes in the face of opposition from both the Coalition and even the Greens. But Labor will deliver on this legislation and the 43% target, because the target is, and it will also drive time and must make a contribution, some greater, some lesser. The country will do what it can given the capacity it has. Australia has and we should do both. If we don't, we cannot act the devastation and extreme weather events, including loss of lives, the financial costs of those, and the environmental destruction will vastly outweigh the costs and disruption of climate change action, which many opposite seem to oppose. This legislation must be passed by both this House and the Senate if Australia is to look to the future with confidence. I believe they failed to respect Australians and perhaps have even lost the respect of many within the international community. I came into this place, and the member for Blair sits in front of me, in 2007 with acting on climate that once
I thank the member for the contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, the State of the Environment report, finally made public last month, confirmed the climate crisis isn't some esoteric mumbo jumbo. Reality that is remember, climate change has already been felt brutally by the community mainland. Moreover, we see the evidence in the bleached northern corals, Australia extinction due to more time, because quite simply we don't have any more time. So I do welcome this bill. Enshrine our emissions targets in legislation, not least to provide certainty to businesses, but also to shore up commitments made corporation and but don't get me wrong, Deputy Speaker, this don't or to phase out fossil fuels or to support fossil fuel workers to transition into new areas of work. And it's silent on measures to help local communities to invest in renewable while amendments. Start with the Climate Change Authority, which will obviously have an important role in advising the Minister and the Parliament under the model proposed by the bill. Because it is important guarantee the end gutted the authorities' of expert advice by the authority and others will be no guarantee that the government will do the right thing. For example, the Climate Change Authority 8 years ago recommended Australia adopt a target of between 5% and 65% emission reductions, and yet here we are in 2022 debating a miserable 40%. Indeed, the science tells us right now that we need emissions targets which reflect the urgency of the situation, and to that end, I will introduce amendments to the bill which update the paltry emissions targets currently in the by 2030. Failure to do this will be abrogating our responsibility as global citizens, failing future generations and locking in climate damage for decades to come. It's just as important as the targets themselves. Despite decades of experience showing that it is ineffective, costly and way to tackle climate change, being the preferred choice for an industry desperate to keep polluting. And anyone who thinks that Deputy Speaker, good climate legislation should make clear that the time has passed for shifting infrastructure must cease this year. But this bill does not do this, and that is a deeply worrying omission. And Deputy Speaker, around the world than we've already blown the carbon budget. To illustrate the point, additional 1.7 billion tonnes of carbon released into the atmosphere per year. Or to put it another way, Deputy Speaker, if all the projects in the pipeline are approved, it would be the equivalent of adding around 5% more to global energy emissions. In other words, the Scarborough gas field project much of this pollution won't even be counted in our national greenhouse gas databases, which means it's all too easy for politicians to ignore. But of course, Deputy Speaker, the environment is the overall contribution of greenhouse gases that increases as a result of the Australian public should not be left in the dark about our huge contribution to Deputy Speaker, in closing, I want to make the point that this bill is a start. We do need a legislative target, and any moves towards greater transparency in reporting to the Parliament on our climate efforts is a good thing. The benefit make a difference for our and for our communities. So we do need much stronger action right now, backed by clear policies, and we need to start now. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
It is an important bill. Because as members duty to ensure that we deliver an environment that is sustainable for the next generation, not just for over. And we all have a duty in legislation as legislators all around the world. And I, for one, do not want to be in this place and have not years to come. It's a very important issue. Deputy Speaker, we also have a duty to act for the Australian public, to where we can continue to farm, continue to have our rivers flowing, and to ensure that people can live a healthy life. And the consequences of no action means that there will be none of that I've just said. There would be no farming, there will be no rivers flowing. We've seen inaction. It was seen as something that could be used for politics. The then Abbott coalition decided to play games with it. Over taken. They want their voices heard and they want leadership on this issue. And I feel that we have let them down. To act on I don't want to betray any longer. What we decide here in this House will impact on their lives, their children. The responsibility very seriously, as all of us should in this place. And that's why, Deputy Speaker, this is a truly important bill. Deputy Speaker, the Australian people have They are sick of excuses. They want an end to the inaction that climate wars. There is no climate wars. This is reality. And as I said, around the world you'll find and to government in the the debate and action on climate change towards a more positive direction. Because, Deputy Speaker, the past decade has not just kept us stagnant, it's made us go backwards. We've seen energy prices rising. One of the reasons new technology to reduce emissions. Why on earth would you invest when you don't know what the future holds? This bill and this legislation will give some certainty to more investors that want to invest in renewables. One of the reasons we businesses build, which brings up, which makes competition harder, and prices have risen steadily over the last 10 years. Deputy Speaker, addressing climate change must be something that each and every person in this House takes with for our country. Parliament, in the Australian Parliament, that we had that action take place here on these benches. People still raise it with me. Deputy Speaker, this is not a political football. This is a serious wildfires, the flooding, and we don't have to travel far. We can see the effects of climate change right here in this country, and we can also see great in the Pacific with rising waters. If you go to places like Kiribati, already people are being evacuated off the island of Kiribati. Photographs of we need to make sure that this bill gets through, and I'm really disappointed to hear again the games that are the world. Australia now has a government and a parliament that wants Australia to be a renewable. We're one of the first states to bring in reusable cans and bottles. We've been doing these things for many years. We introduced single bag decades. It was the government supported these. Said it's our duty as members. 43% may not be the be all and end all. lots and lots of new technologies. One of the disappointing was one of the biggest solar farms in the world, and everyone working there was Australian. These are the sea levels have.
The honourable member for his contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Climate change is real. We must do what we reasonably can to cut emissions while taking advantage of the economic opportunities that exist. As a leader in renewable energy, the government announced in 2021 that it will have a more ambitious emissions reduction target with net zero emissions by 2030, a feat already achieved in the last 6 of the past 7 years. Their state of Tasmania. I understand the advantageous position, living in a state that has long had one of the greenest energy supplies in Australia. In fact, the city of Launceston in my northern Tasmanian electorate five years later, in November 2020, renewable electricity. Who just want to see the debate. And I know many of my colleagues are representing the views of their communities who have generational employment in the coal industry. And as a Tasmanian, I've seen firsthand the devastating impact of what happened to our state when the forestry industry was ripped to pieces, devastating individuals, families, for a heading as a country. In my own backyard of Georgetown is the Bell Bay Industrial Precinct, which produces 59% of Tasmania's manufacturing exports. The local aluminium smelter has long been the backbone of this precinct. The smelter first opened in 1955 and the town and now federal representatives The long-term future of the smelter was secured earlier this year after Rio Tinto signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Tasmanian Government, a business case for the production of hydrogen on site, with the aim of replacing existing supplies of fossil gas. It is this all manufacturing born out of a desire by businesses in the region for better collaboration and to grow the region's capabilities by supporting existing, encouraging investment and promoting the benefits of the region as a place to live and work. Recognising the threats and opportunities that lay ahead, stakeholders and local state additional skills of workers at the attracted to our renewable power grid. Companies like of Bath trust in me to represent their views. The Launceston Chamber of Commerce is over 170 years old and has consistently adapted and advanced causes in the best interests of the local business community. In 2020, the Chamber adopted a climate change policy favouring initiatives that support a reduction in carbon emissions that the last thing business than 43%. Confidently transition to a low-carbon future and which will provide our region of Tasmania with competitive advantage. For local he has witnessed the effect a warmer climate is having on many. They're becoming marginal. The increased growing temperatures have resulted in lower fruit quality, compressed harvest periods and a subsequent greater pressure on winery infrastructure, Mr Byrne said. Here in Tasmania, where the prediction models have us been the least affected of the viticultural regions from a climate change perspective, we're still experiencing challenges. Fire and the subsequent effect of smoke damage on fruit has resulted in significant losses in 3 of the past 10 years, and dry lightning strikes are a relatively new phenomenon in Tasmania. Tasmania also has limited resources. The eastern side of Tasmania, where the majority of vineyards are planted, is dry. As the climate continues to change and as more vineyards and farming operations move to Tasmania, it will put further strain on our resources. We then need to have discussions on whether vineyards are the best use for this increasingly valuable land. So the threat of climate change on the wine industry is multifaceted, both in the short and long term. For a state with a world-class and established wine industry, this should be startling. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've witnessed parts of the debate around the issue of climate change patronised by some as being a young, lefty, elite issue, and I absolutely dispute this characterisation. This issue transcends age, gender, political affiliation, religious beliefs and socio-economic circumstances. In the Northern Tasmanian community, I've met with and received emails and letters from local school and uni students to Baptist ministers, doctors, retired teachers, business leaders, grandparents, pensioners from the left, from the right, all of whom believe this is an issue not one of left or right, but is where the future of our country needs to be, solely at the centre. Just last week, I received an email from a lifelong 70-year-old Liberal supporter who wants to see our party and our country move ahead with greater action on climate change, and he's not alone. To this gentleman and the thousands of other Northern Tasmanians who've reached out to me via email or through my community survey and identified climate change as one of their most significant concerns, I have heard you. I've spent a lot of time deciding how to proceed after reviewing Labor's legislation, and I believe there are issues with the consequential amendments bill, so I will not be supporting this due to my concerns over the impact it may have on important infrastructure projects, for example. But I will be supporting Labor's primary bill. At the end of the day, it's important to me that when I'm back in my own community, I'm able to sincerely say that I used the opportunity afforded to me with the power of my vote to stand up for what they want and need and to move on from this debate. I've had incredibly constructive discussions with Opposition Leader about my views and that of the party on this issue, and while there is much that we do agree on, I believe he understands why I've made this decision. I have respect for him and he has my support as our party formulates our own plan to combat climate change while supporting the Australian economy. However, while that happens, it is important that we do move forward and we act now and not delay until the eve of the next election.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Ben.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support these bills, and I'd like to recognise the fine contribution made by the member for Bass. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to climate change policy in Australia over the last 10 years, it's been a disappointing story of division and years of missed opportunity. As someone who worked for more than a decade for a science and engineering organisation before coming to this place in 2018, these have been particularly frustrating times. However, we now have the opportunity to end the climate wars and start addressing one of the great challenges this nation faces. There is no time to waste. The recent State of the Environment report is a stark reminder of this. I have spoken with some of the passionate public servants who put this critical report together. It's a harrowing report that tells a story of crisis and decline in Australia's environment, with the pressures of climate change being a major contributing factor. The report explains that over the last 5 years, at least 19 ecosystems are now showing signs of collapse or near collapse. Marine heat waves and ocean acidification are destroying our Great Barrier Reef, causing coral bleaching and threatening 150 reef species. Australia has lost more mammal species than any other continent and has one of the highest rates of species decline in the developed world. Many in my electorate have been understand this firsthand. The 2019-20 bushfires that swept across Namadgi National Park and Tidbinbilla Nature Reserve was one of the largest ecological disasters in the ACT's history. Here at Parliament House, our first occasion to wear masks was because of the air pollution from those fires. For a week, we had the worst air quality across the world. As reported by the CSIRO, climate change contributed to this catastrophic event. The impact of climate change has led to longer, more intense fire seasons and an increase in the average number of elevated fire weather days. 2019 was the driest year since records began in 1900 and was Australia's warmest year. This government is committed to taking more ambitious action on climate change. It's what we promised to the Australian people at the last election, and we haven't wasted any time since. Last month we updated our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. This formalised Australia's international pledge to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 43% below 2005 levels by 2030, reaffirming Australia's commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. It also committed the government to providing an annual statement to Parliament on progress towards these targets and restored Australia's Climate Change Authority as a source of independent policy advice. The government co-hosted the Sydney Energy Forum with the International Energy Agency and supported by the Business Council of Australia. It brought together governments and the private sector to identify practical opportunities to transition to clean energy. This included clean energy technologies such as solar, hydrogen, critical minerals and batteries. Ministers from the US, Japan, India, Indonesia and Pacific Islands, among others, attended, and Australia's new position on climate change was welcomed. A partnership agreement by the government and the US was signed at the forum, agreeing to accelerate work on zero emissions technology and promote economic growth. The forum demonstrated that Australia can transition to a net zero economy while also providing clean, affordable and secure energy to countries in our region for their own transitions. At the Pacific Islands Forum, Prime Minister Albanese reassured our Pacific partners of Australia's strengthened commitment to combating climate change. It was also acknowledged as a primary economic and security challenge for our region and an existential threat to the island countries of the Pacific. The Minister for Climate Change recently signed regulations to strengthen the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ensuring it remains focused on renewables and electrification. Since the agency's establishment in 2012 under Labor, it has delivered $8 billion worth of value to the Australian economy. Now, as one of our first acts in Parliament, we are introducing our climate change bill. This seeks to enshrine in law our nationally determined contribution of 43% emissions reduction by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. This target is a floor, not a ceiling, and it's been backed in by representatives of business and unions, energy users and energy providers, farmers and conservationists. The bill will also explicitly task in law the Climate Change Authority to assess and publish progress against these targets and advise government on future targets, including the 2035 target. And it will legislate a requirement for the Minister for Climate Change to report annually to Parliament on its progress. Legislating the target is international best practice. It creates the much-needed certainty for business, investors and the wider community. It will also see Australia rejoin key trading partners in their ambition to 2030. For example, Canada has a target of 40 to 45%, South Korea 40% and Japan at 46%. And most importantly, the 43% target is backed by a plan. We know we can reach it because of the modelled impact of a comprehensive set of policies. Deputy Speaker, Australia has natural advantages when transitioning to renewables. We have an abundance of natural energy, including plenty of sun and wind resources across our magnificent landmass. We also have the skills and expertise to lead the transformation to renewable energy. This is an opportunity for us to jump ahead of the pack. Our plan has the potential to create more than 600,000 jobs and will spur $76 billion worth of investment. And the fastest way to combat rising cost of energy is by getting more firm renewable energy into the system. The current global energy crisis has emphasised the need for collaboration and to position energy security at the centre of the renewable energy transformation. As we saw in Australia, a combination of high global fossil fuel prices and ageing coal power stations resulted in energy prices skyrocketing, leaving families struggling to pay their bills. We know the best way to get those prices down is to make it cheaper and more efficient to transmit energy and get more cleaner and cheaper energy into the system. The AEMO underlined this view, recently stating that Australia's energy future lies in firmed renewables, which it says is clearly the cheapest reliable power option by a country mile. Canberra's energy transition is a great example of what can be achieved. At a time when higher energy prices are trending across the country, electricity prices in Canberra are forecast to decrease by 1.25% over the coming year. This is credited to the ACT's long-term renewable energy contracts, which more than offset the increase in wholesale electricity costs. Essentially, we are now a territory powered 100% by renewable energy. We can close the gap between federal government and state and territory governments when it comes to investing in renewables that will power Australia. All states and territories have expressed a real desire to work with us to get there on both sides of politics, and we will be working in collaboration with them to drive down emissions while ensuring secure, affordable energy. Given the support we are seeing for our Climate Action Plan from states and territories, the business community, unions, energy generators and energy users, we may be more successful and achieve greater emission reductions than forecast. That's why the target should be seen as a floor and not a ceiling. Furthermore, our nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement are built on ratcheting up aggregate and individual ambition over time. Nevertheless, we know with current projections that a 43% emission reduction by 2030 is what we can achieve with a comprehensive range of policies we took to the Australian public. These policies were endorsed at the last election. This government is serious about climate change, has been clearly demonstrated by what we have achieved in only 2 months in government and what we have set to achieve in our first sitting weeks in Parliament. We can end the climate wars, move forward together and get on with the job of tackling one of the greatest challenges this nation has faced. We owe it to the families and communities we suggest we represent in this place, Deputy Speaker. Marcus, Eamon and Stella, this is for you.
I thank the member for Bean and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to begin my contribution by trying to explain what we're trying to achieve by legislating 43% carbon emissions. So, carbon dioxide is a trace gas in the atmosphere. It is an odourless, tasteless and invisible gas that is essential to all life on this planet. It is plant food. Without carbon dioxide, plants cannot photosynthesise and they will die. That is a fact. Carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. Our atmosphere is made up of 78% nitrogen, Madam Speaker, 21% oxygen, 0.9% argon, and the other 0.1% is made up of a lot of trace gases, and one of them is carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is 0.04% of the atmosphere. 0.04%, 0.04%. So to put that into a mathematical equation, according to the IPCC, man is responsible for 3% of that. 3% of 0.04%. So that equates to 0.0012% of the atmosphere. Australia is responsible for 1.4% of that. So 1.4% of 0.0012% is 0.0000168% of the atmosphere. And what we are proposing to do is reduce that number by 43%. So 43% of 0.0000168% equates to 0.0000722% of atmospheric carbon dioxide. To put that into rough round figures, that is 7 1/4 1/millionth of 1%. That is what we are trying to achieve mathematically by implementing 43% zero net carbon. So, Madam Speaker, investments in renewable energy generation, solar and wind, have already put Australia in a very precarious position regarding electrical energy security, and prices are escalating rapidly to the serious detriment of our economy. We once had cheap electricity, and now we have amongst the most expensive electricity in the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, legislating for even more aggressive pursuit of a flawed strategy will give rent seekers and activists the leverage to make the situation worse by compelling the private sector to make wrong decisions. Moreover, we have denied ourselves the rational alternatives including HELE coal-fired power stations, access to enormous natural gas reserves and nuclear power generation. Australia cannot return to low inflation rates, greater industrial self-reliance and reduced costs of living without reliable, low-cost energy that is achievable by utilising our abundant resources. During last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, all 7 of Queensland's coal-fired stations have operated near maximum capacity, exporting 900 to 1,000 megawatts of electricity daily to all southern states. And yet we are told that they must be phased out as soon as possible. The notion that solar panels and wind turbines can reduce emissions is a myth. Due to the construction materials required, they have a negative environmental impact. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill claims to implement a range of new policies and programs, including rewiring the nation and an enhanced safeguard mechanism and Australia's first electric vehicle strategy to drive emissions reductions necessary to meet these targets. I would like to draw your attention to the Queensland Transport and Public Works Committee, which I was a part of, inquiry into transport technology that was held in 2020. The inquiry investigated the implementation of electric vehicles in Queensland. The Department of Transport and Main Roads said, and I quote, "If EVs are typically charged during peak demand periods, EV charging will be more costly for owners and electricity demand will increase to levels that require relevant local networks to be upgraded.
The cost will ultimately be reflected in increased electricity prices for everyone, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I seek leave to table that document.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Order. Order. Order.
Safeguard mechanism outlined in the bill. Under the safeguard mechanism, businesses have emissions over the baseline and must buy carbon credits for their emissions above the baseline. Of the 215 largest industrial facilities, 28 are operating in the Capricornia electorate and 18 in the Flynn electorate in central Queensland. Labor's modelling shows that this will force these businesses to purchase 40 million tonnes or $166 billion worth of offsets by 2030, based on current Australian carbon credit unit prices. That's $1.66 billion in costs that will make these businesses less competitive, forcing jobs and industries offshore. Modelling the government's plan that found that forcing net zero by 2050 through a mandated approach would require a carbon tax of between $80 and $400 a tonne, and the conversion of up to 10% of productive agricultural land into vegetation to store carbon. Ultimately, this carbon tax on regional Queensland and Australia will force job losses. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to turn to a financial review document newspaper that clearly highlights a total backflip by the honourable member for McMahon in respect to our safeguard mechanism. So what's said here in this newspaper article is not a single Australian coal mine will be impacted by our safeguard mechanisms. That was on the 21st of April 2022. Yet 3 months later, on July 24, 2022, in the same newspaper, the honourable member for McMahon stated that climate change, the newspaper article stated that Climate Change Minister Chris Bowen has argued any new gas or coal projects will automatically come under the remit of the mechanism. And this is a total backflip on what was a Labor election promise. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also refer to what has happened just this afternoon in respect to an agreement made by the Leader of the Greens and the Labor Party. And this has all got to do with the Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism. At a National Press Club today, the Leader of the Greens confirmed that the Albanese government would include restrictions on the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, the Export Finance Australia and Infrastructure Australia in its climate change legislation to secure Greens support. These changes will make it harder, if not impossible, for these agencies to recommend or provide finance and insurance to projects in energy, resource and in the agricultural sectors. And I ask this, Madam Deputy Speaker, what will become of the Purdom urea project in Western Australia, which is providing urea, which is fertiliser for the agricultural industry? Are these projects going to be terminated? Madam Deputy Speaker, Australia, as I said, produces 1/4 of the world's emissions of carbon dioxide. The proposed legislation would reduce this by a small fraction of the extra emissions coming from recent increases in coal usage in Europe and the planned increases in India, China, Korea and Africa. So this becomes a pious and aspirational virtue signalling which can have no effect on emissions worldwide. In just 16 days, China produces the equivalent of Australia's entire yearly emissions, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to close, Madam Deputy Speaker, with some more science. And I know this, and the speed of light is faster than the speed of sound. And that is why those opposites appear bright until they begin to speak.
I thank the member for Flynn and I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just say to that insult from the member opposite, A true reflection of a fool is that he doesn't recognise his own idiocy. And I really think that this pseudoscience quoted by the member opposite was just another reflection of the horrible last 10 years in the climate debate. Climate change has been talked about since the 19th century, and the effects on our climate are reflected in our health outcomes, and that is well recognised throughout the 20th and now 21st century. In Australia, we're finally taking definitive action to have a climate change policy that reflects the true science. Now, rising emissions are leading to increased atmospheric CO2, and it's quite correct. The carbon dioxide content of our atmosphere is small, but very small increases in atmospheric CO2 have a very potent effect on warming of the Earth and on the inability of us to reflect that heat back into the galaxy. So really it's well and truly time to develop a climate policy, an energy policy that works for all Australians. Climate change affects the whole social and environmental determinants of health. Climate change, it's estimated, is causing at least 250,000 unnecessary deaths around the world every year. It costs around $4 billion American dollars every year in adverse effects, and it's the biggest health threat that's facing humanity. And it is really time that we recognise that. I am really glad that we now have a Labor government with policies that have been put in place that will do what we should be doing for climate and energy policy and should have been doing many, many years ago. We've had 10 years of inaction, 10 years of worsening emissions and 10 years of lack of surety and lack of clarity for investors. I am very concerned about the health effects of climate change, and certainly my electorate has been one of the areas around Sydney that has been more severely affected than many. We've had terrible floods, we've had heat waves, we've had increased hospital admissions with respiratory disease, cardiovascular disease and neurological disease. We've had annual days in Macarthur with temperatures over 45 degrees, more than we've ever had before. We've had record temperatures in our schools. We've had a lack of ability to manage this in any effective way. We've had children admitted to hospital with sunstroke. We've had children who've died from severe sun injury and heat stroke, and we've had elderly people die in their homes from heat stroke. And these are just some of the effects of climate change that we've seen in the last few years in my electorate of Macarthur. We've seen increases in infectious diseases, and this, as the temperatures, average global temperatures increase, is likely to get worse, both in terms of vector-borne, mosquito-borne infectious disease, food-borne infectious disease, such as salmonella, water-borne infectious disease, and we will continue to see this worsening unless we can control our climate. Now, yes, Australia has a relatively small effect on the global emissions, but it is an effect that can be reduced, and we should, like a good world neighbour, do the right thing and introduce adequate climate policy. We have had increases in mortality in my own electorate from respiratory disease, cardiovascular disease, neurological disease. We've had deaths from flooding. We've had deaths, as I've mentioned, from sunstroke. We've had increases in mental health difficulties because of huge temperatures. We've had pregnancy loss because of heat, exhaustion. There are nutritional effects of climate change, and we've had an increase in skin diseases and allergies that are a reflection of very high summer temperatures. There's occupational health injuries from manual labourers and people who work in industry, and we have a large industrial group in Macarthur. We've had direct effects, as I said, of heat injury. We've had extreme weather events causing loss of life and injury. And you may remember the most recent Hawkesbury Nepean floods had a severe effect on many of the smaller suburbs and towns around my electorate of Macarthur. There's evidence that increase in rising temperatures have increased the risk of cataracts and increased the risk of corneal damage. We have increases decreases in quality of life, like impaired sleep and impaired ability to be active, leading to increases in obesity and diabetes. There are increases in asthma and in respiratory admissions with chronic airway disease to our local hospitals, and I've certainly seen that in children in my electorate. It's well known that these links are there, and yet we've had 10 years of inaction. We've had nothing from the Conservative forces on the other side but vituperation, insult, anxiety, conflict, and who could forget the member for Cooks? Really terrible act of bringing a lump of coal into Parliament. Yet we have on this side... I beg your pardon? It's just a reflection of the really oppositional way the whole debate has been carried by the National Country Party. The speech by the last member is just an indication of that. Our children will suffer the effects of climate change for generations, our children, our grandchildren, unless we act. And you know, we're already seeing the effects of climate change with unstable weather patterns, increased flooding, increased heat waves and droughts, and yet from this side, the other side, we've had no action. Terrible. Our environment is deteriorating in front of our eyes, and the Minister for the Environment released a report that the Liberal National Party should have released months and months ago but didn't, that showed the terrible deterioration in our environment and the extinction rates, not just about our birds and insects and reptiles, but from our mammals, faster than any country in the world. All the direct effects of climate change. Yet the Liberal National Party have done nothing. I'd love to come to your electorate. I'd love to come to your electorate. I've been to your electorate of Parks. How have you...
Order.
Yes.
Order. Through the chair.
Sorry, Chair, I apologise for that. Around the country, there have been severe effects of climate change. Yes, there is action, and thank God that there is. But we need to reduce our emissions dramatically, and we will do that with a plan outlined by the Minister. And I am very grateful for him doing that. I am sick of the terrible conflict and the terrible way that this whole issue has been approached by the Liberal National Party. They haven't learnt their lesson. They should have. They have had a wave of the Australian population voting against them because of their lack of action on climate. And until they recognise that, nothing will change on their side. Luckily, we have a Labor government that will now act in cooperation with a whole range of other parties and other people to act on climate change, not before its time. And thank God for that. Come to my electorate in the middle of summer where temperatures are 47 degrees. I've been to your electorate. I've seen what it's like in a drought, and I know that we have to act on climate change. Yes, of course I have. I've been right through outback New South Wales and Queensland and seen it. And to approach it in such an oppositional way is really just damaging yourselves now. You're not learning your lesson. Through the chair.
Through the chair. Thank you, the member for
And
Macarthur.
I really think some of the speeches given from that side have reflected that you really haven't learnt, and it's a shame. It is something that the Australian population understands now and wants us to act on, and we will do. And it will create jobs and will create prosperity. We will be an energy powerhouse, there's no question. But we must move away from this opposition approach.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank the member for Macarthur, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And much as I like the member for Macarthur, there is much in his contribution that I would take the opportunity to disagree with in my opening remarks. And I note the member for Moreton's in the chamber, my good friend, and I'll include him in my opening remarks as well. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do commiserate with the member for Macarthur and also the member for Moreton on reflection of the floods that have occurred in all of our electorates over the past 6 months and also back in 2017. I know for the member for Macarthur a couple of times this year as well. But I enjoy studying history, Madam Deputy Speaker. I enjoy studying history because history can be very, very instructive. Very, very instructive. And I would pull up the member for Macarthur on the term climate change, because I'd call it something different. I'd call it a changing climate. Because as the member for Moreton well knows, and in my electorate of Ford, with the floods that we have had worse floods historically. As the Mark, what's your member for Parks would know, they've had worse droughts historically in the member for Parks electorate. So it's not to do with the term changing climate, it's actually to do, climate change, it's actually to do with the changing climate. And one of the reasons we have the impacts in our electorates that we do, as the member for Macarthur well knows, as the member for Moreton well knows, and as I've said on the public record a number of times, our state governments and our councils have allowed housing projects and industrial developments to be built on floodplains that have historically flooded on a regular basis. Right? Now, the consequence of that is dire, right? Because over time, as our population has grown, as our industrial developments have grown, as the value of our assets has grown, the impact of those events financially is greater to our communities. And we are obviously having a very important discussion about the financial impact of a changing climate. That is perfectly valid. Perfectly valid. But what we're not having a discussion about is the practical measures that could be taken to mitigate the effects of a changing climate, because we have failed to properly plan for our future development in our communities. Now, I'll put on the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that the previous coalition government, and I believe the current government is continuing this, in Queensland at least, of a $750 million fund to allow property owners to either relocate, build back better or modify their properties. And I think that's a fantastic initiative. And that is the sort of stuff we should be pursuing as a practical measure. And I saw the other day, member for Macarthur, a discussion about Western Sydney and the floodplains around Western Sydney, about the future of development there and maybe relocating some towns. And as the member for Moreton would know, Madam Deputy Speaker, after the events in Grantham in 2011, the town was actually substantially relocated. That is the practical stuff that we should be doing to mitigate the impacts of a changing climate. Because we are going to get floods in the future. We are going to have fires in the future. We are going to have cyclones in the future. Right? All of those things are guaranteed to happen. And the reason I say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because they've happened in the past. Right? But if we think that just focusing on reducing our CO2 emissions is going to be the silver bullet that solves this problem, we are kidding ourselves. Seriously, we are kidding ourselves, because those things happened when our CO2 levels in our atmosphere were far, far lower than they are today. Far, far lower. So let's learn from history. It's not to say the climate isn't changing. I'm not saying that we don't have a responsibility to look after our environment and make it a better place for the current generations, but also ensure that we leave an environment that is in better condition for future generations. Absolutely, I have no brook with that argument whatsoever. And there is much we can do in that space. Much we can do. I remember having a discussion with the former Environment Minister, the member for Flinders, Greg Hunt, about riparian corridors on waterways. Now, one of the great advantages of riparian corridors on waterways is you slow down floodwaters, you reduce then the transfer of silt further down the waterway that impacts waterways further down the course, or in the case of North Queensland, you reduce the level of silt that goes out into the Great Barrier Reef. It is these practical measures, in my view, that we should be looking at. And we know as well that by building riparian corridors or growing riparian corridors, they become a source of CO2 sequestration. There are arguments from some scientists, there's a scientist in Queensland by the name of Bill Burrows, who wrote a submission to a parliamentary inquiry that suggests that with our forests and rangelands and other things, that if we continue to develop and grow those out, it will greatly assist or even ensure that we are net zero through those measures rather than other measures we're presently discussing. Now, I hear those opposite say regularly that the 43% is a plan. Well, the 43% isn't a plan, it's a target. A target, by the way, that doesn't have to be legislated because the government's already signed up to it. Government's already signed up to it, so there's no need for this legislation. But the worst part about this legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no plan attached. Zero. There's nothing in this legislation that creates a plan to achieve that 43% reduction. And as I look at what it— well, I'll take the member for Moreton's interjection, Madam Deputy Speaker, because he's a good friend, right? The government proposes to rewire the nation, in their words, at a cost of, I believe the Climate Change Minister said today in question time, of an investment of $131 billion in total. Now, given that that is a regulated asset and requires a return, the regulated return is somewhere around 5–5.5%. So that's a return, Madam Deputy Speaker, of somewhere in the order of $7 billion, $6.5–7 billion in round numbers per annum. Now, ultimately, who's going to pay for that? It's a regulated asset. The consumers are going to pay for that, consumers of electricity. Now, those opposite have said they're going to reduce electricity bills by $275 through to 2025. Well, at a cost of $7.5 billion across 25 million people, that's $300 a year that it's going to cost the Australian consumer because of that investment in a regulated asset. So how are those opposite going to reduce electricity bills by $275 million a year when exactly their plan is to increase electricity prices by $300 a year? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. And I'm very pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last 40 seconds of this contribution, that the opposition has this week put nuclear energy on the agenda. Because if those opposite and those on the crossbench are serious about achieving a net zero target by 2050, nuclear energy is the only solution, in addition to a range of other things that are already being done. And I'm proud of the record of the coalition government in getting us to where we are today. We have met all of our international targets and obligations in our time in government, and I stand by our track record.
I thank the member for Ford and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was elected in November 2007 on a policy of responding to dangerous climate change. Way back then, in the dark ages, it was actually a joint ticket with my Liberal opponent, a former minister. But then after that, Deputy Speaker, a wrecking ball called Tony Abbott weaponised sensible policy. For short-term political expediency, he weaponised any response to the loud scientific warnings. So since that day of infamy, when Tony Abbott became leader of the Liberal Party in December 2009, when the then member for Warringah weaponised saving this planet, I have despaired about this building actually responding to dangerous climate change. For the last 9 years, I've stood up in Parliament and talked about the need for urgent action, while the dilettantes and grifters opposite tried 22 different versions of sweet nothing. While they fiddled, our homes have burned. While they fiddled, our homes have flooded or been hammered by the elements in all the ways that the climate scientists warned us about. And there is more frequent flooding, higher and erosive tides and more harsh and destructive bushfires to come. That is what the CSIRO tells us. I am not a scientist. I listen to the CSIRO. Sensible Australians have contacted their federal members and senators right across the country, urging the parliament to act on addressing dangerous climate change. Now, I was here when the Carbon Pollution Reduction Scheme, the CPRS, was passed in the House of Representatives. And I remember Malcolm Turnbull actually sitting with the Labor Party for that vote. And then I actually went over to that other chamber to watch the Coalition and the Greens combine to vote down the CPRS. I also witnessed, right up there, right up in that part of the Parliament, I remember that little coven of government members hugging and cheering right up in that part of the chamber, including the now Leader of the Opposition, when the Coalition withdrew Labor's carbon pricing scheme. So Australians have been on a very long journey to get us to where this chamber is today. These bills will enshrine the nation's commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 43% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to get us to net zero by 2050. Labor's commitment will become law. And what rot we've heard from some of those opposite. The former Speaker, the member for Ford, couldn't even say the name of the bill in front of him. And then we had the member for Flynn. Oh my goodness. It was like, antediluvian, his approach to science. Unbelievable. I'm not sure what niche, clientele he's trying to address, but it's unbelievable. If he is the hope of the Liberal and National Party, then heaven help the Liberal and National Party in Queensland. Oh my goodness, I couldn't believe that he would be so backwards looking and so unscientific. So, and I see the member for New England about to speak. I'm sure he'll make a sterling contribution. But if the choice is listening to the voice of Boyce or Joyce, there's no choice at all as far as I'm concerned. No, I'm sure not at all. We know, Labor knows, that legislating targets provides the strongest possible signal to industry and investors. We know that because we saw what happened when those scoundrels were dancing, celebrating taking back Labor's scheme, because private investment in renewable energy fell off a cliff when we'd been one of the world leaders of private capital flocking to invest in infrastructure. Infrastructure like wind farms up around Armidale, up around Glen Innes, great pieces of infrastructure that I know are powering homes in my sister's home in the member for New England's electorate right now. We know that legislating targets will give a great signal to private investment and private capital. It also helps to restore our nation's international reputation, giving us the opportunity to capitalise on the opportunities arriving from global climate action. And we are the Labor Party, so what do we care about? Labour, jobs. We know that this will mean jobs. Labor took 43% target to the election, the minimum commitment when we built consensus across industry and environmental groups, farmers, business, etc., to give certainty to all of them. A 2030 target of 43% has received the support of the Australian Industry Group, well-known communist clientele, obviously, the Business Council of Australia, obviously a mob of lefties, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, also sounds like an offshoot of the Socialist Party, the Clean Energy Council, the Australian Conservation Foundation, the Australian Council of Trade Unions and the National Farmers Federation. Our commitment to reduce emissions to 43% below 2005 by 2030 is part of a credible pathway to net zero. Labor's climate change bill has 4 elements. It enshrines in law the nationally determined contribution of 43% emissions reduction by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. It gives the Climate Change Authority the job of assessing and publishing progress against these targets, as well as advising government on future targets, including the 2035 target. It provides accountability by making it a requirement for the Minister for Climate Change to report annually to Parliament on the progress in terms of meeting our targets, and it inserts the nation's targets in the objectives and functions of a range of government agencies, including the mighty ARENA, CEFC, Infrastructure Australia and the NAIF. It's important that there is transparency in our actions. And much like the Closing the Gap report, the annual address to Parliament by the Climate Change Minister is about updating the Parliament and the nation on the progress we're making to meet our climate goals. We're here at this very important moment in time where we can get Australia back on track, to get real action underway and to provide certainty on Australia's low-carbon future. After the election, Deputy Speaker, I received hundreds of emails of congratulations, and the consistent theme was that people were relieved that finally Australia had a government that understands climate change is real, a government determined to reduce our emissions by boosting renewable energy. And just recently, in a survey of young people in my electorate, over 90% of respondents said that voting for a party with a climate change policy was the major factor in determining how they voted in 2022. But more than that, addressing climate and moving to renewables were the defining issues shared across so many different groups in my electorate. Labor's Powering Australian plan that we took to the election is a plan to secure our nation's future, to maximise the benefits of new technology, cheaper energy, new job opportunities and cheaper low-emissions vehicles. Our Powering Australia plan also includes a number of other policies that will boost the renewable energy sector and accelerate and support regions at the front of the energy. A lot of jobs for the bush. It's good to see that the Labor Party is continuing its fine tradition of looking after the bush. All those great policies that we delivered for the bush, like education, Medicare, NBN, they are great things for the bush. Labor delivers for the bush. The National Party has given up on the bush. Given up on the bush. The $20 billion rewiring the nation. Sorry, Pat. The $20 billion rewiring the nation investment will modernise the grid and provide the country with more renewables, more transmission and more storage. Any facility that emits over 100,000 tonnes of emissions will be included in the safeguard mechanism, which is a little like that trade exposed industries mechanism in the old CPRS. The safeguard mechanism reforms will work with big emitters on a trajectory to net zero by 2050. We've got to be sensible and get the trajectory right. Large listed companies and financial institutions have been calling for mandatory climate disclosure standards and will need to disclose their emissions under new standards, ensuring investors have all the information they need to make sustainable investment decisions. This government aims to tackle climate change from all sides, reducing greenhouse gas emissions overall, creating new jobs in the renewable energy sector and ensuring fair support and protections for workers transitioning out of fossil fuel industries. My electorate has been subject to devastating floods back in 2011 and again in February this year. These floods hit my community hard. I know that the people of Moreton are resilient. I know they're rebuilding their homes and their lives, but it's tough. It's challenging. And people are very, very tired. They're tired of inaction when it comes to responding to climate change. So I hear their anguish. We know that we're going to face more frequent and more severe disasters because of climate change. That is what the CSIRO tells us. This is the reality, and individuals can only do so much. But that is not a reason to do nothing. which seems to be the argument proselytised by those opposite, as particularly the member for Flynn. I know that those opposite have indicated they will not support our climate change legislation, although it was great to hear one of them say that they would be backing it tonight, someone who actually got an increased margin in the recent election. I can't understand when your party loses the election why you would do that.
Thank the member for Moreton, and I call the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've always wondered why perfectly sane, well-educated individuals fall for this form of absolutism. I believe that the attraction is primarily aesthetic, and that the experience is fun, because in a world of a sort of a quasi-conspiracy theory, it's very like the world of a game. And the rage and fear and conviction that conspiracy theorists display are aestheticised versions of the real things. This perennial focus on the weather, there's a peculiar tension between sort of philosophical monism and an alternate view. Tonight we've even heard of that quasi-religion, and it is a quasi-religion. They extol the virtue of believers. They talk about deniers. They have an absolute belief without any version of thermodynamics or atmospheric science. It is a form, an extension of a paranoia. We've heard tonight about disease, temperature, floods, fires, this great cacophony that the four horses of the apocalypse are somehow to be avoided by the passage of a piece of legislation through this House. It is also a fact there is nothing of this legislation that will affect the climate, nothing at all. It is a form of virtue signalling. It is a form of, at its best, being part of a global movement, but a global movement that the vast majority of the globe is not part of. What it will do is massive damage to our economy at a time where our nation should become as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. It will cost you money. Whether it's on a domestic front or on a global front, it is costing you money now. Your price of power is higher because of climate policy. Whether you think it's virtuous or not, it is. You are poorer because of climate policy. You pay more for fuel because of climate policy. Prior to the war in the Ukraine, there was a so-called wind drought in England, and the price of power that went through the roof multiple times at where it was, where hundreds of thousands of people were dropped off their power provider because they said we just can't do it anymore. This was the outcome of a wind drought. Then came the war in the Ukraine. So if you believe that fuel is too cheap, support this. If you believe the price of power is too cheap, support this. If you believe the price of food is too cheap, support this. If you want to take more money out of your wallet and send it to somebody else, support this. And remember, another person on the other side of the transaction is getting your money. Make no mistake about that. People are becoming, and companies are becoming, exceptionally wealthy by reason of this process. Make no mistake about that. Make no mistake that every wind tower is basically fully imported. Make no mistake that every photovoltaic cell is not made in Australia, it's made overseas. Make no mistake that the overwhelming majority of the companies participating in this are foreign-owned. Make no mistake about that. Make no mistake about the hundreds of thousands of acres of footprints that renewables take. Make no mistake about the divisive nature this has now created in regional areas, where people who are even family members, one are pitted against the other as they argue about the transmission lines that go across their country, that their places have been turned into an industrial landscape. And this will not happen in Warringah, so they can support it. It's not going to happen in Wentworth. It's not going to happen in urban areas. It happens in our seats. And I tell you right now, if you want to create a coalition between Greens, Labor, Liberal and Nationals, the The way to do it is to propose a wind farm in their area, and you will do it. You will do it. Now, we have, they talk about renewables are the cheapest form of power. Complete and utter garbage. Power, Madam Deputy Speaker, is sold in 5-minute blocks. If we were to come into this chamber and said, I'm only prepared for the power to stay on for 5 minutes, that would be an absurdity. Say, oh, for 5 minutes, the wind's blowing, the power's on, very cheap, but after that it goes out and the lights go out. See, in 5-minute blocks, I can make anything cheap. I can make a car that goes down a hill, the cheapest car in Australia, I say, uses no fuel. It's great. Well, of course, it's running downhill. It's just when it has to go up the other side that creates a problem. We should be selling power in 24-hour blocks. That you provide the reliability to provide power for 24 hours. Then you would see the real cost of renewables. They wouldn't be able to compete. Not without substantial backup, substantial pump hydro, substantial batteries. And if you if every battery now in Europe was turned on to take the place of coal-fired power stations and nuclear, the power in Europe would stay on for less than 2 minutes. That is the absurdity of this argument, this quasi-religion of this argument, this absolute belief without question. The fact that you're derided and pilloried, if you dare question, it's a very dangerous thing. Some very dangerous things have happened in history because of unquestioning belief. Now we have, you say, well, how do we help? How do we go into this process when it's unreasonable? And the only way we can sort of find the medium ground is you've got to get nuclear power. If you want zero emissions, you've got to get nuclear power. And they say it's incredibly expensive. That is not the truth. That is not the truth. Small modular reactors in the recent reports are vastly safer and exceptionally cheaper. They are made in factories. NewScale has recently received their approval, and through one of the hardest submission processes that you would ever get. They are made in factories. They are 20 metres long, they are 3 metres wide. They come in on the back of a truck. Yet we say we can't do it. We're repeating the mistake where we send our coal overseas and our iron ore overseas, but we resign from the fact that we're going to make motor cars in Australia and do the manufacturing in Australia. Once more, we've resigned ourselves to be the dumb country. We're going to be the dumbos. We're going to export the rock because we don't believe and we don't have the confidence in ourselves to produce the technology. Why is it that every OECD country produces nuclear power except us? Are we the wise ones and they're all stupid? There goes my son, he's the only one in step. Is this how it is? Why don't we grasp the issue and say, if this is what we're going to do, if we're going to export uranium, let's export the technology. Let's be the clever ones. Let's make it safe. Let's make it cheap. Let's have confidence in ourselves. But we don't. We don't. And we should. I believe the perspective of the community has changed. I've never been to a meeting yet where the majority of people are not for nuclear power. They can't work out why we're not for nuclear power. And if you say, oh, well, where are we going to put it? And that's a divisive issue. Well, you'd have the assessment of where people want it. Put it to them. Say to people, if you can see the power plant, you get your power for free. If you can see it, your power's for free. And then see what the response is. Remember, we have one nuclear facility in Australia. Bang, smack in the geographic centre of our biggest city. And no one has really got a concern about it. Within recent years, they've sold spare blocks for $1 million a pop. So, I am going to be a bookend. I am going to be the sceptic because I don't like this quasi-religion that's evolved around this. I find it, even on a political form, very dangerous. Very dangerous. And at other times in history, this quasi-religion, this absolute belief, this unquestioning adherence, does some very dangerous things. And you need people to stand up and say, I'm going to question this, because it's got to happen. And I say that there's nothing in this legislation that's going to change it. It will make you poorer. You are going to pay. You are going to pay for this. Every time you buy a fuel, you pay for climate policy. Every time you buy your groceries, you pay for climate policy. Every time you get your power bill, you most definitely are paying for climate policy. And this legislation is going to make it worse. You're going to become poorer still. And the temperature of the globe, because of this, will stay exactly where it is at the moment.
Thank the member for New England, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's always a matter of interest to follow the member for New England in this chamber, and I don't think that he will be surprised when I suggest that no one in Australia is going to be shocked by the news that the member for New England is sceptical about Labor's climate change policy, because he was part of the problem. He actually was the Deputy Prime Minister and part of the problem. 9 years of utter wasted time, wasted opportunities in this nation. It is with pleasure that I get to stand in this chamber of the Australian Parliament this evening to speak on Labor's Climate Change Bill of 2022. Because this is the first real climate action bill in years that this parliament has seen. It's a bill that we're actually going to get to vote on. It is a first step to implementing the Albanese government's mandate and the policy that we took to the election, Powering Australia. Australia has been crying out for action on climate change, and on May 21, the Australian people voted for change. They rejected the Morrison-Joyce government's refusal to take action on climate change, the blatant disregard for science and the brutal climate wars that prevented any real action on climate change for more than a decade. My electorate of Newcastle knows probably better than most the importance of not only reaching net zero by 2050, but of diversifying and strengthening our economic base with renewable energies now. The member for New England suggested that it was only members like his good self, perhaps, that might understand the real impacts of these changes. Well, I've got to tell you, the people of Newcastle, the world's largest exporting port for coal, we have a lot of skin in this game. But unlike the member for New England, we're not putting our head in the sand and pretending there's no issue here. We're not rejecting the science. We are not rejecting the very clear fact that renewables are now the cheapest form of energy in this nation. So the Labor government's Powering Australia plan will deliver on our commitment to ensure that not only are there like 600,000 new jobs in this new energy space, but 5 out of every 6 of those new jobs are going to be in regions like mine that are currently carbon-intensive economies. And it's regions like mine that have always been at the heart of energy generation and distribution in this nation. And we want to be at the heart of energy generation and distribution for generations to come. And it's an Albanese Labor government that is going to ensure that we get to see the opportunity to transform Newcastle into a renewable energy superpower. That is our future. We want to create safe, secure jobs. We want to cut power prices for our constituents, for families, for people who are currently paying through the nose for their energy in this country. And we want to reduce emissions in the process. That's why Labor's going to— our plan is to commit and boost our renewables by 82% into the grid by 2030. We've already this week introduced into this parliament legislation to make electric vehicles cheaper. honouring another promise we made to the Australian people. We're set to install 400 community batteries and roll out 85 solar banks across Australia, because we don't want just the good homeowners of Australia to have access to cheap, affordable, renewable energies. We actually want every Australian, so those that are in rentals that currently can't even afford to get a foothold into the housing market, why should they not get to benefit from cheaper, affordable, renewable energy? Our government is mindful of the fact that we want all Australians to be able to take part in this renewable energy innovations and distribution across Australia. The people of Newcastle are absolutely ecstatic that there is finally a line being drawn in the sand to put an end to these bitter, destructive climate wars that have stopped action for the last decade. They know that it's time that we start the really serious work and indeed heavy lifting of transforming our economies. Rather than, the worst thing in the world to do to communities like mine is to pretend there is nothing going on here. You can all just keep going, tickety-boo, just keep doing what you're doing, and then one day there is this decision made in a boardroom far across the other side of the world that has profound impacts for communities like mine. That then means we don't have a plan B in place and we leave thousands of workers and their families hanging out to dry. Well, that is not the Labor way. That is not what a Labor government will be doing. For Novocastrians, we, just like the business community, just like the industry groups, we know there is some hard, serious work to be done, and that we want to take advantage of the opportunities that are going to come to regions like mine. We've got the highly skilled workforce. We've been generating power for more than a century. The workers in my electorate know more about power than anybody in this room, I can assure you. Highly skilled workforce, important key infrastructure in place, access to an electricity grid that is going to be vital in the transitioning of this nation. Offshore wind, utilising new technologies of floating turbines, is fast becoming a reality in Australia. I congratulate members opposite for putting up legislation which we wholeheartedly supported last term during the last parliament to ensure that we could actually have offshore wind in Australia. We're going to now make that a reality. And it's regions like mine that stand to benefit enormously from those new opportunities. We are poised to be a prime location, not just for the production of wind energy, but also the important manufacturing and fabrication of those wind turbines for lots of wind projects across the country. That's the vision I have for Newcastle. Newcastle and the Hunter is also rapidly becoming a centre of green hydrogen. It's a lot of projects on the horizon, and an Albanese Labor government's partnering with the University of Newcastle to invest $16 million in building a new facility that will test and invent solutions to a whole range of global challenges when it comes to the use of hydrogen and the many new energies and technologies that are coming online. The skills, techniques and technologies developed by this project at the university will enable local industry, including hydrogen investments at the Port of Newcastle, for example, to reach their full potential. There's a lot of thinking as to what will be required, what industry is going to need in terms of the skilled workforce, but also the places to test out and to accredit and ensure safety in the use of these new energy technologies. We're not blind to the challenges ahead, but we are preparing for them. We've invested, there are 2 green hydrogen projects set for Newcastle that the federal Labor government are going to be funding $41 million each. one with Orica and Origin and one with the Port of Newcastle. Cannot wait to see them come online. It makes sense for our port to play a substantial role in Australia's bid to become a significant exporter of renewable energies. And there is, in this limited time, I think it's just important to remind the House that the Australian people had the opportunity to vote to end the climate wars, and that's what they did on the 21st of May for the first time in a decade. Now it's up to the Australian Parliament to do the same.
Has expired. The member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and it's good to hear a regional voice from the Labor side. And I'll offer a slightly different view from Groom. We've always described ourselves as energy agnostic in our area. We have a wonderful thermal coal mine that we hope is about to start up again. We have gas, we have solar power, we have wind just on the verge. See if you can keep with me on these ones. We've got a hydro plant on the way. We think we can get there, hydro. And we've had long discussions about hydrogen coming into the Toowoomba region. We do what works. That's our approach, and it's worked very well for us. But, Mr Speaker, to the legislation, look, this is absolutely a triumph of politics over policy. The Prime Minister and the Minister have made very, very clear in repeated statements this legislation is not necessary. It's entirely the government's right to set their targets, and they've done that. That work has been done. Targets have been set, and nothing that we debate here will change that or impact that. What is this legislation about? And for people in a regional community like mine, what this legislation about is enabling projects to be killed by stealth. That's what this legislation enables. We've seen this in the UK, and Mr Speaker, I refer to my time as a project manager delivering major projects in the UK very similar to these. We saw a high-speed 2 under the cover of legislation very, very similar to this be attacked by Green lawfare trying to stop that project. It's amazing to think that the Greens would try to stop the biggest public transport project, actually the biggest project in Europe going on at the moment, but a massive public transport project trying to be stopped. But this legislation enables that through absolutely. We've seen highway maintenance projects that have been tried to be stopped under cover of this sort of legislation. We've seen Heathrow's third runway, how important that was to the UK. Their entire economy relies upon their connection to Europe and the rest of the world, and yet we saw that try to be stopped under the cover of this sort of legislation. So what does this mean for people in Groom? Let's have a think about the big projects that are coming our way. We've been fighting for years to get passenger rail from Brisbane to Toowoomba. It's something that will make a huge difference to our economy, to our community, that connection that we rely upon. Well, under the cover of this legislation, Green lawfare will try to stop that, I absolutely guarantee. Road maintenance, let's talk about the Gore Highway, the Warrego, the New England, all of which require significant ongoing maintenance. In the UK, these things were stopped. These things were challenged and tried to be stopped because they increased traffic movements. That's exactly what we'd like to do, is increase traffic movements on that, because that's getting our product to market. That's how our economy exists, a regional economy. And heaven forbid, the second road to Highfields, an incredibly important road project, so vital for the growth of our region in Groom, a project very, very similar to what was challenged in the UK, and again, if we want to expand the Wellcamp Airport. All of these things would be able to be challenged by Green lawfare under the cover of this legislation. I point out this is not hypothetical to us in Groom. Green lawfare is not hypothetical. We have just sat and watched for 15 years the New Acland coal mine be attacked by activists through the courts with the sole intent of simply stopping this coal mine. This is not hypothetical. We've watched this happen. We have watched the town of Oakey be stripped of investment, be stripped of jobs. We're watching our people leave and take jobs elsewhere, the local economy suffering because of this approach, what I call the Palaszczuk approach, where the Premier never has to say no herself, but she just allows these projects to die a death of 1,000 lawsuits at arm's length from her government. And this legislation that moves targets from the executive powers to the legislative gives licence for the Prime Minister to do exactly the same. The PM will be running the country the way that the Premier is running Queensland. For those in my patch, that's not a particularly good thing. And when we look at what this approach really is about, enabling this sort of lawfare, enabling things to be stopped by activists, removing executive power, executive judgment on these projects, this approach is about stopping things. It's about taking options off the table. It's reducing emissions by reducing economic activity. So what we end up with is less things happening. And in regional communities like ours that rely upon this significant infrastructure to keep us connected, to enable our industries, to enable our economy, what this means is we'll see less of that. Mr Speaker, I very much welcome the debate that others have raised here on nuclear energy. It enables a credible conversation about building our energy capacity, about facing our future energy needs. I very much welcome that conversation. And it is something new, it is something challenging, I acknowledge that. Because, Mr Speaker, this debate has been frozen in time since the 80s. This is over a generation ago that decisions were made about nuclear, back when Midnight Oil was still producing good albums. And those decisions were made, maybe they were right at the time, I don't know, maybe they were right at the time. Maybe when there was no question about how much coal we should be using, these decisions were right. Maybe coal was the cheapness of it meant nuclear was not the right answer. But that situation is not the one we're facing today. And, Mr Speaker, when we're speaking about nuclear now, we're speaking about today's technologies, new and emerging technologies, not Soviet-era reactors. We're not back in the past with Ivan Drago. We're talking about what's happening now. Now, Mr Speaker, I noticed again today the minister laughed, scoffed, mocked at the very idea of nuclear. Now, it's very, very, very clear. You know, he made efforts to do that. It was a little bit of kabuki theatre, I think, showing off just how much he thought this was a silly idea. Well, if the economics don't stack up, why are countries like France, Japan, South Korea, Sweden, the US, the UK adopting this technology? Why are they doubling down on it? Yeah, if this is so laughable, why are these major countries that have similar commitments, that are reducing their emissions, why are they choosing this? Well, there's two answers. Either the minister knows something that they don't know, or they know something the minister doesn't know. I'm going to go with the market on this one, Mr Speaker. I'm going to go with the market. That's just what my side tends to do. Market-led decision-making tends to be the best in the long run. So, look, there is a decision being made by modern economies to embrace this conversation. And I think if there's anything that we can add to it, it's that if we want to have a credible position going forward, we need to have this conversation. I acknowledge it's challenging, but, Mr Speaker, instead we tend to find ourselves here debating legislation that the Prime Minister himself has described as unnecessary. Whereas I strongly believe we should be opening ourselves to a conversation on credible energy policy that builds on this side of the House's legacy of a technology-led approach, and that safeguards those regional jobs, those regional projects and regional people. And I would note, Speaker, that it's extraordinary, this short time frame into a new government, we're seeing a real divergence on energy policy. We're seeing the approach of stopping things, of taking options off the table, of staying with technologies or decisions on technologies from a generation ago, reducing emissions by reducing economic activity, versus the approach on this side of the House, which is to open ourselves to a conversation about the latest technology, to open ourselves to what other major economies are doing around the world to address the challenges we face. And I think that decision will be very, very clear that we're willing to engage in it. We're willing to engage in it. We acknowledge the challenges that talking about nuclear brings. We acknowledge that there are, technology is advancing every day that we delay this conversation. Technology continues to advance, but we are open to it. And, Mr. Speaker, I think if this legislation has highlighted anything, it's pointing out that having targets as your focus is one thing, but having no conversation about how, not being willing to engage in a conversation of the how of today is of no value to the Australian people.
The member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know something about emergencies. I've been in a few in my time during my career as a frontline doctor. Rather than tell you what I do, let me tell you what I don't do. I don't stand around, hands in pocket, pontificating, denying or delaying what is in front of me. I act, and I act with a team, with urgency and purpose. I also don't just do one thing. As a team, we do everything. Multiple interventions are deployed because that is exactly what an emergency demands. We are in a climate emergency. This is a position the Labor Party has held since 2015. Our continent has warmed to 1.4 degrees, and we are living, as Churchill said, through the era of consequences. It is indeed upon us. We are facing the prospect that parts of our country are becoming unlivable. This is a sobering and traumatising scenario for those communities. Imagine how they feel when they hear persistent rain on their roofs. I'm sure many of them cannot sleep at night. But it's not just the impacts on our land and our environment. There are individual impacts at a very personal level. As a doctor, I have seen climate anxiety manifest in young people, in older people, and indeed in our elders, across the full spectrum of our population, particularly in Higgins. But something more is happening. I have seen this morph into something far more sinister, what can only be described as a lethal hopelessness. We talk a lot about imperatives. There is indeed an environmental imperative, there is an economic imperative, but there is also now a time imperative. And we have simply run out of time as a country. At a local level, Higgins has been crying out for climate action. I heard that loud and clear when I was campaigning. And for too long, those cries have fallen on deafening ears. The Australian Conservation Foundation in March performed a survey, and it revealed that over 70% of people in Higgins believed that climate action would deliver both health and economic benefits. And you know what? They're absolutely right. I want to acknowledge the work of the Higgins Climate Action Network for their tireless activism over many, many years. They are, the obsessive minority that helped drive change and tip the balance this election. On May 21, the Australian people transitioned away from the Liberal National Party towards a renewable energy future that will be delivered now by this progressive parliament. Today is a joyous day because today we end, finally, the climate wars. We end a decade of dithering inaction and incompetence, of 22 energy policies and a failure to land even one. I have with me this document, the Powering Australia Plan.
Yep.
This plan was an inert document yesterday, but thanks to the efforts of this parliament, we have breathed life into this plan, into this inert document, And now this plan will deliver a completely different future for Australians, young and old. It is a day to rejoice. The bill itself delivers on the government's election commitment to restore national leadership on climate change by legislating our targets to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions by 43% on 2005 by 2030 and to net zero by 2050. It is an important opportunity also for this Australian Parliament to affirm the long-held wish of our people that we are indeed committed to net zero. The Climate Change Bill of 2022 legislates the 2030 and 2050 targets consistent with our nationally determined contributions that we submitted to the United Nations on the 16th of June. We set a cracking pace from the very beginning. It enhances our accountability and transparency, and this is important because climate integrity is so important. We're about to spend billions and billions of taxpayer-funded dollars as well as private investment, and we need to wrap probity and integrity around everything we do. So there will be an annual statement to Parliament on our climate progress, delivered by the Minister. In addition to this, we have empowered our agencies to do what they need to do and what has been denied to them. The Climate Change Authority will provide impartial, independent advice to the Parliament and to our government. We have also baked in a regular independent review of the Act to ensure that it is fit for purpose as we go forward. We have empowered our agencies to focus on turbocharging clean energy. These include the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, known as ARENA, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, Export Finance Australia, and finally, we will be returning voice to our peak scientific body, the CSIRO. What is outside the remit of this bill, but is relevant to its progress and its activation in our country, is that we as a government are also addressing the bottlenecks, and these are really important to understand. And there are three. One is skills, the second is industrial capability, and the third is workforce participation. If we do not address these skills, we will not get to our destination. With respect to skills, we have a plan. We are going to introduce 45 free TAFE places, 10,000 of which are focused on energy apprenticeships, and I hope our young people in droves sign up to these, men and women. Industrial capability. Once upon a time, Australia was ranked by the Harvard Economic Complexity Index, a marker, an objective marker of industrial capability and know-how. And in 2000, we were ranked number 60 out of 133 countries. We are currently number 91. We have gone backwards in 22 years. So we have a lot of work to do to bring back onshore manufacturing, and we're going to do that through our National Reconstruction Fund, a $15 billion enterprise designed to bring high-tech manufacturing back to Australia so that we actually make those batteries. And I hope one day we make electric vehicles here again. We currently, for example, sell our lithium for 60,000 Australian dollars per tonne, and we buy it back as an $80,000 to $100,000 electric vehicle. There is nothing stopping us, except our own imagination, from making these products here, the kinds of products that Australians are desperate for. So today we turn the flywheel, and this flywheel will spin faster and faster over the next 8 years. But as it turns, market forces will take over, and it will mean that we not only reach that interim target, but I'm confident that we will indeed exceed it. Australia is a prodigal child that has returned back to the fold. Today is one of the happiest days of my life, because I can say with confidence to the people of Higgins that the Albanese Labor government and this Parliament, and I thank the crossbench, is acting with purpose and urgency on climate.
The member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House acknowledges that for the government to reach their target of net zero by 2050, not one new coal, oil or gas project can commence. Deputy Speaker, we are in a climate emergency and we need action, and the election showed that the Australian people want action. The Greens and crossbenchers who pushed for no new coal and gas saw our votes go up. Liberal and Labor, who want more coal and gas, saw their votes go backwards. The climate crisis is caused by the mining and burning of coal, oil and gas. You do not end the climate wars by opening more coal and gas mines. At some point in our history, we have to say that it's time for no more coal and gas. The United Nations believes it's time. The International Energy Agency believes it's time. The Pacific Island leaders believe it's time. Thousands of young climate strikers believe it's time. Even the Pope believes it's time. But this Labor government seems to believe something different. Labor seems to believe that we can keep approving more coal and gas and that the market will make the call when it's time to stop. Labor wouldn't leave the minimum wage or aged care nurse ratios to the market to decide, so they shouldn't do it with the future of humanity either. It's government's job to keep people safe, not to defend the profits of Santos and Woodside. Worse, channelling the former Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister says that our coal is somehow better for the climate. It is not. You can't put the fire out while pouring more petrol on it. You can only end the climate wars by keeping coal and gas in the ground. And right now there are 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline. If they go ahead, more homes and businesses will become uninsurable. If we hit 2 or more degrees of warming and fail to meet the Paris Agreement goals, which is where this government's weak targets take us, we will see more floods, fires and droughts. They will increase the cost of living, destroy infrastructure, ecosystems will collapse and more species will simply become extinct, and more of us will die. That is why, when negotiating on this climate change bill, we've put such an emphasis not just on the government's weak targets, but on the need for a moratorium on new coal and gas. We also said that there needed to be compromise and also real action, and that our preference was to improve and pass the bill. In this parliament, where less than a third of the country voted for Labor, yes, Labor has some mandate and the Greens have some mandate, but more important is our mandate from the planet and the laws of physics. If the government continues to open up new coal and gas, the planet will burn, and that is the mandate we need to listen to. And that is why we're bitterly disappointed that Labor has publicly made it clear over the last few weeks that they want to continue to open new coal and gas projects. Now, while the government has been unwilling to adopt science-based targets and place a moratorium on new coal and gas, we have been able to secure improvements to the bill, ensuring that the target can be ratcheted up over time and that it's now Dutton-proofed with a genuine floor, which means the target cannot go backwards. Changes have also been made to put in place greater transparency, accountability and strengthened requirements on the Climate Change Authority. And government agencies, such as Export Finance Australia, that in the past have funded coal and gas projects, will for the first time be forced to take climate targets into account, which should see them curbed from supporting fossil fuels. They join a range of other agencies with new limits, including Infrastructure Australia and the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund. That is why we will vote for this bill tomorrow and we'll vote for it in the Senate. So to be crystal clear, the Greens have improved a weak climate bill and we will pass it, but the fight to stop Labor's new coal and gas mines continues. And in this parliament, the only obstacle to stronger climate action is Labor. People need to be clear-eyed about the importance of this bill and that this government is bringing a bucket of water to a house fire. Worse, even this smallest of steps along the road to tackling the climate emergency could be wiped out by just one of the 114 new coal and gas projects in the government's investment pipeline. The Senate inquiry will be critical, as we expect the Senate inquiry will show that the government cannot meet the targets in this legislation if it opens new coal and gas projects, and that a change will be required to the government's approach. The Beetaloo gas project alone could lift Australia's pollution by up to 13%. And if all of the coal, oil and gas projects on the books go ahead, Australia's pollution could rise by as much as a third from where we are now. None of this is included in Labor's modelling around the weak 43%. And here, we Greens have the science, the public and the international community on our side. Labor might be holding out now, but their position is ultimately untenable, and they can't go to upcoming climate summits vowing to open new coal and gas projects and expect to be taken seriously. Soon, the government will start to say how it will cut pollution, putting some meat on the bones of its centrepiece safeguard mechanism, which may reduce pollution by as little as 1% a year and ignite new climate wars if it allows new coal and gas projects to proceed. The Greens' imbalance of power in the Senate here will be crucial, as the safeguard mechanism can be disallowed. I can also inform the House that because the safeguard mechanism will deal with the question of new coal and gas projects, the government will have further discussion with the Greens as it designs the mechanism. And further, the government will also consider Greens' proposals to support coal and gas workers and communities, including the establishment of a transition authority. This was a crucial part of our election campaign, and this has to be the parliament that provides job and wage security to coal and gas workers as we do our part to tackle the climate challenge. So over the next 6 to 12 months, Deputy Speaker, the battle will be fought on a number of fronts. We will comb the entire budget for any public money, any subsidies, handouts or concessions going to fossil fuel corporations, and will amend the budget to remove them. We will push to ensure the safeguard mechanism safeguards our future by stopping new coal and gas projects, and we'll push for a climate trigger in our environment laws. And we will continue to fight individual projects around the country like Beetaloo, Scarborough and Barossa. And I call on all Australians to join this battle to save our country, our communities and indeed our whole civilisation from the climate and environment crisis. Now, with respect to the consequential bill, there are many important agencies and acts of parliament not currently included in the consequential bill. The Greens believe that all of government should be working towards the legislated climate target. I understand from the Minister that a review will be conducted in the coming months of other agencies and acts to be added to the list in the consequential bill. And in summing up of this bill, I ask that the Minister can confirm that this review will take place and what is the timing of this review. And I would also like the Minister to confirm that NOPSEMA, the agency tasked with regulating and approving offshore oil and gas projects and its governing legislation, will also be included in this review. And on a related matter, while the consequential bill includes the Renewable Energy Electricity Act 2000 and inserts the targets into that Act, it does not directly address the problem of native forest burning being counted as renewable energy. This problem was created by the Abbott government. It needs to be addressed, and I ask the Minister to confirm we can have further discussions on this very important matter.
Is the amendment seconded?
Right to speak.
The member for Brisbane has seconded and reserves his right to speak. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what a momentous day. I could not be more proud to stand here tonight in support of the Climate Change Bill 2022. Finally, after a decade of inaction, we might finally see our country start to seize on all the opportunities our transition to a renewable energy future has to offer. We will finally take meaningful action to address climate change. I know this will be welcome in my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast, because climate change isn't something that will, maybe, perhaps happen in the future. It is something that is happening right now. It is something that has happened that we are experiencing. My electorate has been directly impacted by the last decade of inaction on climate change. Because what does a changing climate mean? It means more extreme weather. And boy, have we had some extreme weather. Just in my time as member for Gilmore, in the last 3 years, my electorate has been severely hurt by drought. We have been severely hurt by record-breaking bushfires. We have been severely hurt by a seemingly never-ending sequence of disaster-declared floods, one after another. Our communities are seeing climate change firsthand. They are feeling the hurt right now, the impacts on our health. They are seeing the environmental degradation from these disasters, an ecosystem that can barely cope and will have trouble renewing after such devastating loss and damage. The State of the Environment report that the Minister released only recently shows that the 2019-2020 bushfires have had a lasting impact on our environment, on our biodiversity, and it is struggling to bounce back. Local people in my electorate don't need to be told that. They see it every single day, and they want something done. Our communities want us to take action now to help them better prepare for these events. They want to be made more resilient with an energy system that can withstand challenges, things like community batteries, like the one I promised at Maloney's Beach. Because during the bushfires, Deputy Speaker, so much of the South Coast lost power altogether. It's one of the biggest anxieties I hear from people about our disaster preparedness. What happens when the power goes out? It's not just about keeping the lights on. When the power goes out, all too often communications aren't far behind. We lose landlines, sometimes we lose mobile phone reception. Even if we don't lose reception, if the power stays out, eventually the mobile phones will go out too. We need batteries to help provide that resilience, that security. So I'm excited to deliver that battery for Maloney's Beach, and I hope to work on even more batteries across the South Coast. But the point is, Deputy Speaker, the people of my electorate have had enough of the wasted opportunities. What do they want to see? They want to see us power Australia. They want to see the New South Wales South Coast become a renewable energy powerhouse, and so do I. That is why I am so excited today. Something that the Liberals always seem to forget when they try and paint Labor's climate policies as some kind of boogeyman, some kind of pie-in-the-sky fantasy, and the oh-so-scary green agenda. What they forget, Deputy Speaker, is that this is about energy. This is about the absolute abundance of renewable energy opportunity that we have here in Australia that we are wasting, that we have wasted for a decade. Well, the Albanese Labor government wants to stop that waste, and our Powering Australia plan will do that. The bill enshrines our 43% target to reduce emissions on 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. We hope, and I am sure from the work I have seen in my electorate already, that the commitments of our industries, of our communities, will have us see even greater reductions than this. But the modelling that we have done shows this is what our policies will achieve. It's a mighty goal, and I am proud of it. Under this bill, by 2030, more than 82% of the electricity we consume will be generated by renewable energy, and we will see the jobs that come with that in our renewable energy economy. That is my focus, Deputy Speaker, the jobs. That's what my electorate needs and wants. How do we take advantage of those job opportunities? We start by training the workforce. Deputy Speaker, I was a TAFE teacher, so I know how crucial education is. Our plan will spend $100 million to train 10,000 new energy apprentices in the jobs of the future. Our $10 million New Energy Skills program will help to provide additional training pathways, and our investments in education and TAFE will also make a huge impact here. Young people in my community need support. They need to know they can live, learn and work without having to move to the cities. That's what I am working towards. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk a bit about the opportunities I am most excited about for my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. I want the South Coast to become a renewable energy powerhouse, and I'm going to work every single day with the ministers, with the community, with industry, with businesses to get this done. Interestingly, I recently received an email from Kenneth in Culburra Beach, and I just want to read you what he said. Kenneth said, and I quote, "As a Culburra Beach property owner, I have been advocating for the installation of an EV charging station in this popular seaside town. As it is only 180 kilometres from Sydney and 211 kilometres from Canberra, it is well within the range of an electric vehicle, but not near enough to return on one charge. A charging station would be an excellent investment for the town, encouraging sustainably minded tourists to visit in the knowledge they could recharge for travelling around the area and return. I do hope you can support the proposal." Well, Kenneth, under the Albanese government, we will finally have Australia's first national electric vehicle strategy. We will double the existing investment in electric vehicle charging and establish hydrogen refuelling infrastructure up to $500 million. The Shoalhaven actually is home to an electric charging station already at the Silos Estate in Berry. Owner Raj told me it's actually the biggest charging station in Australia, 1 mean feet. They have 16 charging units, with 12 that are superchargers. These can recharge an electric car in 20 minutes. What is one of the best things that comes from the chargers? Tourists. Being a winery, this is a win-win for Raj, but it is also a boom for our economy. After years of natural disasters and COVID-19 that have kept tourists away, it is amazing to think that these renewable energy ideas could also help drive our tourism industry. Bateman's Bay, in the south of my electorate, also has an electric vehicle charging station. With our investment, we can see these charging stations in even more locations, creating the electric vehicle superhighway we need to move people up and down the coast and around Australia. Deputy Speaker, my electorate on the New South Wales South Coast also has a fabulous manufacturing industry. But that industry has been crying out for more investment, crying out for help to transition to a cleaner energy future. I'm excited to see the opportunities of our $3 billion investment in the new National Reconstruction Fund will have for our community. This fund will support renewables, manufacturing and low-emissions technology. The South Coast has proven we want to and will innovate. I have spoken many times in this place about the biogas plant local dairy farmers are helping establish. It's an exciting project and I want to see more of it. Now there will be energy policy certainty to support those ideas. Deputy Speaker, there are many fantastic ideas out there in our community on the South Coast just itching for investment, just waiting for a government that will take them seriously and give this country some energy policy certainty. Before the election, I held a climate change forum. The South Coast Health and Sustainability Alliance, affectionately known as SHAZA, is one of these groups, and they were at that forum. They have been doing simply amazing work in this space for years, taking great advantage of the bits and bobs grants that have been available. Their focus has been on making the Eurobodalla more resilient, and they have helped to retrofit 6 community facilities into heatwave and bushfire havens. Our plan will see $300 million for community batteries and solar banks across Australia. We can support organisations like SHAZA and like Repower Shoalhaven, and we can supercharge it. Deputy Speaker, SHAZA has been busy indeed, because, as I said, they have partnered also with Repower Shoalhaven to propose a pilot program of renewables and electrification of the Shoalhaven and Eurobodalla. These groups want to create jobs. They want to invest in renewables and they want to provide power savings for local households. Deputy Speaker, there are many groups that support our Powering Australia plan. We have to get on with it. I commend this bill to the House.
The member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. I see part of my role as the member for Brisbane as one to raise the voices of those who often feel unheard. And for a bill on climate change, it seemed appropriate to give a voice to young people. So I'd like to bring to attention to the words of Mira Larkin and Grace Vegesana, 2 young members of the Australian Youth Climate Coalition, who today delivered letters from young activists to Parliament House. 18-year-old Mira said, Young people across Australia are already experiencing the impacts of climate change. The letters we have brought to Parliament House today for Prime Minister Anthony Albanese are filled with the stories of young people facing bushfires, flooding and heat waves. But young people are resilient. We are hopeful. And we're not going to stop demanding bold, ambitious climate action from our political representatives. 23-year-old Grace said, "Millions of people voted for action on climate change this election, and now the Albanese government needs to tackle the #1 cause of the climate crisis by ending coal and gas expansion. We do not need any coal mines or gas wells to transition to 100% renewable energy." She continued, "The Albanese government should listen to traditional owners standing against gas expansion on their country, from Kimberley in Western Australia to Narrabri in northwest New South Wales and the Beetaloo in the Northern Territory. It's young people who will feel the greatest impacts of the decisions that we make on this important bill. We're seeing a growing trend of the increasing politicisation of the youth of Australia, which is great to see. Increasing engagement of new youth leaders in our political system is not just beneficial, it's essential. However, I can't help but reflect on what has led to this trend. The mobilisation of so many youth voices is a direct consequence of decades of inaction on climate change, failing social justice policies and a cost of living crisis. It's people like Mira and Grace whose views we should be foregrounding when we consider the lifelong effects of the decisions we make in this place and how they will impact current and future generations. As we all should know, the effects of climate change will be felt worldwide and in our local communities. At the local level, my electorate of Brisbane recently suffered a cataclysmic climate event. Maiwar, the Brisbane River, has long been a symbol of our city's beauty. But as the planet warms, it becomes more and more of a danger to us. In the most recent flooding, parts of our city that had never flooded before were completely underwater. Not just the Brisbane River, but the inner brooks and creeks which define many parts of my electorate flooded and caused devastating damage to local communities. We've been told that these are once-in-a-lifetime events, despite this being the third such event within the lives of many of the residents of Brisbane. These once-in-a-lifetime events will only increase in severity and frequency. The people of Brisbane know this. During the course of our election campaign, climate change was far and away the most commonly raised issue by people in our community that we spoke to, and that was before the floods of February and March of this year. I recently met with constituents who live in the Brisbane suburb of Stafford, who were and continue to be impacted by these floods. They told me about entire metres of land on their properties being washed away into the Kedron Brook, a creek which usually resembles a walking track with a small stream parting both sides. As sediment built up along the stream, the water rose higher and higher, forcing people to flee their homes without knowing what would happen to them. A floating restaurant, destroyed in the 2011 floods and never properly repaired, washed onto the riverbank and destroyed a whole section of the Riverside Bikeway. Entire swathes of the suburb of Milton were completely submerged. The Toombul shopping centre, while outside my electorate, is used by thousands of residents in Brisbane, and it was damaged so badly that it was not able to reopen. We were told by volunteers at the Northeast Street City Farm that the office building they had built was specifically above the 1974 floodline, and in this flood it was almost completely inundated with floodwater. But our communities are resilient. People across the electorate opened their homes and their hearts and did everything they could to help rebuild their communities in the wake of catastrophe. The kindness and generosity of these people continues to give me hope for the future. But we should not have been in this situation. We should not have had to experience a disaster fuelled by climate inaction. We should not have to rely on the resilience of the community to rebuild every single time one of these climate-induced disasters occurs. It is our responsibility in this place to ensure that we take the climate action that is needed to prevent this crisis becoming even worse. We are running out of time. And something that we need to remember when we discuss this issue is that the measures we're taking are not reversing climate change. The time to stop exacerbating global warming is long gone. After almost a decade of government inaction, in our country, which is one of the worst polluters in the world, we missed our chance to stop climate change in its tracks. This is the frankly depressing reality that we find ourselves in now. Cataclysmic weather events are occurring with increasing frequency and severity, and they're going to continue. All we can hope to do now is prevent climate change from getting any worse. If we want to have any hope of preserving natural wonders like the Great Barrier Reef, to have the chance to build infrastructure which can withstand worsening climate events and give current and future generations the best chance of survival, we need to start right now. Supporting this bill is a first step towards that. I'm glad to see some action on the most pressing issue of our time. But what we really need to do is stop new coal and gas. As long as we keep opening new coal mines and new gas fields, we are making the climate crisis worse. The Greens will keep pushing the government to take this step, which is crucial for the survival of all of us and our planet, and we cannot lose hope. What gives me hope is that people from across this country, and especially young people, are motivated and are ready to fight. They know that this is not the end of the road for addressing climate change, it is just the beginning. We have many battles ahead of us and much of the hill still to climb. We need a moratorium on new coal and gas projects. We need to put people before the profits of BHP and Santos. We need to end the billions in taxpayer handouts that the fossil fuel industry receives. The real fight starts now. Climate activists are ready, young people are ready, the community is ready, and we are ready. Thank you.
The member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to welcome and support this climate change bill. The Climate Change Bill 2022 is a tangible demonstration, Deputy Speaker, by this Labor government that it has been and is serious about meeting its election commitments on climate change. And while we have plenty to do yet, we're not prepared to waste any more time, and we have begun this process as of today. There's been a tendency, Deputy Speaker, amongst some commentators who like to oversimplify the hopes and aspirations of the Australian people to present the climate change debate as one which divides Australians on class lines. There's a view that the demand for climate change action is somehow the preserve of the affluent and the privileged, that only those who have the time and money beyond their day-to-day survival care about so-called bigger picture issues like climate change. Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, in my own electorate of Cornwall, where the struggle to find secure work, affordable housing and enough money to pay the bills is real, people are also acutely aware of are deeply concerned about the future of our planet. In reality, it is not a case of jobs versus climate or coal versus renewables or economic growth versus a healthy planet. My constituents understand that a good government can and should tackle all these issues in a balanced and compassionate way. Deputy Speaker, I have an incredible number of very diverse linguistic and cultural communities in my electorate, and for many of them, action on climate change is a very high priority. It's as much a high priority as it is in other parts of the country. And in particular, I speak of the Fijian and the other South Pacific Island communities who have stressed to me time and time again the very real and immediate threat that unmitigated climate change poses to their birthplaces, where many of their extended families still reside. Rising sea levels, floods and fires are very real and present dangers to these communities as well. Deputy Speaker, the importance of providing secure and stable settings for investment in renewable energy is not lost on my electorate in terms of jobs and new industry. This bill will provide a coherent policy to accelerate investment in renewable energy, transmission and storage. And as the Minister has noted, it is vital that we send a message to the private sector who have wanted to invest in renewable energy but have held back because of a lack of clear signals from the previous government. The government's target, as outlined by the Minister, is to reach 82% renewable energy in our electricity system by 2030. Firmed renewables are the cheapest form of energy, and getting more renewables into the system will put downward pressure on power prices while also reducing Australia's emissions. The current cost of living is a huge concern, Deputy Speaker, to my constituents, and two of the most expensive but essential items on the family budget is, of course, power and petrol. The previous government's inaction on climate change did absolutely nothing to protect our environment, but it also did nothing to arrest the escalating cost of essential resources. The only way to ensure equitable and affordable access to power in the future is through policy settings that will help develop the whole-scale transition to renewable energy sources. And I acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, as many of us do, that this will take time, but that just makes it all the more urgent to put these policy settings into place right now. Petrol, Deputy Speaker, is another issue entirely, and one I won't go into now, but the National Electric Vehicle Strategy, which is part of our suite of climate change policies, will hopefully help in the long run to reduce our reliance on this contentious and polluting commodity. Once the home of automotive manufacturing, Cornwall is a place keen to embrace new car technology when it is a realistic and affordable option, and I hope that that day comes very soon. Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcome this bill. I welcome the Labor government's genuine commitment to taking urgent action, yet considered action, on reducing emissions and steering this capable and innovative nation to a strong economy based on renewable energy. I also urge us to remain true to our equally strong commitment to social justice. Transition is necessary, but must always be managed in a way that doesn't leave disadvantaged communities behind. Deputy Speaker, I believe this minister, whose electorate is not unlike my own, has a thorough understanding of the issues of equity. Justice, equity and climate change are the three most urgent and pressing issues of our time, and I support the bill as the first step amongst many that this government will pursue to tackle these issues.
The member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 1 degree of warming. That is where we're at now. Although, frankly, from the support that both the two major parties of this country give to the coal and gas industry, you wouldn't think it. You'd be led to believe we have all the time in the world. We don't. I said in my first speech last week that the arrival of my grandchildren spurred me into more direct political action. So I want to speak up for their future and everyone's. My beautiful grandkids are 7 and 9 years old. Without real, deep and rapid cuts to emissions, without a halt on new coal and gas projects and a phasing out of existing coal and gas, what world will they inherit? 1 degree of warming. At 1 degree of warming, we already have unprecedented heat waves and wildfires across large parts of Europe and the US. London reached 40 degrees. In mid-May, India hit 49 degrees, the highest India has recorded in 122 years. At 1 degree of warming, we're already seeing climate disasters affecting crop production and fuelling inflation. And of course, at 1 degree of warming, we have major flooding events at ever-increased frequency across Australia's east coast. In the floods early this year, parts of my electorate of Ryan were inundated, and in Indooroopilly, tragically, 1 person drowned. We saw damage to homes, businesses and public facilities in many parts of the electorate, disrupting lives and livelihoods. Even areas far from the Brisbane River were affected, such as Mitchelton's $1 million all-weather football field and homes in Ashgrove and Enoggera Creek. Between breakfast time and midnight on February the 25th, Moggill Creek in Kenmore rose by nearly 4 metres, inundating Kenmore High School's oval and sweeping away years of creekside revegetation works, submerging tennis courts, lapping at the school's buildings much higher up the hillside. But in Ryan, it was not only those with direct damage from floodwater who were affected. The suburbs of Moggill, Bellbowrie, Pullen Vale, parts of Pinjarra Hills and neighbouring areas were effectively isolated for days because of their dependence on a single arterial road, Moggill Road, flooded at 4 points. The closure of the Moggill ferry service because of the river conditions compounded the lack of access. Because their only route into the rest of the city was impassable, normal life was disrupted for thousands of residents, and the delivery of food, medicines and other essentials was interrupted. Health and aged care workers could not reach their places of work, exacerbating already problematic staff shortages and COVID absences. About 1,000 secondary school students were unable to reach their schools. The supermarket in Moggill began to run out of fresh food, and but for the efforts of a GP sleeping on his surgery floor in Bellbowrie, even urgent primary health care would not have been available to many. Pregnant women had to be rowed across floodwater to reach the hospital, and some school children stranded on the wrong side of the inundated area were separated from their parents. Nor was Ryan the only electorate affected in our city, as the members for Brisbane and Griffith will attest. That flood came only a decade after the last so-called unprecedented flood in Brisbane. That's 1 degree of warming. That's the world my grandchildren already live in. They haven't known anything else. So, what happens at 1.5 degrees of warming? We see an exponential increase in the frequency and severity of bushfires, of floods, heat waves, droughts, leading to loss of life and livelihood. Mass forced migration from countries going underwater or whose economies are collapsing under the strain of crop failures. Do we really think that once we're seeing rolling extreme weather events, that the inflation due to supply-side shocks that we're seeing now will ever go away? How often will the people of Ryan experience major flooding events at 1.5 degrees of warming? How much more severe will they be? That could be as soon as the end of this decade. My 2 grandchildren will be 15 and 17. How much longer then till we reach 2 degrees of warming? That's likely by mid-century. My grandchildren will be in their 40s and 50s. What will that world look like? Well, if we want to find out what that future looks like, all we need to do is wait, because currently there are enough new coal and gas projects in the pipeline in Australia to blow well through our carbon budget and take us to that 2 or even 3 degree warming world. 43% emissions reduction by 2030 is not enough, but with the ratchet mechanism negotiated by the Greens, we may, over the next few years, be able to get it to 75% by 2030 and ultimately to 100% by 2035, which is in line with what is actually needed. The Greens will fight every step of the way to get there. But it's also easy to be distracted by targets, and I fear a lot of this debate has been distracting us from the bigger issue, and that issue is new coal and gas. We cannot overstate the problem here. If all of the coal and gas projects currently in the pipeline go ahead, they will produce 30 times, that's right, 30 times the emission that the 43% target will cut. Even if we exclude the emissions produced by burning this coal and gas overseas, and why should we? These new coal and gas projects will still produce triple the emissions that the 43% target will cut. Thanks to Ketan Joshi and the Australia Institute for those figures. New coal and gas projects not only wipe out the emissions reductions of this bill, but they will lead to Australia's emissions increasing. What's really clear here, and it shouldn't need to be said, is that you cannot say you're trying to solve the problem while actively making it worse. This is common sense. This is understood by the people in my electorate and by people across Australia. But this basic common sense seems to be lacking among many members of this chamber. So who benefits when we're distracted from the issue of new coal and gas? Glencore, BHP, Santos, Adani, Woodside. These vampire-like corporations are all salivating at the prospect of the billions in profits that can be made by opening up new coal and gas projects in this country, robbing the nation of its wealth while driving the climate crisis. To get a sense of how much power these corporations have, during the past 7 years, 5 of the gas industry's biggest corporations have earned about $138 billion in revenue in Australia without paying a cent in corporate income tax. Just let that sink in. So who benefits from us being distracted from coal and gas? It's these huge multinationals, many of whom are donors to the Labor and Liberal parties. But you know who suffers from this distraction? My grandchildren, your children and grandchildren. Who suffers? Everyday people whose homes get submerged in severe floods. Everyday people whose whole lives get upturned by bushfires ripping through their communities. Everyday people whose cost of living goes through the roof because of repeated crop failures and supply chain disruptions from severe weather events. The solutions are there. stop new coal and gas, disaster-proof our cities, phase out existing coal and gas while building new industries in publicly owned renewables, green steel and manufacturing. The prosperity that can come from this is absolutely enormous, but we have to break the stranglehold fossil fuel corporations hold over our political system. I invite members of the Labor Party to have the courage to help us in the Greens break that stranglehold. This bill, with the ratchet mechanism negotiated by the Greens, might, and I stress might, represent the beginning of a genuine approach towards the deep and urgent emissions reductions that Australia needs. But that all depends on the government's steps over the next 3 years. Will Labor continue to back new coal and gas and wipe out even the low-ball emissions reductions of 43%? Will they continue to listen to their fossil fuel corporate donors, handing them billions in public money? Or will they back everyday people? Will they back our grandkids and their grandkids? The current rhetoric from the government does not give one a lot of hope. But what does give one hope is that everyday Australians do want change. This election showed it, and whether politicians in this building like it or not, they must make that change, or the Australian people will replace them with people who are willing to do so. Thank you.
I thank the member for Ryan. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bringing people together. That is what the Albanese government is all about. Bringing together those millions of Australians who want sensible, lasting action on climate change. Bringing together the states, the territories, investors, business, unions, the community and, with this legislation, parliamentarians. Together delivering the strongest and most ambitious climate policy to ever become law of this land. This is what we achieve when we do work together. This is the message that we send to our communities across Australia, that we can work together and we can, after a wasted decade, get moving once again. And look at the message we send about Australia across the globe. We send the message that Australia will be a renewable energy superpower. We deliver this legislation by working together, consulting widely, and in one of many changes from the previous government, we're not only consulting a committee of one, being the member for New England, we have consulted across the parliament. I'm pleased to support this legislation and the sensible amendments which enable us to deliver on Labor's election platform, including the amendment from the member for Curtin, which sensibly states that we will ensure that we are drawing on the best available scientific knowledge. Very sensible, and I commend the member for Curtin for that amendment. And I'm pleased that the Albanese Labor government is delivering on our commitment to the Australian people. And I must say, I respect the opposition for honouring their commitments. Their commitment to denial, their commitment to make it a full decade of inaction, their commitment to those 9 wasted years and all of the policy chaos that they choose to continue, their commitment to an obsession with nuclear power. Their commitment goes all the way back to when they elected a leader of the Liberal Party who believed that climate change was, quote, absolute crap. Their commitment that means that they now have a leader who, I quote from The Guardian, Peter Dutton jokes with Tony Abbott about rising sea levels in Pacific nations. Their commitment when they had a Deputy Prime Minister who, quote, said, Pacific Islands will survive the climate crisis because they, quote, pick our fruit, Australia's Deputy PM says. Real commitment there. Commitment that they've chosen a leader now, in the leader of the opposition, who was described by former Prime Minister Turnbull as leading, quote, an insurgency against him, leading an extraordinary madness. And if you think that's all in the past, I'm sorry to say that I see an article in the Oz from today, 3rd of August, that says, quote, there is a new climate war looming around the Liberal Party. So I give them full marks for consistency in their climate denialism. But despite the opposition, today it has become clear that the climate change bill will pass both chambers of parliament, creating jobs, reducing emissions, delivering on the promise that was made to the people of Australia at the election on the 21st of May. And I think it's really worth noting, and I will conclude around these points, Deputy Speaker, because I want to see this bill become the law of the land. That means some of us might have to cut our speaking a little short. But there's one very simple reason why we can put this legislation through the parliament, and that is because communities across Australia chose to change who they sent to this place, including communities across Western Australia, where myself and the member for Burt campaigned incredibly strongly to make sure that Western Australia sent people who wanted to have action on climate change, wanted to have legislation passed through this parliament. And I've sat in this place listening to incredibly inspiring speeches from new members, and I won't quote them all, but I will quote the member for Swan. It is great to have the member for Swan now serving her community in this place. She put it so simply in a beautiful speech about climate change when she said, quote, "Climate action is good for people, the community, the environment and the economy. We've had the climate election, the climate war is over, climate action is back." That was a brilliant speech. We had the member for Hasluck ask the question about what does Australia look like in 20 years' time based on the decisions we make in this, the 47th parliament. And she said, quote, "An Australia that can look back over 20 years of sure action on climate change and be proud, comma, and a little more than relieved." And we had the member for Pearce give a brilliant speech where she talked about her strong community values, that sense that actually she is here as the community of Pearce in all of its colour and vibrancy, representing them so brilliantly in this place. And she said, quote, "I'm proud that our government has a strategy and target of achieving net zero by 2050. It is an investment in our local and our global futures." And it's so true, and I commend the member for Pearce for that speech. As for our other fabulous new West Australian colleague, the member for Tangney, we all have to wait for September for his speech, but I'm looking forward to it. I'll conclude with this, Deputy Speaker. This bill is what the people of Perth have been calling for. This bill is what the people of Perth have sent me to vote for. This bill and the policies within it I've consulted on with the now Minister in forums in my electorate, and I'm proud to support this legislation becoming the law of Australia. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Perth. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In my first speech, I said it was clear that big corporations and billionaires run Parliament. Well, it became clear over the course of these months, negotiating with the government, that Labor is so committed to a weak target, so committed to the profit margins of coal and gas corporations. They are willing to let their entire climate legislative agenda fail just to protect their profits. And I've been thinking a lot about why that makes me so angry, apart from the obvious. And I think it has become clear over the course of today, watching the speeches, that the real disgrace is that the government and the opposition know. They know the consequences of their actions. They know the human and environmental devastation wrought by climate change. They know that people have and will continue to die in floods, heat waves, droughts, terrible natural disasters, storms. They know the massive crop failures, the displacement of billions of people, the deaths of the Great Barrier Reef. They know the consequences of their actions. But given the choice between ordinary, everyday people and billionaires like Gina Rinehart and Clyde Palmer, they chose the profit margins of billionaires. They chose the profit margins of billionaires. And what is really deeply distressing is we know who will pay as a result of this. When the floods hit in Brisbane early this year, and we spent the week going from house to house to house with ordinary everyday people, volunteers, cleaning out people's flood-ravaged homes, time and again it was poor working-class renters, people who had almost nothing, as we dragged their possessions from under their house And time and again, we knew that the reason we were dragging that stuff from under the house, the reason they didn't have enough money to replace their basic possessions, the reason that they knew they'd be sleeping on a friend's couch for the next 3 weeks because they didn't have another home to move into, is because time and again the profit margins of fossil fuel corporations are chosen over the lives of ordinary people. We know there are gas corporations in this country right now who are making billions of dollars in profit and not paying a single cent in tax. Single cent! There are workers who work for those corporations who may pay more tax than the CEOs and the owners of those corporations. Now, we know that the only reason this bill has anything of substance in it is because of the nearly 2 million people who voted for the Greens this election, because of the thousands of people who knocked on doors, who delivered leaflets and letterboxes, who helped clean up after the floods, who staffed polling booths, who built this Greens movement. And my message to you is, while this is still not enough, clearly, your power is not yet fully realised, and we know we've got a long way to go. We know that we will manage to ensure that this bill is Dutton-proofed. We know now that 43% is just a minimum target. We know there is the potential to ratchet it up over time. We know now that we've made it harder for coal and gas projects to be approved, now that we've included some government agencies in the target. We know there'll be greater transparency. And we know that, finally, the government's at least willing to talk to us about supporting coal and gas communities. That it had to include in part of our negotiations that we need to talk about supporting coal and gas communities with the Transition Authority is all you need to know about the contents of those negotiations. We improved a weak bill, but of course, when you're fighting the coal and gas industry and their political representatives, you don't win overnight. Australia remains the third largest, biggest exporter of fossil fuels in the world, and with 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline, it's only going to get worse. Indeed, just one of these new coal and gas projects could wipe out the very small reductions achieved in this bill. As the member for Melbourne said, the government's position is completely untenable, even within the realms of in terms of their own debate. Now, let's be very clear. One of the biggest lies in Australian politics, as I've said again and again, is that the major parties support coal and gas and new coal and gas because they care about workers. If that was the case, if they really cared about workers, they wouldn't be also passing the stage 3 tax cuts that will cost $224 billion. If they cared about workers, they wouldn't be allowing gas corporations to walk off with our wealth, take it overseas into the shareholders in Switzerland and France or wherever else these billionaires and shareholders live. If they really cared, a coal and gas worker wouldn't be paying more tax than the multinationals that they work for. If that was the case, the government wouldn't be arriving to a budget in one of the worst cost of living crises in our history, where people are being evicted onto the street because there's no home to move into because the government hasn't built enough homes, either at a state or federal level, for decades now, and they wouldn't be about to spend billions of dollars in the subsidies for the coal and gas corporations, who happen to also be destroying our lives. I am sick already, after 2 weeks of being misplaced, that we are told again and again that we have to be reasonable, that we have to, really just, come on, tone down a little bit. As if I have to think about what millions of lives that will be destroyed as a result of the decisions that are too often made in this place and be calm and reasonable about it. God, I'm already so sick of it. And what we know is that there is an alternative. Massive investment in publicly owned renewable energy, massive investment in new industries, taxing those coal and gas operations as they phase out over the next 10 years and using that to invest in public schools and hospitals, public facilities like public pools, new public parks, beautifully designed public housing. The wealth in this country exists to make sure that not only we can phase out of coal and gas, but we can ensure everyone has a chance to be alive in the sunshine. Where I'd like to finish is this. If there's one thing that this election demonstrated, one thing, is that when ordinary people work together, knock on people's doors, organise in their communities and offer that vision, that alternative vision of making sure that everyday people are put first, we win. The result in Griffith and Brisbane and Ryan and Adam, the member for Melbourne seat in Melbourne, is a demonstration that when we get organised on that platform, we win. And that is a line in the sand. That is a message sent to every member in this House that if you continue on this path, we will run campaigns like in those seats, in your seats, and we will win. And even if it takes those few extra years, we're going to keep organising, we're going to keep fighting, because, as I've said again and again, we don't fight for self-interest, we don't fight for corporate donors, we fight for each other. And time and again in history, The power of collective action, the power of ordinary people working together has won, and I truly believe that over the next few years it can win again. Thank you.
I thank the member for Griffith. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When my home and 200 others burnt down in a bushfire in the Blue Mountains in 2013, it took a European camera crew to ask the question, do you think this is the result of climate change? That's nearly a decade ago, and I responded by saying that the conditions we'd seen were exactly what scientists had been warning of for several decades. Climate change didn't start the fire, but it sure fed the flames and turned it into a disaster for the entire community. More frequent and intense drought, storms, heat waves, more dangerous weather events have wreaked havoc on people's livelihoods and communities, and these were all the things that had been predicted. And now, in my community, we're living them. The electorate of Macquarie, with the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, are among the most disaster-prone places in Australia. The most recent flood, the fourth natural disaster in a little over 2 years, has left people feeling exhausted and hopeless about their ability to recover. And don't even ask about the cost or availability of insurance. My community is already paying the price in many ways. We're living the consequences of the serious failure of governments from taking long-term action to limit climate change. It's been heartbreaking to sit in this chamber for 6 years on the other side and see the failure of the previous government, who for 9 years refused to act with such bloody mindedness about this issue. So I am very proud to be standing here in only our second week of Parliament debating one of the most important pieces of legislation that this Parliament will deal with. We are taking swift action to legislate on the commitment that we made to the Australian people and the commitment I made to the people of Macquarie. There are 4 key elements in this bill. The first is that we're enshrining in law the 43% emissions reduction target by 2030 and setting the net zero target for 2050. We are one of the highest greenhouse gas emitters in the world per capita, and this is a great achievement for us to say this is our target. And it is wonderful to have the Minister in the chamber who has done so much work in being pragmatic but ambitious with this target. The 43% target isn't the result of us sitting down and going, hey, let's pick a number. Let's just randomly pick a number that people might like the sound of. This is the result of saying, what are the things we know we could do? What are the things the previous government could have done but didn't? And where would that get us? And the modelling shows that we can get to 43%. But of course, it isn't a ceiling on our ambition, it's a floor. And I look forward to us achieving that 43% and then looking to say what next. I think people are surprised when we say we're going to have 82% of our power generated by renewables by 2030. That is a big number. Increasing the uptake of electric vehicles by making it cheaper for people, another piece of legislation that's before this Parliament. These are the practical things that we are doing. Quite frankly, they could have been done in previous years. We are very proud on this side that we're the ones that Labor has come with this bill. The second element in this legislation is about the Climate Change Authority and once again allowing them to be the independent expert advisor on Australia's progress against our targets and to have open and transparent publishing about it. What a revelation that's going to be. The third step is that our Minister for Climate Change will report annually to the Parliament on the progress on how we're going meeting the targets. Again, a measure of accountability, something we are not afraid of on this side of the House. And fourthly, the bill inserts the emission reduction targets in the objectives and functions of the organisations that are government agencies, so that when you've got people like Infrastructure Australia, they have to think about our targets. And ARENA, it will make sure ARENA does what it was created to do, and that is to foster renewable energy. It's been heartening in many speeches over debate today to hear the goodwill of much of the crossbench and what they're bringing to the chamber on this legislation. And I think it's great to see the support for our Labor bill. This legislation can end the climate wars. It is ending the climate wars at one level, and it can continue to do that provided there is goodwill from that crossbench. What is really key about this, though, is it brings so many opportunities. We can continue to rebuild our relationship with our Pacific neighbours, for whom climate change is the biggest threat to their homes. We can hold our head high, again internationally, rather than be a climate pariah, where we have jobs opportunities, we have investment coming in, and we're looking at 5 out of 6 of those hundreds of thousands of jobs in renewables being created in the regions. These are the exciting things that transform our economy. At a local level, I'm delighted that we're going to have community batteries in both the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury. These are the things that change the country. They change the world for future generations. They give them hope. And I've got to tell you, the electorate of Macquarie needs to have a sense of hope as we get smashed by disaster after disaster. Deputy Speaker, the climate bills were among the very first things that we have brought to this parliament and debated in this parliament. We take climate change seriously, and this shows we're prepared to act.
I thank the member for Macquarie, and I call the Minister.
It's not yet 9 p.m, Mr Speaker. Let it go.
Oh, sorry. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Laylock.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today is my son's birthday. He is 31. I'm standing tonight to speak on Labor's climate change bill. When my youngest son was 15, I had enormous hope that we were going to do something about climate change. My 3 sons had enormous hope that as a country we were locked in to a future that would see us take the lead internationally. It's been a long road, an enormously long road, and we're here tonight because it's the right thing to do. It's the responsible thing to do. We're back with the good global citizens who take responsibility. We become part of the solution. It has been a long journey. For those in the chamber who still try and guess my age, I'm old enough to remember being an assistant principal in a local school in my electorate of Lalor when local activist Harry Van Morst approached me and I organised a screening of The Inconvenient Truth, Al Gore's moving, action-making, provocative, and students in my school and their parents attended to watch that. It was the same year I first heard the term triple bottom line, and I heard it from corporations who were presenting locally about the bright future that we were going to have because corporate Australia was on board with action on climate change. Big business was with us. I'm old enough to remember the 2009 Senate vote that torpedoed the CPRS. I'm old enough to remember what ultimately gave the laggards and the deniers opposite the power to derail the disruption that we desperately needed. And I want to say something to the generations of students I taught to create a cogent argument. I taught them to stand up for what they held dear. I taught them to influence an outcome. And to the young people of Lalor today who have expressed their frustration and often their despair at the decade of inaction that was thrust upon us, I want to say to those I've taught and to those local people. I want to say again to those I've taught, hope, hard work, creativity and the power of expression brings change. Tonight we say it has brought change. I want to thank the Minister, who's in the chamber with me now, the member for McMahon, Chris Bowen, who has crafted a new way forward with my Labor colleagues. He's taken those things, hope, hard work, creativity, and he's creating change, and we're creating change with him. And everyone in this chamber is doing the same. Today's a day of extraordinary celebration, a day we finally move from inertia to action. We're going to set a target. We're going to set two. We're going to set a 43% target for 2030 and a 0% target for 2050. And those students I've taught across the years about how to get into ongoing improvement will understand, and they'll tune in about now when I start talking about setting targets. We're going to set a target and we're going to measure what matters, and we're going to be accountable for the progress against those targets. We're going to measure that progress towards, and more importantly, as all students that I've ever taught know, beyond that target, to the next level. What's next? I ask those students all the time about their progress in my classroom. It's a proud day. It's an incredibly proud day. It's a day when we all acknowledge that to go after what is possible is much more important than to go after what is perfect. Because if you get stuck on what's perfect, you obstruct what's possible. These have been hard lessons, hard lessons. I hope that everybody across the country understands those lessons. This week we move forward. We move forward with certainty. The businesses that talked to me about the triple bottom line so many years ago will have certainty beyond this legislation being passed. They'll have certainty that they can deliver, that they can actually act on their best interests. And I want to say, we're going to be moving forward together as a country after tonight. The laggards will be behind us and the rest of us will keep moving forward. I represent a community that has some of the highest rates of rooftop solar in the country. They're really proud tonight. I'm really proud to say that we'll join state government, who've already made commitments to community batteries, and we'll be one of the first electorates to have a new community battery delivered by the federal government. Our commitment is grassroots, because it is the grassroots of this country that have driven this change. They were blocked for 10 years, but it's activists, it's community members, it's people who care about the future of their children. When I think about those generations of kids, when I think about my classroom, when I think about that viewing of the inconvenient truth, and I think about where those young people are now, changing the world in all their many and varied ways, I know that they're with me tonight going, we're there. It's been slow, there've been blockers, but we're finally there. We're finally ready to confront the challenge and to embrace the renewal opportunity that's before our country. We're going to take our place internationally. We're going to be leaders. And as you've heard from so many speakers tonight, the planning of this bill and what is put into this program and this policy includes consideration for the change and how change might impact particularly our regions. And those things have been built in. This is a fabulous piece of work. I'm really proud to be a member of the Labor Party tonight. I'm really proud to be a member of a Labor government that's actually going to finally deliver on the promise to the moral dilemma of our age. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Layla, and I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting, I require that the time limit for remaining second reading speeches be reduced to 5 minutes.
thank the Minister, and I call the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the lead-up to the 2019 election, workers in the electorate of Canning were worried. They were worried because they knew their jobs were on the line because of increased costs in energy-intensive industries. They were worried about what Labor would do to their electricity bills and their livelihoods if they were elected. Their fears were realised as the election campaign unfolded, and it's why Australians turned their backs on Labor in 2019. When a crowd of Alcoa workers came to my electorate office in 2018, I stood on the back of a flatbed truck and I told them this: we've rushed to renewables, we've made power expensive, not just for industry but for working families and seniors, and you guys have paid the price with people trying to negotiate down your pay and conditions. These men and women were fighting for their livelihoods and their employers were struggling to keep the lights on. I told those workers that we should be putting Australian workers and Australian families and seniors first. They shouldn't come second. And that's what Labor is doing today by rushing this legislation through. We know that ordinary Australians will bear the brunt of these measures. Instead of cheap and reliable baseload power from coal and gas, households will be under pressure as energy costs explode on the back of imported renewables. And Australian jobs will be, once again, on the line. Fundamentally, this country cannot have a conversation about a climate change bill without confronting the obvious effect it will have on jobs and the cost of living. But Labor is so focused on the politics, they have not considered the consequences. And through this legislation, they have removed all ministerial accountability for the impact of their policies on jobs, wages, investment and regional communities. Right. Before the election, the Prime Minister said he wouldn't be forced into deals with fringe groups. But this government, with the support of the Greens, has once again realised fears and become more extreme. This was confirmed today by Greens leader, the member for Melbourne. The member for Melbourne confirmed that the Albanese government included restrictions on the Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility, Export Finance Australia and Infrastructure Australia in its climate change legislation, solely to secure the support of the Greens. These restrictions will make it harder, if not impossible, for these agencies to recommend or provide finance and insurance to projects in the energy, resources and agricultural sector. And it will see important regional infrastructure projects that support more than 3,000 workers and their families in Canning, overlooked because of their connection to vital production industries. This is Labor adopting a Greens policy from 2019. The Prime Minister has made many promises about his commitment to coal and gas projects, but by denying them finance, he is stopping them in their tracks. This is a ban by stealth, but it's now time to blow its cover. It will affect workers and families across Australia. We cannot trust this government. We cannot trust this government when they promise that not one Australian job will be lost as a result of their climate change policies. And we cannot trust them when just 2 months in, 5 days into Parliament, member for Fairfax, Anthony Albanese has already done a deal with the Greens that will see investments, jobs and prosperity disappear from regional Australia. And jobs will go in Canning. We are home to 2 bauxite mines and 2 refineries, Wagerup and Pinjarra. 3,000 jobs, direct and indirect, in Canning, notwithstanding the many FIFO workers I represent. And before the jobs go, the hard-working families will be worried that their fears will be realised. It's all well and good for Labor and the Greens to virtue signal about climate change and push the costs and the consequences to ordinary Australians and their families. What you do first shows what's important to you. And in one of their first pieces of legislation before this House, they are fixing a target that cannot be met except by the sacrificing of the prospects and prosperity of ordinary working Australians. Well said. And what Labor has done first shows who's important to them, and it's not working, ordinary Australians. It's certainly not the working Australians in Canning who keep our alumina industry going. And my message here is the same as it was in 2018 to the AWU. I'm keen to chat over the next 2 years because it's going to get tough under this government. Thank you very much.
Thank the member for Canning. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's probably appropriate that it's an engineer that speaks next who started her career in steel cap boots and has worked in climate change action. The mining industry has been at the forefront of climate change action, and the truth is, the thing that we know is that with climate change action, it's good for people, it's good for the community, and it's good for jobs. And the truth is, I'm really proud of what the mining industry is doing and the leadership that we've seen in the West, and I can't wait to see what happens with this policy. My community of Swan is asking for action on climate change. My team and I knocked on a lot of doors, 45,000 doors out of a total of about 70,000 doors. The issues varied, but at the heart was a concern about the future. There was one particular day that I remembered when knocking on some doors on Shepparton Road in Victoria Park, which is just down the road from where I live. I remember conversation after conversation where people, in their own words, explained how they wanted a more sustainable future and they wanted action on climate change. On the third door in a row, I squealed with delight and shed a tear of happiness. It was the same message over and over again. I knew indeed that this was the climate change election. I asked that neighbour, did you know that all of your neighbours want exactly the same thing that you want? The thing is, though, the Liberals and the opposition today didn't get the memo that the people of Australia wanted action on climate change. So for the last 12 years, I've been working with some of Australia's largest companies to help reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. The work of corporate Australia has become more sophisticated with time. 12 years ago, when I started working in this space, I was helping companies with counting their greenhouse gas emissions. This, of course, was because of great policy that Prime Minister John Howard introduced. This was the National Greenhouse Energy Reporting Act. He knew that in the future that we would need to manage our greenhouse gas emissions and that we needed action on climate change. He introduced this act because he knew that we needed a framework to work out how we were going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you for the work that you did there, John. And following on from that, what we've seen is that companies want to decarbonise, they want to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and they've become more sophisticated. But the truth is, what we need all aspects of the economy to do their fair amount of work, and that's what this bill does. For me, climate change didn't feel real until I always knew that it was important, but for me it became personal when I got a phone call from my sister-in-law who was in the Adelaide Hills, and she gave me a call and was like, look, Zanita, we're evacuating, it's bushfire season, we've got the stay or go call, I've got asthma, I'm taking baby Willow, we're leaving. My father-in-law, who's a Uniting Church minister, he stayed in the community because he wanted to provide pastoral care to that community. I remember hanging up the phone call, and when I relayed the conversation to my husband, I said to him in tears, your family's evacuating their town. For those particular fires, people lost property, cattle and properties, but luckily no lives were lost. But that's not always what happens. And the truth is, the thing that we know about climate change is that the intensity will increase and so will the frequency. So, targets. What is a smart target? A target is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant and time-bound. That's exactly what this target does. They send a signal. To paraphrase my colleague, the member for Wentworth, the Coalition had 23% of women in the lower house in 1996, and after the last election, it became 19%. The Labor Party brought about affirmative action targets in our rules in 1994. At the time, women represented 14% of the federal caucus. The first target was set at 35% and was raised to 40% by 2002. And since the 2015 ALP National Conference, it was lifted to 45% by 2020 and 50% by 2025. Today, 49% of my colleagues, both here and in the other place, are women. Smart targets are leadership. They send a signal to others. In the Labor Party, Our target centres. Thank you.
I thank the member for Swan. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a very important bill. As the honourable member has just outlined, a lot of the Australian public have the wish that more is done. But all through the last parliament and the parliament before that, and the parliament before that, all the time I've been here, we have been committed to addressing the imperative and reducing our carbon emissions. In fact, anyone would think we hadn't done anything, judging by the relentless barrage of saying we're not doing enough. To put things in perspective, there's less than 3% of the world's energy delivered by renewable energy across the whole globe. But at times in Australia we have reached 26%, long before the Albanese government came into the government benches. We have achieved more on the climate targets. We have delivered more reductions than Canada, than New Zealand, than most of the EU, who set totally unrealistic targets. But we have got a track record. We've met the targets that were set for Kyoto, and we should not be feeling embarrassed or ashamed, because we've actually done a lot, and we seem to get no credit for it. But to give them credit, they said they would have a target of 43%, so they've legislated it. They've already written off to the United Nations international consensus on climate change, and that is our target. So this legislation is a bit of symbolism, but I find it's pretty sinister in that, yet again, this legislation will enable this room and our elected representatives to have no control over investments in things that keep our nation running. It'll be decided by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, by ARENA, by CSIRO, and you've only got to see what the Leader of the Greens, Adam Bann, announced today in the press club, that Export Finance Australia, that has funded coal and gas projects, which incidentally delivered the energy that has built this country, and we still depend on for 65 to 70% of our energy, they will not be able to fund any of the things our nation's crying out for. We have a liquid fuel dependency on overseas. We have, you've only seen recently, there's electricity shortages, there's not enough generation. And this sort of legislation will lead to the things that have happened in the UK. Activists and other anti-development entities will use these legislated targets to mount legal arguments like stopping high-speed rail in the UK because of similar legislation, stopping the government from continuing highway maintenance and building new roads because cement is a bad thing in the UK. This is real. This is not theoretically what can happen. This will happen when you if you put legislation in that gives standing for obscure climate-based arguments and restrictive trade. We have the LNG plant in Darwin that needs to go ahead. We're keeping the rest of Asia and lots of our customers supplied with energy, and we want to have energy in our country, but these sort of changes in this legislation will have rather big consequences. Now, I just checked. I did hear the good member's comments about why she thought climate change and climate action was such an emergency because of her family members that were caught in those horrible fires in the Adelaide Hills. But I do remember, as a young doctor, Ash Wednesday. We've had Black Saturday fires, but 513,979 acres were destroyed in South Australia. 9,904 square kilometres, or 2.46 million acres, were burnt in Victoria on one day. My whole family migrated from Victoria, from the snowy region.
Order. Order. The member's time's expired.
But I might mention...
The member's time has expired, and the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Jurek.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. I do not support this bill. But please do not assume that because I am standing here today to speak against this bill that I do not agree with taking serious action on climate change and reducing Australia's contribution to global emissions, because I do. We failed to form government in May 2022. My greatest disappointment is that we have consistently failed to demonstrate to Australians that we have taken real action on climate change. The Coalition Government's record over the past 9 years demonstrates clearly that we on this side of the House were not only effective in reducing emissions, we were capable of doing it in a safe and responsible manner. That is, without raising electricity prices and taxes, without shutting down coal, gas production or exports, without job losses, without impacting household, businesses or the broader economy. The Coalition's emissions reduction story has been one of consistent achievement. We met and exceeded our Kyoto targets for 2020. Our emissions are more than 20% below levels measured in 2005. Before the election, Australia was on track to reduce emissions by up to 35% by 2030, well above our target of 26% to 28%. Before the election, we announced our commitment to net zero by 2050. Under the Coalition, Australians' emissions outpace the record of the United States, New Zealand, Japan and every other major commodity exporting nation. We should be proud of our record, Mr Deputy Speaker. We set the global standard on the world stage for all to see. And can I say it was a great honour to have contributed to our success, serving as a former Commonwealth Environment Minister. In 2018, I proudly represented our nation at Katowice in Poland at the climate change conference called COP24. Far from being ridiculed or criticised for the Morrison government's climate inaction, Australia was praised for the actions it was taking to reduce emissions, like the Emissions Reduction Fund, like our investments from CEFC and ARENA, and also the world-leading accurate and transparent way in which our nation captures emissions data. Whilst I was chairing the COP24 subcommittee, which included representatives from the US, Canada, New Zealand, it was clear to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, that Australia had a very positive reputation for its professionalism and its action on climate. In fact, I had many side meetings at that COP24 meeting with a variety of countries who were very keen to understand about what actions we were taking, because there's very few countries who were actually taking action. There was a lot of desire, wish, but we were taking action, and that was recognised. That was back in 2018. This was at a time when many nations simply had emissions targets, but, as I said, no plan to achieve, which for many countries today is still the case. Australia at that 2018 event was hailed for its actions, but you would not have read about any of this success in the media back at home, as clearly this did not support that cement-hardened narrative that a Liberal-led government was taking no action on climate. And sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, nothing has changed since then. And can I tell you, I really look forward to the media holding the Albanese government to account on their 43% emissions target with the same dogged determination that they've been able to apply to the ex-coalition government since 2013. Labor say they want an end to the climate wars. Well, Labor's behaviour has been a PR war. We may have lost that last battle, Mr Deputy Speaker, but Labor's base has been lost now to the Greens. Once this legislation inevitably passes, we will need to urgently turn our attention to how we meet the 43% target. Ambition is simply not enough, and we know that wind and sun will not be enough either. While we all agree that renewables play a vital role in Australia's domestic energy supply, they need to be balanced responsibly by other solutions. If we're serious, and we should be serious about lowering emissions, uranium must be part of the conversation. In Western Australia, there is now a ban on new uranium mines, and I proudly approved the last uranium mine when I was the Environment Minister. So I call on state Labor, federal Labor. We need to start having the conversation in a very respectful way, make sure our Indigenous Australians know what's at stake.
The member's time's expired. I thank the member for Durack. Are there no further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the House stands adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.